Moment Richard finishes work, a mechanical voice cuts across Blue Star. The Shining Era has officially begun. Humanity has been selected for transmigration. Before anyone can understand what that means, the transfer completes, and 20 billion participants awaken somewhere else. Voice welcomes them to Shining Era, a world governed by divine gods, where magic and alchemy are real. Every newcomer may become a lord and enter the wars of empires. This is no guided adventure. Their position, power, and survival now depend on what they build. Each lord receives one randomly chosen military lair. Resources can recruit its soldiers and build a force. Beyond that, the system names 5 pillars of power: resources, troops, lairs, heroes, and treasures. A participant might remain poor, seize a crown, pursue darkness, ignite celestial fire, or even become immortal. Richard opens his eyes on a rough stone hall. 12 pillars hold up a tall, sunken roof. Dust blankets a long black table and the chairs around it. Dazzling daylight pours through 2 glassless wooden windows, illuminating walls that look centuries old. Nothing resembles the world he left. And recognition strikes. Shining Era was supposed to be the first virtual game jointly developed by the world's 10 leading developers. Richard had followed it for a long time, but it had never launched. If this hall is real, then somehow the unreleased game and reality have fused. Richard studies his attribute panel. Its verdict sounds almost dismissive. He is merely a desert lord with a few special abilities. Yet one entry changes the meaning of everything, the extremely rare growth type ability known as the Black Gold System. An ordinary title has come with an extraordinary advantage. Richard takes several deep breaths and forces down the shock. He has worked for only half a year and no family depends on his income. Strange as this is, panic will not help. He had yearned for Shining Era since its announcement. His wish has come true, just by a terrifying route. Eager to see his territory and military base, Richard leaves the hall. Outside lies a courtyard paved in flat bluestone and enclosed by gray walls more than 3 meters high. The sky is an endless, transparent blue. The air is dry enough to make each breath slightly uncomfortable. In one corner stands a 3-meter pyramid. Its ancient, simple stonework looks rugged, as though it has endured endless wind and sand. Richard's attention locks onto it at once. This is not decoration. It is the random military lair assigned to him, the foundation of whatever army he can build. The panel identifies it as a normal 3-star mummy pyramid that recruits bandaged mummies. 14 can be recruited immediately, with 7 more available each week. One mummy costs 4 gold coins, 4 units of wood, and 4 units of stone, 12 units of common resources in total. Normally, a lord who wants a stronger troop lair must venture into the wild, attack another gathering point, seize its lair, and rebuild it. That means risking troops before possessing the strength one hopes to gain. Richard's unremarkable pyramid should have locked him into that dangerous progression. But Richard does not have to follow the normal route. The Black Gold System can consume resources and raise the level of the troop lair directly. The ordinary pyramid is no longer a dead end. It is raw material for growth. Richard stares at the upgrade path, delighted. Unreasonable. No, far too reasonable. Richard is still beside the unchanged 3-meter pyramid, savoring the Black Gold System's possibilities when the mechanical voice interrupts him. The forum is now open. With one thought, he summons a mental panel, forum chat, trading market, and a gray territory ranking that remains locked. Forum chat is bedlam. People curse the developers and demand an explanation. One parent nearly panicked when a kindergarten-aged son brandished a wolf skull. Another lord faces wolves with laborers, while someone else boasts about an elite 1-star griffin. A desperate player watches a bear outside weak defenses. Some users beg for a route home. One declares himself heaven's chosen protagonist. Richard ignores the noise and studies the pattern. Starts are random, but there are 20 billion participants. Even if only 1 in 1,000 receives spare lair cores, that still leaves tens of millions of possible suppliers. Richard checks his holdings: 2,000 gold, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, and 2,000 iron ore. Every rare resource reserve is empty. He could cheaply recruit all 14 available mummies now, but recruiting normal 3 stars before improving their lair would squander the Black Gold System's greatest advantage. Raiding purchases will appear directly inside a gifted 10 cubic meter storage space. Richard searches troop lair core listings. Some fortunate lords keep their extras, others exchange them for resources. Opening prices swing from a few hundred units to several thousand. After comparing the volatile offers, Richard buys 1 normal core for 400 units of wood. Now Richard turns market value into military value. He directs the normal core through the Black Gold System and initiates the upgrade. The ancient pyramid responds, its rugged stone mass rising above its former 3-meter height. It stops only at 4 meters. The system confirms success. The mummy pyramid is now elite 3-star. Victory comes with a steeper road ahead. Reaching rare 1-star will consume 10 elite troop lair cores, and 10 ordinary cores combine into only 1 elite core. Worse, the newly upgraded lair cannot advance again for 7 days. Richard has secured an elite 3-star foundation, but the system will not let him race upward without limits. The black gold system falls silent, leaving Richard beside his newly upgraded pyramid. He cannot contain his laughter, yet the next step is far steeper. Rare 1-star demands 10 elite layers or enough normal cores to synthesize 100. His friend's 7-day cooldown also remains firmly in place. Richard opens the Great Pyramids panel. The elite 3-star layer can recruit 14 bandaged mummies of the same grade and produce 7 more each week. One recruit now costs 40 gold, 40 wood, and 40 stone. The price has surged, but so has the quality. Richard wants to see what an elite 3-star soldier can do. He does not hesitate. Recruiting all 14 consumes 560 gold, 560 wood, and 560 stone, carving a visible chunk from his reserves. Then gray light pours from the pyramid, and haze spreads across its rugged stone. Stone cracks inside the gray veil. One after another, 14 bandage-wrapped figures emerge from the Great Pyramid and gather before Richard. His first army is no longer a promise on a panel. It is an elite 3-star formation waiting for its lord's command. Richard inspects the formation. The mummy's fetter rewards numbers. More than 10 grants every mummy 10% additional strength, more than 30 grants 20%, and more than 50 grants 30%. Their plague infection and negative effects can also intensify. With 14 soldiers, Richard has already crossed the first threshold. Soldiers are strong, but Richard has another advantage. His C-rank growth talent, Desert Lord, lets him predict sandstorms and permanently bestow a D-rank desertification ability on subordinates. His opening luck can rival players who received superior layers because every soldier he commands can still be improved by his own hand. Richard extends his right hand. Yellow sand light blooms from his palm and rolls across all 14 mummies at once. The system answers immediately. Under their lord's blessing, every bandaged mummy has acquired a new permanent skill, D-rank sand transformation. Details make Richard laugh again. For 5 minutes, sand transformation cuts physical damage by 99%. Injured mummies can devour yellow sand to recover, though the skill then needs 2 hours to cool down. In almost any other land, that healing condition might be restrictive. Here, the desert itself is their supply. Richard's military triumph is interrupted by people gathering nearby. An old man leads the frightened residents, but their words initially carry no meaning for Richard. Then understanding arrives all at once. The speech is the mainland's common language, and he has mastered it instantly, a beginner's benefit that finally lets Lord and people speak directly. Residents suddenly recover from their hesitation. Led by the old man, they rush to their knees as if terrified of being last. Their uneven voices rise together. "Welcome, Lord." Before Richard can answer, the system recognizes the moment. He has officially taken over the territory, and its full panel is now open to him. With his takeover confirmed, Richard opens Twilight City's full territory panel. The proud name disguises a tiny level 1 village. Reaching the next level will cost 2,000 each of gold, stone, wood, and iron. A daunting first benchmark for a lord who has only just arrived. The inventory is short. 1 basic mansion, 10 residences, a blacksmith shop, and a barracks. There is no special building and room for only 10 more spaces. Twilight City holds 100 people, but its usable stores are merely 1,440 gold, wood, and stone, plus 2,000 iron ore. Shortages are sharper than the totals suggest. Twilight City has no mercury, sulfur, crystal, gemstones, or occupied resource points. Yet yellow sand land offers a powerful desert advantage. Richard's people cannot become lost, and their stamina consumption falls by 30%. Practical, but the village is still painfully vulnerable. At least his military foundation is exceptional. The upgraded Great Pyramid and all 14 elite 3-star bandaged mummies are properly recorded. But there is no hero, and the system's verdict is merciless. This territory is so small that a powerful creature might destroy it with a sneeze. Richard has been absorbed in information only he can see. To the kneeling residents, however, their new lord has simply stared in silence. Cold sweat gathers as their unease mounts. At last, the wrinkled old leader half raises his head and ventures one weak, frightened word. "Lord." Richard realizes what his silence has done. He coughs lightly, then uses the continent's common language he only just mastered. "Rise, my people." He names the settlement plainly. Twilight City is his territory, but it is also their home. They have no reason to remain so afraid. Richard speaks loudly enough for all 100 residents to hear. In his name, he formally accepts them into Twilight City. Their former work, status, and experiences belong to the past. He will pursue none of it. From this moment forward, their only identity is simple and equal: residents of Twilight City. And Richard gives them the name they must remember. As their lord, he will fight for their safety no matter how dangerous the outside world becomes. Even if the world itself loses its light, he promises to lead them through the long night. His gaze never wavers. Change is immediate. Nervousness drains from the crowd, and the way they look at Richard becomes something new: respect. The system calls his speech extremely charming and raises his leadership comprehension by 20%. Richard's expression flickers. A speech can improve leadership. Apparently, even this works. Posed again, Richard asks the old leader where everyone is staying. Karu's wrinkled face is far more relaxed now. Excitedly, he points 50 meters from the mansion, where 10 rough two-story yellow houses stand in a row, the residents' basic homes, built in the blunt style of the desert. System identifies each resident house as a basic building occupying one precious space. Improving even one demands 500 stone and 500 wood. With only 1,440 of each material in storage, Richard cannot treat better housing as a trivial expense. Every improvement will compete with the village's larger growth. Public records from Shining Era supply the answer. Wood, stone, and other materials come from wilderness resource points, ranked miniature through very large by their reserves. Each is guarded, so occupation requires battle. New sites periodically appear, preventing permanent exhaustion. Richard's next need is obvious: learn what the residents have found nearby. Karu answers the question Richard carried out of his housing inspection. While searching for food, the residents found 3 resource points: a logging field, a quarry, and what might be an iron mine. They kept their distance, so even the mine's identity remains uncertain, but the report immediately sharpens Richard's attention. In Shining Era, resources are not decorative numbers. They buy troop layers and food, recruit soldiers, and raise a territory's level. Richard's priorities lock into place: occupy nearby sites, secure their output, and strengthen Twilight City before the struggle among races reaches his doorstep. There's no room for complacency. 20 billion players have entered a world already crowded with native peoples, while countless planes lie beyond the main one. Demons, angels, dragons, and titans are not myths here. Against that scale, Richard's tiny desert village survives only if he builds momentum now. Richard asks whether Karu has a map and receives one immediately. It is only a simple charcoal drawing, but several key points are marked. Then the system offers an unexpected advantage: synchronize the rough map. Richard accepts, and its dots appear inside a much larger system map still buried beneath fog. Richard praises the older man, then admits he still does not know his name. The answer comes with visible excitement: Karu, always at his lord's command. Richard had already recognized him as the resident's leader. The system now adds precision, level 3 D-rank potential, and a D-rank internal affairs skill. Territory management begins with empty space. Each plot measures 10 meters by 10, but buildings consume different numbers of plots. More importantly, construction must leave the area an upgrade will later require. A structure squeezed into the wrong footprint may be impossible to improve, turning careless placement into a lasting development mistake. Footprints make the constraint concrete. The Lord's mansion occupies 30 spaces, each residence takes 1, the blacksmith shop needs 4, and the barracks uses 20. More territory levels will add space, and special treasures can expand it further. Until then, Richard must treat every open plot as scarce. Twilight City's arrangement is simple enough to read at a glance. The Lord's mansion stands in the center. 10 residences line the west side outside its gate, the blacksmith shop sits to the east, and the barracks occupies the rear. All 10 remaining empty spaces cluster around the blacksmith area. The blacksmith shop's open door does not mean it is active. Dust coats the interior, proof that the forge has sat unused for a long time. The neglect matters. Twilight City possesses a production building, but possessing a structure and turning it into working capacity are 2 different things. Beginner shop can forge farm tools and low-level weapons, and its special trait raises forging efficiency by 10%. Yet improvement costs 1,000 units each of iron ore, wood, and stone. Capacity runs from 2 workers to 10. Richard catches the immediate implication: at least 2 people are needed before the shop can operate. After inspecting his own starting position, Richard wants to know how everyone else is progressing. Opening forum chat feels like stepping back into the modern world. Messages pour past with familiar internet chaos, panic, bragging, crude fantasies, and jokes, except every absurd post now sits beside a genuine question of survival. Comedy cannot hide the pressure. One lord has 300 refugees begging to enter, and no way to feed them. Another has only 2 days of provisions left and wonders whether farming can possibly help in time. Even a lucky player boasting about recruiting a heroine only emphasizes how wildly different everyone's opening hand can be. One furious warning cuts through the chatter. A territory begins with a month of protection, but the moment its lord leaves, that period contracts to 7 days. Some players immediately swear they will remain inside for the full month. The choice is brutally clear: preserve safety or surrender 3 weeks of it to develop outside. Remaining posts complete the warning. An ogre wiped out 10 human swordsmen, leaving their lord without resources to recruit replacements. Orc troops can devour a warehouse in 1 meal. Undead avoid the food problem entirely, though their owners complain about less practical drawbacks. Beneath the chaos, Richard has gained a hard survey of survival beyond his village. Armed with the forum's warnings, Richard closes the chat instead of losing more time online. At noon, he leads all 14 bandaged mummies to Twilight City's edge. The level 1 village has no outer wall. Its paving stones simply stop, and beyond that sharp line, sunlit dunes stretch in every direction. Careful observation reveals a transparent dome, like an upside-down bowl enclosing Twilight City. Richard reaches out, and the system asks whether he intends to leave. The shield is an unbreakable product of the rules. Stay inside and it lasts a month. Cross it, and only 1 week remains. Frightened Lord could buy a month without danger by remaining inside. Richard sees the hidden cost. The opening stage is too precious to waste. 3 extra weeks of safety mean 3 weeks without resources or growth. He chooses development. Without hesitation, he steps through, and the shield offers no physical resistance. Richard turns toward the resource point synchronized onto his system map. The desert that threatens ordinary travelers favors his undead. The mummies recover stamina 50% faster here. He sends 4 ahead as scouts and keeps 10 around himself, advancing beneath the crushing heat without exposing the Lord at the center. 1 kilometer into the dunes, the 4 scouts grow visibly excited and signal back with their limbs. Their mouths are sealed beneath their bandages, so no report can be spoken. Richard reads the urgent gestures, wastes no time, and climbs the dune with his 10 guards to see what they found. 4 to 500 meters away, a tree-shaded forest sways in the sand. Its vivid green canopy and half-hidden wooden buildings look almost unreal against the wasteland. The system identifies a small logging field, 20,000 units in reserve, up to 2,100 per week, with room for 2 to 10 workers. Richard narrows his eyes and does the useful calculation. Maximum production means 300 units of wood every day. That is exactly the kind of steady income Twilight City needs. Interest becomes action, and he quickens the column toward the trees, until a terrifying roar tears out of the green canopy. 20 to 30 figures rush from the 5 to 6 meter trees. They are gnolls, jackal-headed monsters covered in thick gray hair with green light burning in their eyes. The numbers favor the pack, but Richard's elite undead do not retreat. The first gnoll crashes into the waiting mummy line. 1 gnoll bites into a mummy's arm and whips its head, trying to tear the limb apart. It has chosen an enemy that feels neither pain nor fear. The mummy does not recoil. Its clawed fingers, hardened and sharpened by 30%, drive straight into the gnoll's abdomen. Blood stains the mummy's bandages. The wounded gnoll howls as its skin turns faintly blue and its strength drains away. Corpse bandage reduces incoming physical damage by 30%, but its crueler effect travels through the wound. Plague weakens every stat by 20% and will kill an untreated victim over time. Gnoll's brutality outlasts its strength. It keeps clawing through a ruined abdomen, and the smell of blood ignites the rest of the pack. Green eyes turn scarlet. 7 or 8 gnolls crash onto the engaged mummy at once, burying it beneath snapping jaws and raking claws as its outer bandages tear. Swarm looks overwhelming only for an instant. The pinned soldier cannot be frightened or forced into surrender, and Richard's other mummies tear into the crowded gnolls. Claws punch through hearts and slash open throats. The pack's numerical advantage becomes a trap as plague, painlessness, and elite strength break its frenzy apart. Within 1 or 2 minutes, every gnoll is down and Richard's force remains intact. The system confirms his first small-scale victory and awards 34 experience points, raising his level 1 progress to 34 out of 100. Richard is delighted. Elite soldiers have crushed a much larger force, and the logging field is now his to occupy. Richard's excitement fades as he faces what victory left behind. Gnoll corpses, severed limbs, and blood stain the yellow sand. It is the first carnage he has ever witnessed. His face pales, but he refuses to look away. Gritting his teeth, he walks through it. Greater wars will come, and no one here will shelter him from them. System asks whether he wants to occupy the small logging field. Richard draws a steadying breath and confirms. The answer arrives at once, occupation successful. The site is now his, and lumberjacks can be sent here to produce wood. The news restores some color to his face. His first resource point is officially secured. Richard and his blood-stained mummies enter beneath trees 5 or 6 meters tall. Their canopy shuts out the desert glare, cooling the air. 7 or 8 trunks have already been felled. Beside them stands a small wooden hut, and inside Richard discovers more than 10 rusty axes. The place is neglected, but it needs workers, not rebuilding. At the next resource point, a warning flashes. Richard's army is under attack. Then he sees the weapons, thrown stones. The corner of his mouth twitches. If this is the quarry's field army, it hardly looks formidable. He keeps 2 mummies close as guards and sends the rest forward, ordering them to leave survivors if the enemy proves weak. Weak barrage means nothing to undead soldiers that ignore pain. A frightened scream rises from inside the quarry, then the site falls quiet. The system confirms a small victory over long-armed laborers and awards Richard 30 experience points. His progress climbs from 34 to 64 out of 100. Another fight or 2 could bring his first level. Richard enters the quarry and finds 7 or 8 bodies around a seated group of survivors. Their faces are ugly and fierce, with 4 canine teeth jutting past their lips. Their bodies are almost human, except for sturdy arms hanging beyond their knees. Intimidating as they look, the creatures sit helplessly beneath the mummy's cold guard. System identifies them as level 1 normal 1-star long-armed laborers. Their E-rank endurance lets them withstand brutal working conditions, and enough food restores their stamina quickly. They are unimpressive fighters, but nearly purpose-built for hard labor. Richard's order to spare them was right. 30 survivors become living workers under his jurisdiction. Richard encourages one of the new laborers, and the system answers with an unexpected reward. His words have raised his subordinates' ore mining efficiency by 20% for 3 days. Richard is delighted. If simple encouragement can produce measurable gains, then leadership itself is an economic tool, one he can use again whenever the effect expires. After searching the quarry and finding nothing else, Richard puts his new workforce to use. 7 remain to mine stone, with an appointed laborer placed in charge. 9 are directed to work at the captured logging field. The leader responds eagerly, carrying the same 20% efficiency effect. 13 laborers remain with Richard for the march onward. The expedition has captured 2 resource points, gathered their workers, and cost Richard nothing. For a moment, the gains are exhilarating. Then he remembers what those gains eat. 30 laborers mean 30 additional mouths, while Twilight City has only 3 days of grain left. Every new worker makes his territory stronger and brings its food deadline closer. Richard opens the trading market, searching for a solution. There is no food for sale. Only a few scattered items appear, their prices outrageous, and even those listings vanish almost immediately. He cannot simply purchase his way out. Logistics will restrict Twilight City's growth unless he secures a dependable food source before the remaining grain is consumed. Richard looks at the bandaged soldiers beside him with lingering relief. The laborers need food to work and recover, but the mummies consume nothing. If 14 elite soldiers also demanded grain, Twilight City might already be doomed. Their strength is more than claws and fearlessness. In a territory this close to starvation, freedom from supply is priceless. Last nearby resource point lies northeast, normally about half an hour from the quarry. Richard leads his mummies and 13 remaining laborers toward it. The workers' long arms suit mines and logging fields, not loose dunes. They struggle through the sand and slow the entire column. His new workforce is valuable, but even reaching the next opportunity now takes longer. At last, Richard's column climbs over a low dune and the northeastern resource point comes into view, the suspected iron mine. Before he can inspect or occupy it, projectiles streak from the defender's position toward the bandaged soldiers. The profitable expedition has found its 3rd battlefield. Richard's mummies take the opening attack, and the fight for the mine begins. The arrows strike, but the mine's defenders have chosen the wrong targets. A mummy only truly dies when its head is destroyed. All 14 bandaged undead answer with terrifying growls, accelerate through the barrage, and charge into the iron mine with arrows still jutting from their wrappings. Richard immediately orders all 13 laborers to follow the undead, then holds his own position. He has no weapon, and every mummy is stronger than he is. A lord's proper advantage is command. Leading the charge only gives the enemy's concentrated fire a valuable target. Mine is low, but its twisted terrain blocks Richard's view. He can only wait while the sounds of battle carry over the rock. 14 elite-level mummies and 13 laborers should overwhelm a small resource point. Minutes later, the system confirms it. The desert bandits have been annihilated. 36 experience points complete Richard's level increase. Warmth rises through his entire body like an impossibly thorough massage, sinking into muscle and bone. When it fades, power remains. He clenches one fist until the joints crack, feeling as though one punch could kill a calf. Leveling up is absurdly satisfying. Second prompt asks whether he wants to occupy the iron mine. Richard answers without hesitation, occupy it. The resource point passes under his control. Still buoyed by the level increase, he crosses the dry, hard ground and enters the mine his troops have just won. One laborer draws Richard's attention and guides him deeper. After several twists, the worker stops beside a narrow crack in the stone. Bronze light leaks from within. Richard focuses past him and finds a wooden box hidden in the cramped recess, a second reward waiting behind the conquered mine. System identifies an unlocked 1-star wooden box, then bluntly suggests it may contain junk. Richard almost admires the insult. Treasure chests range from 1 to 5 stars, with better ranks offering better odds. A box guarded by ordinary bandits was never likely to hold a masterpiece. Richard opens the lid. Bronze light flashes and a fist-sized pocket of coarse cloth appears inside. The system calls it a resource bag. Its contents are exact, 500 units of stone. The bag will destroy itself when opened, but that humble reward is already more useful than its appearance suggests. 500 resources can buy a troop lair. Whatever the chest's rude description promised, this is profit. Richard opens the bag. Light flares, the coarse cloth shatters into fragments, and 500 units of stone appear on his attribute panel. The disposable container is gone. The strategic resource is his. Several laborers watch him eagerly. Richard laughs, then points to the worker who found the chest. Good service deserves a visible reward. He appoints that laborer manager of the iron mine, responsible both for extracting its ore and supervising the other workers. The discovery has earned more than praise, it has earned authority. With 10 laborers left to work the occupied mine, Richard moves on with his 14 mummies and the 3 remaining workers. The desert soon presents another obstacle. 25 enormous wild beasts gathered ahead. He keeps his distance, yet their sheer size presses against him like a physical warning. System gives the beasts a name, desert wolves. They are level 3 with elite 3-star potential. These are not ordinary guards tied to a minor resource point. Each animal is a massive predator, and the pack holds a clear level advantage over Richard's current undead force. Their abilities explain the pressure. E-rank Pounce lets a wolf unleash explosive strength across distance in an instant. E-rank Bite turns its sharp teeth into piercing weapons. Worse, extreme agility is a racial talent, not a temporary trick. Richard is looking at enemies built to strike fast and evade retaliation. And the final entry makes the numbers worse. More than 10 wolves gain 5% strength and 10% agility. More than 20 gain 10% strength and 20% agility, and that stronger tier is active. There are 25 here. The pack is already receiving its full group enhancement as Richard weighs his next move. 25 level 3, elite 3-star desert wolves stand between Richard and his return. His 14 mummies share their potential but not their level, and the pack outnumbers them badly. Richard's pupils tighten. A frontal charge against enemies this fast would be a needless gamble. Risk does not mean surrender. Richard refuses to leave empty-handed and reopens the mummy's abilities in his mind. Body of death, corpse bandage, sharp claw tearing, and sand transformation. Most offer no answer to the wolves' agility. One of them might. Sand transformation reduces physical damage by 99%, and every mummy's use has recovered. Better still, enemies that strike the sand body are easily exposed to corpse bandage's plague. Richard remembers how brutally that combination worked against the gnolls. He stops trying to solve the wrong problem. The wolves do not need to be pinned down, they only need to be slowed. The plague reduces every attribute by 20%. If Richard can infect them before the true battle begins, their greatest advantage disappears. Richard turns to the nearest mummy and gives the order, use sand transformation and melt into the desert. A faint yellow glow runs over its blood-stained wrappings. Then the mummies lose their solid outlines and slip beneath the same sand supporting the resting wolves. The ground erupts, mummies claw upward into exposed bellies, and the desert explodes with agonized howls. 12 wolves bear sharp wounds across their abdomens. Only 2 are quick enough to evade the opening strike. Now the pack finally sees what has crawled out beneath it. The injured wolves do not retreat. They swarm the mummy with claws strong enough to tear apart a bison, but every strike sinks through its transformed body with a dry rustle. 25 simultaneous attacks carve through sand, and the sand closes again without a wound. Failed attacks carry Richard's real weapon. Wherever a wolf pierces a mummy's sand body, blue spreads across its skin within breaths. Corpse bandage's curse lowers every attribute by 20%. Across the pack, explosive speed and murderous pressure visibly drain away. Now the mummies attack in earnest. They know neither fear nor pain, and the cursed wolves can no longer dictate the pace. Claws trade against claws, but only one side pays for every injury. Richard's supposedly weaker troops enter a crazed, relentless killing rhythm. The cursed pack cannot recover its advantage. One after another, the wolves collapse beneath claws they can no longer evade, while their own attacks leave no lasting mark in sand. Richard's gamble ends with the desert battlefield covered in valuable carcasses. And Richard notices the catch. These enormous bodies could become desperately needed food, but every carcass is infected with a deadly plague. His victory has produced wealth he cannot safely touch, unless the creatures that spread the curse can also take it back. Richard asks whether it can remove the plague from the dead wolves. The mummy freezes, apparently as unfamiliar with the idea as he is. After a hesitant pause, it approaches one carcass and presses a wrapped hand directly against the wound. The blue curse stirs like something alive. It streams across the corpse toward the mummy's hand, and after more than 10 breaths, the last trace vanishes. The wolf's skin is normal again. Richard's eyes brighten with delighted disbelief. These mummies are treasure troves. With the blue plague safely drawn from the carcasses, Richard can finally appreciate what he has won. His mummies are strong, fearless, and indifferent to pain. Sand transformation even lets them strike from beneath an enemy's feet. In desert warfare, they are almost ideal. Their greatest advantage is quieter. They need no food or water and demand no supply train. Beside them, the 3 long-armed laborers look painfully unsuited to loose sand. Richard settles on a doctrine for Twilight City. Whenever possible, recruit soldiers the desert cannot starve. Richard orders every cleansed wolf brought back to Twilight City. The laborers cheer, but the scale of the job sobers them quickly. 3 can barely lift one carcass, so the mummies join in. Each beast weighs over 200 pounds, the largest exceed 300. When the convoy reaches the Lord's mansion, the settlement erupts. Residents pack together, rise onto their toes, and crane their necks over one another. They have never seen wolves this large. To a village surviving on only a few days of rations, the dead predators look like deliverance. Residents are more than mouths to feed. 15 out of the 100 assessed people possess basic lifestyle talents. The system ranks such professions through 6 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, special, master, and extraordinary. Even at the lowest tier, that ratio gives Richard a workable production core. Richard wastes no time. 5 blacksmiths are assigned to the blacksmith shop, ready for the iron mine to begin supplying metal. 5 tailors receive the wolves' hides and a practical challenge: determine how to use them well. Conquest is already becoming an economy. Richard then briefs Karu on the expedition's other gain. All 3 reported resource points are conquered, and 30 long-armed laborers now serve Twilight City. 7 remain at the quarry, 10 at the iron mine, and 10 at the logging field. The final 3 will carry food and water between them. Those supply routes are viable because Twilight City's protection changes desert travel. Richard's residents cannot become lost within the desert, and their stamina consumption falls by 20%. Karu accepts the arrangement at once. Soon, the 3 carriers depart with several residents, dry food, and water. Rest of Twilight City becomes a worksite. More than 30 strong residents, directed by 4 mummies, move the massive wolves to the settlement's only well. A large pot appears, water begins to boil, and the hungry village starts the exhausting work of turning carcasses into meals and preserved meat. Karu calculates the harvest with barely contained excitement. The system counts 1 kilogram as 1 food unit. The organs and bones alone can cover 3 days. About 4,000 units of meat can be dried for 20 more. Added to existing stores, Twilight City now has 25 days, perhaps a month if everyone saves. Richard silently tallies the expedition: 3 captured resource points, 30 new laborers, level 2 mummies, and enough food to break the immediate crisis. It is an extraordinary profit. Yet as the work continues around him, his attention settles on the modest well supplying every person in the village. Richard asks whether any other water exists nearby. Karu shakes his head. The settlers chose this place because they found the well, but its output is already tight for more than 100 people. Hesitating over the worst possibility, Karu warns that continued use may drain it completely. Food victory suddenly feels smaller. If provisions run short, Richard can hunt again. Without drinking water, everyone dies. And even if the well survives today, its primitive output cannot support a growing territory. He promises to find an answer and sends Karu to investigate whether anyone can help with a practical solution. And the player forum offers a sharper possibility. One furious lord complains about receiving a 1-star spring water resource treasure when rivers already surround his territory. Worse, 200 refugees have just arrived, and his food will be gone tomorrow. Richard's eyes light up. These ridiculous players really are valuable. Richard rereads the desperate lord's post, then opens the trading market. He searches for spring water, resource treasures, and every similar term he can think of. Nothing appears. At this stage, too few players can even open 3-star treasure chests, much less draw the exact treasure Twilight City needs. Richard returns to the post and gives himself a new name, Ching Q. Under that alias, he sends a private message asking whether the owner will sell the spring water fragment. The reply comes almost immediately. The man wants to know what resources Ching Q can offer. Richard claims that early resources are too precious for a generous offer, but mentions 1 hunted wolf. The seller scoffs, imagining an animal barely larger than a dog. Richard answers without arguing. He selects a medium carcass from the residents' work area and lists it for an impossible 100,000 gold coins. The inspection changes the seller's tone at once. This is an elite 3-star desert wolf, and Ching Q killed it. The seller admits that even elite 1-star wolves have trapped his own territory, curses his farmer troop lair, and eagerly asks what grade of troops Richard commands. Richard does not surrender that information. And a second prize enters the conversation, an olive seed resource treasure. Richard assumes both treasures came from 1 chest. The seller corrects him. 1 3-star chest yields 1 resource treasure, and somehow he has already opened 2. Richard can only stare. The man is militarily helpless, yet absurdly lucky. Seller asks for 30 wild wolves. Richard does not meet the number with a counteroffer. Instead, he attacks the treasure itself. For a desert lord, a crop that demands constant irrigation can become a trap. How many people could survive on the water consumed by those trees? Richard presses harder. The crop takes a full month to mature, demands care, and ties up development at the most dangerous stage of a new territory. More resource treasures will enter the market later, he argues, and their prices will fall. For now, he claims, the olive seed is almost useless to him. Privately, every objection is a mask. 1 month is not too slow, it is irresistible. If Richard acquires the seed, Twilight City gains a stable food source. Investment is unavoidable. But negotiation means hiding the trump card, and the seller has already announced that his people will soon have nothing to eat. Side with less need controls the exchange. Richard has wolf meat and time. The seller has 200 hungry newcomers and a promise he cannot keep. So Richard stops pushing. He leaves the man alone with the liabilities he just described and waits for desperation to do the bargaining for him. Outside, a far more immediate reward is waiting. Hundreds of residents stare into a huge pot of bubbling wolf meat. The smell nearly makes a child cry. Richard has not eaten all day either. Even their greetings are reluctant because every pair of eyes keeps drifting back toward dinner. Richard calls this first day in Twilight City worth remembering. From now on, they are his people, and everyone will share the settlement's glory and disgrace. Hope will come from their joint labor. One day, he promises, they will be proud of this beginning. Then he gives the order they truly want: eat. The organs and bones from more than 20 wolves give everyone a large bowl, with enough left for 2 more meals tomorrow. The seasoning is little more than salt, but after a day without food, Richard finds the meat magnificent. Around him, a hard first day ends with full stomachs instead of fear. After the meal, Richard returns to the mansion. He has no intention of exploring after dark. The desert night is too dangerous, and survival matters more than squeezing one more task from the day. Inside the hall, however, another part of lordship is waiting: 2 rosy-faced blonde girls, both 18. Girls explain that Karu sent them to serve him. Richard can only wonder whether his old administrator is testing his self-control. Whatever answer he gives himself, he accepts the household attention and settles in for the night. Meanwhile, the silent seller has already retreated from 30 wolves toward 20. At midnight, the seller insists that 20 wolves is his absolute floor. At 1 in the morning, pride gives way to pleading. His refugees will exhaust the food tonight, and he promised to solve the problem by tomorrow. At 2, he is reduced to asking Ching Qiu to answer whenever he wakes. At 6, the residents are waking, and the seller fears rebellion if no rice reaches the pot. At 7, he asks whether Richard is awake. At 8, the price collapses again. 15 wolves, immediate purchase, no more bargaining. Ching Qiu's silence has cut the demand in half. At 9, the seller says he is going to die. The hungry residents are demanding the food he promised, and they will leave today if it does not appear. If those broad, powerful refugees turn violent, his farmers and soldiers cannot stop them. The final message abandons every trace of bargaining. Big brother, save me. At 9 in the morning, Richard finally opens the seller's accumulated pleas. He does not know whether to laugh or sigh. The man who tried to fish for an outrageous price really did possess valuable treasures, but desperation has stripped away almost all his confidence. The trading market confirms the collapse. The olive seed now costs 2,000 units of food or 15 desert wolves. The spring water fragment has fallen to 500 food or 3 wolves. Even at those prices, nobody wants them. Food today matters more than possible prosperity tomorrow. Richard finds the seller loudly advertising both prizes from 3-star treasure chests. The 10 mu Russian olive seed supposedly yields a harvest every month, a cornerstone for desert hegemony. 3 spring water fragments can become a spring core, an obvious prize for any lord tormented by thirst. Replies are merciless. 2,000 units of scarce food for a future crop sounds insane. Worse, another desert lord points to the fatal clause: the olive seed needs sufficient irrigation. In a desert, anyone wealthy enough to supply that water scarcely needs this desperate sales pitch. Ching Qiu finally names a price: 800 units of desert wolf meat. The seller pushes back at once. He has asked around. Packs contain 7 or 8 large wolves, and only a few carcasses should yield at least 2,000 units. Such a feast could not be finished in one day. Seller assumes 800 is Richard's price for the olive seed alone. Richard corrects him. 800 buys both treasures. Outrage flashes through the chat. The seller calls him ruthless and vows he would rather die than accept. Richard answers with 3 calm words: hear me out. Richard turns one impossible payment into 3 manageable ones. 800 units now. Another 800 after half a month. A final 800 after 1 month. The seller pauses, stunned, then asks the obvious question: is the mighty Ching Qiu proposing payment by installments? Richard explains that 800 units of meat can keep the seller alive for now. It is meat, not grain, and Richard supposedly has hundreds of his own mouths to feed. If the offer is refused, 20 billion players exist. Someone else will eventually sell him comparable treasures. Bluff lands. The seller is waiting for food to reach the pot. If his refugees leave, his territory may fall into chaos. He hurriedly stops Richard from walking away and accepts. He has only one condition left: the deferred promise must be secured by a system contract. They sign through the system, locking the future payments into the exchange. The first 800 units of wolf meat answer the seller's immediate hunger crisis, while both resource treasures pass to Richard. The exhausting bargain is over. The real question is whether his purchases can actually serve Twilight City. Springwater treasure offers no immediate miracle. It is only a 1-star resource fragment, unusable until completed. 3 pieces are needed for a spring core, and Richard has only begun that collection. The prize he wanted most remains a promise rather than a flowing source of water. Russian olive seed is immediately more encouraging. Once Richard selects an area and places it at the center, olives will grow rapidly across 10 mu. With a harvest maturing every month, Twilight City could gain something more valuable than one lucky feast, a stable, repeating food supply. And the fatal limitation returns. The olive crop requires abundant irrigation. Twilight City's small well can barely meet the food and drink needs of hundreds of residents. It cannot sustain 10 mu of cultivation. Richard has purchased the foundation of stable food, but water still decides whether that foundation can be used. Richard refuses to treat the shortage as a dead end. A one-star fragment should not be impossibly rare. Even if 3-star chests are scarce, 20 billion players create hundreds of thousands of chances. With enough resources, he can post a bounty and turn that entire population into his search network. With his target fixed, Richard summons Karu. Today he will patrol around Twilight City for resource points and edible prey. Karu must organize the residents to clean the settlement and keep everyone inside. For this first week, the territory is absolutely protected. Not even a dragon can cross its boundary. With Karu's instructions settled, Richard packs his prepared food and water into system space. Then he opens the map. Twilight City needs resources, and wandering at random will waste daylight, so he chooses the western logging field as today's starting point. His broader plan is equally methodical. Begin in the west, then explore clockwise over the next several days. Decision made, Richard leaves the territory with all 14 mummies, turning yesterday's desperate survival into a deliberate survey of his domain. This is only Richard's second walk through the desert, yet his face is already calmer. Before the sun can burn the sand, the empty landscape feels lonely, vast, and majestic. With a route and a purpose, the group moves quickly. They soon pass the logging field. The long-armed laborers are already hard at work, confirming that yesterday's captured resource point is functioning. Richard does not pause. He uses it as his boundary marker and pushes beyond familiar ground. Less than 5 minutes later, a buzz cuts through the silence. Several yellow and black bees flash past Richard and vanish almost at once. Bees here? He turns in surprise, but they are too fast to follow, so he shakes it off and keeps moving. Not 10 minutes later, the lead mummy abruptly stops, retreats, and signals them back. In open desert, that reaction is warning enough. Richard first checks that nothing is charging them, then moves forward carefully to learn what the scout detected. Following the mummy's gesture, Richard climbs a dune roughly 10 meters high. He lowers his body before reaching the crest and peers over it, using the only available rise as cover against whatever waits on the other side. Beyond the crest, the bees are no longer alone. 3 squads of knack trolls occupy the area. The system identifies them as Level 4, elite 3-star troops built around defense, far stronger and tougher than the prey Richard's mummies have faced so far. And one entry changes the discovery completely. With more than 10 desert bee lairs, golden honey can be produced, and that honey can increase a knack troll's potential. Richard stares. These monsters truly grow by eating honey, and the bees may be a movable resource. Shining Era's force scale makes the imbalance plain. 10 soldiers form a squad, 10 squads a squadron, and 10 squadrons a legion. Richard has 14 mummies. The trolls have 3 full squads, superior potential, and armor his claws may not pierce. Discovery exposes a larger weakness. 14 elite mummies are powerful, but they are still Richard's entire army. Once he accumulates enough resources, he must construct a second troop lair. For now, he needs a method that risks none of these irreplaceable soldiers. Richard rereads Corpse Bandage. Physical damage is reduced by 30%, while direct contact spreads plague. Every infected target loses 20% of all attributes and will gradually die without treatment. Combined with sand transformation's near immunity to physical blows, that suggests a safer attack. Mummies sink beneath the yellow sand and close on the unsuspecting trolls without exposing solid bodies. They rise inside the formation, passing directly through their targets. Only then do the ferocious knack trolls wake, roar, and launch their counterattack. Sandbag-sized fists hammer down with enough force to crack the air. Yet every terrifying blow meets only slight resistance before passing through the mummies like sand. The troll's greatest advantage, overwhelming physical power, cannot finish a sand transformation body. That contact is precisely what Richard wanted. Blue discoloration spreads across the troll's rock-like skin, and their powerful aura drops. The plague has taken hold. Worse for them, weakness does not make them cautious. It only drives them into a more violent frenzy. All 3 squads swarm the 14 mummies in a storm of blows. The mummies retaliate with claws that once tore desert wolves apart, but here they scrape out only white marks. Even weakened, the troll's defense remains unbroken. Infection works, ordinary damage does not. Richard lets the exchange continue only until every troll is infected. After 2 minutes, the mummies melt fully into the sand and vanish. The knack trolls roar, punch craters into the ground, and fling yellow sand through the buzzing bees, but they cannot stop the retreat. After leaving the infected knack trolls behind, Richard does not relax. The failed attempt to pierce their stone-like defense has made him more careful, and the clockwise survey continues under tighter control. He doubles the active scouts from 4 to 8. They spread into 4 pairs across a fan, each pair 300 to 400 meters away, far enough to widen the search, close enough to be recalled at the first sign of trouble. The new formation proves its value almost immediately. A system chime warns Richard that one pair has been attacked by desert gnomes. The scouts obey his standing order. They do not engage, but turn and retreat at once. As the forces converge, Richard finally sees the attackers. They stand about 1.5 meters tall, carry dried wooden sticks, and have green skin mottled with desert yellow spots. Their crushed, uneven faces are even uglier than their weapons are threatening. The panel makes the mismatch almost insulting. Desert gnomes, level 2, ordinary 1 star. Their wah skill merely raises morale, while their racial talent openly declares that they bully the weak, fear the strong, and dread death. Even their fetter is designed for escape. Grease under the feet grants 20 or 30% more speed under its listed enemy number conditions. The description practically begs, "Don't come closer or I'll run." Richard does not know whether to laugh or cry. More than 4 gnome teams keep chasing the original pair, until Richard's recalled mummies appear together. Their furious shouting weakens. Their charge slows. Faced with a larger force, the creatures described as bullies of the weak suddenly remember exactly who they are. Their attempt to escape comes too late. Against the bandaged mummies, the supposedly impressive force shatters like paper. The survivors' bravado vanishes beneath the blood and panic, and a system prompt offers Richard the choice to accept their surrender. Richard's judgment is blunt. These creatures may be cowardly and nearly useless in battle, but they can still work or serve as cannon fodder. He accepts. One wave of his hand stops the mummies, and the surrounded gnomes finally dare to breathe. Richard approaches through the blood. It still earns a slight frown, but nothing more. After several battles, his mental endurance has changed qualitatively. The new world's violence no longer freezes him. He is adapting to it with frightening speed. Richard fixes a gnome with a stare. "Where did you come from? Why attack my troops?" The captive trembles and calls him Great Lord. Temple guards seized their territory and expelled them, it explains. The survivors were cornered, hungry, and desperate for food. Richard stares at them in disbelief. They needed food, so they attacked mummies, creatures that are neither meat nor vegetables. What could possibly have been going through their heads? The gnomes have no answer that makes the decision sound less ridiculous. The temple guards are the one useful part of the story. Richard's irritation turns to interest. Is there a dungeon nearby or some hidden quest? He asks about the temple, and every gnome begins shivering before anyone can answer. The captive calls it a very scary temple. Its voice breaks, the guards were terrifying, and all their tribesmen were killed. Richard cuts through the panic. He does not need another display of fear. He needs a location, enemy numbers, and strength. The answer is maddeningly vague. Their former territory lies half a sun away. Richard asks what that is supposed to mean, then demands how many guards there are and how strong they are. The gnomes cannot give him a reliable count. Incomplete intelligence does not erase the opportunity. Richard suspects a high-level field troop stronghold. If he can capture it, the rewards might be extraordinary. Excitement wins over irritation, and he orders the gnomes to guide the patrol there, quickly. The march continues under gnome guidance. Their fear of death proves unexpectedly useful. They know how to avoid every other field troop along the route. Richard ignores lesser discoveries now. The promise of the temple holds all his attention. Nearly 40 minutes later, the lead gnome stops. With unmistakable fear, it points toward a large mass of vegetation rising from the desert. "Great Lord, that temple is inside." Richard stares at the unexpected greenery, shocked by what has been hiding ahead. Beyond the vegetation that stopped Richard last chapter, the green canopy seems to have no end. In a desert where even a patch of grass is precious, an entire forest feels impossible. Gnome explains that a water source inside once sustained their people. The temple stands in the forest center, but the guide's voice falters when it mentions the guards. They are far too powerful. The gnomes timidly offer to stay outside. Richard answers their muttering with a hard glare. "Follow them in." The gnomes wilt at once. Bitter or not, none dares challenge the lord whose mummies already crushed their resistance. Richard does not intend to gamble his own life when he has soldiers for reconnaissance. He selects 5 fast gnomes and assigns 4 mummies to them. Their task is simple: find a safe route to the temple. The chosen 5 nearly break down. Richard gives them something better than reassurance. If they find the route, they may guard outside, and someone else will take the next mission. Compared with whatever unknown task might follow, this one suddenly seems survivable. Fast when survival demands it, the 5 gnomes lower their bodies and tiptoe into the bushes with 4 mummies behind them. Their exaggerated stealth is almost comical. Richard remains outside and waits. 20 minutes later, the bushes rustle. The returning gnomes are excited, and the lead mummy gives no danger signal. "Lord, we found a safe passage." Richard checks the 4 mummies before relaxing. Their silent judgment is worth 10 times the gnome's enthusiasm. Richard leads the expedition into unfamiliar growth. Twilight City's territorial blessing proves useful even here. Its residents do not become lost in the desert. His thoughts remain clear, with none of the confusion that might turn a hidden route into a trap. After 10 minutes, the lead mummy stops. The gnomes sense the same danger and clamp their mouths shut. Even their legs begin to tremble. Richard leaves 2 mummies to watch them, then advances beneath the protection of the others. Richard creeps forward for another 50 meters. Then he gently parts the bushes, and the cramped green passage opens without warning onto yellow grass. At the clearing's center rises an umbrella-crowned tree more than 20 meters tall, its enormous shadow swallowing the ground. Beneath that impossible tree stands the temple. 9 giant stone pillars guard its front, each carved with ancient divine patterns whose colors remain unnervingly vivid. Behind them, open doors breathe faint torchlight from an interior Richard cannot see. Mystery is guarded by raw force. 4 teams stand before the temple, 40 soldiers sealing the surrounding ground. Their black armor bears lions with human faces. Curved blades extend from straight hilts, and 2 colored ribbons hang from every pointed hat. Still concealed, Richard calls up the system. It provides one certainty: dark temple. Everything beneath the name is question marks. Whatever stands in that shadow is too mysterious, or too far beyond him for the panel to explain. Guards are more readable, and the answer is worse. Rare 3-star potential, level 8. At the beginning of Shining Era, either number would be alarming. Together, they turn 40 motionless sentries into a wall Richard's present force cannot casually test. Richard measures that strength against his bandaged mummies. They are elite 3-star now. One promotion would bring them to rare 3-star, another would reach rare 4-star. The path exists, but today the temple guards stand an entire major rank above them. Levels in Shining Era rise exponentially. According to the world's official background, even a god is only level 30. That makes level 8 monstrous this early. 40 guards are merely visible outside. If the hidden garrison is comparable, the temple may command more than a squadron, over 100 rare 3-star soldiers. What kind of power needs 100 rare 3-star soldiers to guard one temple? The danger should end the thought. Instead, Richard sees the other side of it. Anything protected this fiercely must be enormously valuable. If his army could ever take the Dark Temple, one victory might make him rich. The Dark Temple promises a fortune, but Richard finally tears his gaze away. 100 players could not take it, perhaps not 1,000 or even 10,000. However precious the reward may be, these guards will remain invincible for a long time. He raises one hand. Retreat. Desert gnomes rush forward when their lord returns, relief breaking across their ugly green faces. Richard permits no celebration here. He orders everyone away from the bushes, and only after the temple has vanished behind them does the tension leave his shoulders. Richard immediately searches for some lesser opportunity. Are there other buildings like the Dark Temple? No, only that temple. Other troops? The gnome's answer is worse. Every evening its guards leave their station and slaughter every living thing nearby. There are logging fields and other resource points, but all sit inside that killing range. They are also too far from Twilight City to defend efficiently. Richard discards the idea. It is already 2 in the afternoon, and another unfinished matter is waiting, the cursed knack trolls. This time Richard does not simply follow a gnome guide. He spreads the 14 mummies into a fan-shaped search and adds the surrendered gnomes to the formation. The broad sweep keeps yielding opportunities, including several more desert troop lairs along the winding return route. At sunset, Richard reaches the shrubs where he fought the knack trolls that morning. He leaves the prey-bearing gnomes well back, takes only the mummies, and circles downwind. Caution first. He climbs the dunes slowly, prepared to find 3 squads still capable of tearing his troops apart. Sight beyond the crest almost makes Richard laugh. The supposedly indestructible knack trolls lie scattered through the bushes. Their rock-like skin has turned an unmistakable blue. Again and again they push against the ground, but their arms buckle. The curse has drained every trace of strength. Richard opens the panel to verify the result. Knack troll level 3, elite 3-star with hard body and all-out heavy strike. Its status now matters more than every combat skill, near death, cursed. He checks the others. All 3 squads show exactly the same condition. The result is better than Richard hoped. Inwardly, he can only praise the mummy as an eternal god. Then he points toward the bushes and gives the practical order: end the knack trolls. The bandaged soldiers answer with hoarse, eager roars and stride down the sand. The trolls recognize the creatures responsible for their collapse. Rage tears from their throats. Huge hands brace against the earth, but hatred cannot replace strength. Every effort fails. The mummies close the remaining distance and finish the 3 squads that had been untouchable that morning. Head-on battle would have demanded at least twice as many mummies, even with sand transformation. Without that skill, perhaps 3 times the force still would not have been enough. Yet one brief clash and a patient return destroyed all 3 squads. Richard's conclusion is simple. The brain is the strongest weapon. Furious buzzing swells above the shrubs, loud enough to resemble an aircraft passing overhead. The desert bees wheel chaotically at the stranger's approach, but Richard's eyes brighten. Their troll protectors are gone. The entire colony is now part of his reward, and he is suddenly curious what desert honey tastes like. A flight path leads directly to another shrub. Hidden in its center is one hive, and a disturbingly dense living mass around it. Richard does not need to search twice. He opens the interface over the honeycomb, expecting a useful food source, and instead sees a classification that changes everything: special. The entries keep improving. A beginner queen can advance to intermediate and brew better quality honey. Even at its present stage, the hive guarantees at least 8 units every week. The system calls desert bees extremely rare, and Richard understands that this is not a one-time harvest. It is production. And Richard reads what the honey actually does. After consumption, it greatly accelerates recovery from exhaustion and injuries. His eyes light up. This is effectively an alchemy potion that grows naturally, week after week. Better still, the queen can advance, and the hive's growth can connect to the troop layer advantage only he possesses. Hive's value has one more layer. Richard realizes that desert bees can consume matching troop layers to level up. His surprise turns to delight. With his growth advantage, even this rare natural producer can become stronger. Curious about the cost, Richard searches the trading market. 3 useful listings appear. A normal 1-star giant ant layer for 400 gold, a normal 2-star sickle wasp layer for 500 wood, and a normal 1-star venom locust layer for 400 iron ore. Those prices were lower yesterday. The cheapest layers have climbed from 300 resources to 4 or 500, while powerful troops already demand thousands. More lords are exploring, earning income, and weakening the purchasing power of every resource they bring home. Richard does not need the strongest insect troops, so future price gaps may favor him. What he lacks is infrastructure. Once the springwater fragment can be completed, he can plant the Russian olive seeds beside it and place the bees in a flowering forest of their own. For now, Twilight City has nowhere suitable to keep the colony. The hive is only about 10 minutes away, so Richard refuses to rush. He leaves it in place until the water and forest are ready, then turns from the shrub toward the newly arrived desert gnomes and the road home. Territory's resource points have worked while Richard explored. The logging field normally yields 300 wood per day, but his encouragement raises efficiency by 20%, producing 360. The quarry contributes 240, and the iron mine another 360. Today's total is 960 resources. With production added, Richard's available resources now read: 1,440 gold coins, 1,900 wood, 2,280 stone, and 2,360 under the ledger's steel entry. The figures make the half-hour journey home a satisfying one. White-haired Karu has waited at the territory's edge. He welcomes his lord respectfully, announces that dinner is ready, and even suggests a hot bath. Richard has no answer for that level of attention. Inside, residents are still busy processing the expedition's prey. Richard asks how much food the prey will yield, but Karu apologizes. The residents cannot tell yet and will report when the work is finished. Then Richard notices the desert gnomes standing at a loss. He orders them housed in the barracks and places them under Karu's management. Richard leaves the remaining work to Karu and returns to the mansion with his mummies. Undead troops need no sleep, making them the best night watch he could ask for. Inside, 2 kitchen maids chosen by Karu have already prepared his dinner. The 2 attendants are striking enough that Richard's mouth twitches when he looks at them. Beyond the mansion, ordinary attraction is already stirring its own social current, but Richard notices none of it. He simply eats, letting the long expedition finally end. After dinner, Richard brings the resource figures back before him. Gold, wood, stone, steel, occupied production points, prey, troops, and the rare hive all belong to the same question now. What have his first 2 days truly earned, and which investment should come next? After dinner, Richard completes the reckoning he began. He has survived 2 days inside Shining Era, and those 2 days have paid well. More than 3,000 units of meat and roughly 500 units of basic food already sit in reserve. Today's prey should add thousands more. Food is only the first gain. Richard's real foundation is military, an elite 3-star Great Pyramid and 14 bandaged mummies whose strength becomes extraordinary when sand transformation is active. Beyond them, 3 occupied resource points now yield 8 to 900 resources per day. Altogether, Richard holds more than 7,000 resource units, not wealth, but an impressive second-day result. Exploration has added 2 future prizes as well: the strongly defended Dark Temple to the west and the extremely rare desert bee lair near the logging field. Neither can be fully exploited yet. His good mood cools when he examines the Great Pyramid's next step. Raising it from elite 3-star to rare 3-star demands 100 troop layers, about 40,000 resources at current prices. Even if he could pay, the 7-day upgrade cooldown still blocks him. That route is closed for now. Normal layer offers a better opening. 10 layers and roughly 4,000 resources can push it to elite tier. Richard opens the troop layer market with a new criterion. He does not need another copy of what he already has. He needs a branch that can exploit the desert and cover the mummy's weakness. Scorpion Warrior listing immediately tempts him. It produces a level 1 normal 3-star undead. Its F-rank undead body cuts physical damage by 15%, ignores plague and poison, and refuses death unless the head is removed. Even before its attack skills, the troop is stubbornly difficult to kill. And come the weapons Richard has been missing. A poisonous scorpion tail can pierce armor and inject poison through the wound. Powerful iron pincers raise both sharpness and attack strength by 15%. The mummies can endure and curse. This creature is designed to break an enemy in direct combat. Its environment makes the choice even stronger. In desert combat, a scorpion warrior gains 30% strength. Field more than 10 and strength and poison rise another 10%, above 20, 20%, above 30, 30%. This is not merely one useful soldier. It is a formation that scales with Richard's territory. One final advantage removes Richard's hesitation. Scorpion warriors are dead creatures. They require none of the ordinary logistics of living troops. Durable, poisonous, desert-enhanced, and built for head-on attacks, they are the missing half of his force. An upgrade later would only magnify those strengths. Richard searches again. There is only one Scorpion Warrior lair on the market. He does not risk losing it. The purchase consumes 3,000 units of iron ore, forcing him to exchange several hundred units of his other resources to cover the shortfall. Then the listing vanishes. The lair is his. Purchase leaves Richard resource poor, but not without leverage. Food is desperately valuable in the current market. If he sold the entire reserve, the return could theoretically raise both the mummy pyramid and his new scorpion lair to rare tier, ignoring the 7-day cooldown. Survival stock has become the price of an army. Selling the entire reserve sounds powerful only on paper. Twilight City must feed hundreds of residents, plus 30 long-armed laborers and 20 desert gnomes. In this desert, every person consumes at least 2 food units a day. The warehouse holds barely more than 10 days of security. That weakness determines Richard's next strategy. For now, hunting offers more than occupying resource points. It can replenish food while producing immediate gains. He takes only 200 food units to market and receives 8,000 resources, 2,000 each in gold, wood, stone, and iron. Richard returns to the mansion grounds and places the Scorpion troop lair beside the Great Pyramid. Construction consumes 1,600 resources. The compact lair swells like a balloon, becoming a 3-meter mud house painted ancient yellow, with a thick hay roof and a human-faced scorpion emblem. Richard develops the new branch to Elite 3-star and opens recruitment. 14 Scorpion Warriors are available, each costing 40 gold coins. He recruits everyone. Energy begins gathering inside the human-faced reliefs embedded in the lair walls. When the energy peaks, a relief suddenly opens its eyes. It steps forward, tears free of the wall, and lands steadily on the ground. The recruitment feels less like manufacturing a soldier and more like watching a creature walk out of an ancient myth. Warrior stands 2 meters tall, a human upper body fused to a venomous scorpion lower half. Its muscles look forged from steel. A spear-sharp tail curves overhead, while its arms end in iron pincers whose closed tips form butcher-like hooks. Richard opens the panel. The Scorpion Warrior is level 1 with Elite 3-star potential. Its F-rank body of the undead cuts physical damage by 30% and ignores pestilence and poison. Like the mummies, it will not die unless its head is severed. Its offense is even better. The F-rank poisonous scorpion tail pierces armor and injects poison. The E-rank powerful iron pincers increase both sharpness and strength by 30% during an attack. Open or closed, those hooked claws remain deadly. Desert itself strengthens the race, and its fetters reward massed formations. Bonuses rise as the group passes 10, 20, and 30 warriors. Richard already has 14, enough to activate the first threshold. This branch is built to become more dangerous as Twilight City's army grows. Richard is not finished. He extends his desert blessing across all 14 warriors. Light washes over the formation, and desertification appears on every panel. Their brutal attack power is now paired with 99% physical damage immunity. Richard cannot suppress his excitement. Against trolls like the last ones, they can fight head-on. Twilight City now commands 2 Elite 3-star branches and 28 troops. 14 bandaged mummies weaken enemies with curses and can kill through attrition. 14 Scorpion Warriors bring poison, iron pincers, and the power to meet an enemy directly. On only the 2nd day in this world, Richard's future suddenly looks bright. With 14 Scorpion Warriors and 14 bandaged mummies now guarding Twilight City together, Richard returns to the hall. 2 days have passed since the Lords entered this world. Curious how the others are surviving, he opens the forum chat. Reports are chaotic. One Lord lost every recruited soldier after meeting an Elite 3-star monster at a small logging field. Another saw an indigenous caravan hauling resources with rare-level earth dragons. A third was offered trade, then dismissed because his territory had nothing unique to sell. Loudest problem is hunger. One lord has more than 300 residents and cannot feed them. Another begs for a loan and promises to repay tenfold someday. Hundreds of mouths open every morning, and most territories have no reliable answer. Some lords have already destroyed themselves. One sacrificed half his population to seize an elite desert troop lair, only for the survivors to flee. Another starved his residents for a single day and faced rebellion. Military gains mean little if a lord consumes the territory to obtain them. Richard cannot depend on personally finding every treasure he needs. He will buy the spring water fragments from other players. Their owners see an incomplete water treasure as nearly useless. To Twilight City, however, water is the key that can unlock its next stage of growth. With water, Richard can plant 10 mu of Russian olive seeds. That matters far more than one harvest. Hunting may feed a small settlement, but it is dangerous and unstable. At 3,000 or 4,000 residents, let alone tens of thousands, Twilight City must farm or stop growing. Richard summons Karu and asks for the numbers before the old administrator can even bow. Today's prey adds 1,300 units of meat to the 3,200 in storage. 4,500 total, plus 500 coarse wheat. That feeds Twilight City for half a month, or 20 careful days. Half a month's food is nowhere near a safe reserve. One failed hunt or new crisis could expose the entire territory. Yet the beginning of this world is also when rare opportunities matter most. Richard refuses both extremes. He will protect basic consumption and invest only the surplus he can risk. Richard posts 2 purchase messages for the spring water treasure pieces he still needs. Each offer carries 1,000 units of meat. To him, the cost buys water, 10 mu of crops, and a future beyond hunting. To the starving market, the numbers look almost absurd. Forum erupts. 1,000 units could give another territory 10 days of meat soup, yet Ching-Q has offered that amount twice for fragments most players consider trash. They call him generous, wealthy, a tycoon, and demand to know how anyone has so much food this early. Richard goes to sleep after posting his 2 offers, unaware that the market is still boiling. Food is every novice lord's first crisis. Hunting can feed a territory, but every meal demands another dangerous trip into an unfamiliar world. Next morning, Richard washes, eats breakfast in the hall, and opens the forum chat. 2 private notices appear. One confirms a spring water fragment. The other confirms that the spring water treasure he sought has been purchased. For Karu, the choice is obvious. Hunting may bring good returns, but it is unstable and dangerous. Farming takes patience, yet its harvest can be relied upon. Richard immediately orders him to search the surrounding land for a planting site. Richard adds one crucial condition. Twilight City will expand quickly, so the field cannot crowd the settlement. But it cannot lie beyond help either. If danger reaches the crop, his people must be able to respond in time. Karu spreads the news. Their lord has obtained an acre of God-given seeds, a miracle crop that ripens every month. Hope races through Twilight City. Residents volunteer at once, and in less than an hour they present Richard with 5 possible sites. Richard compares their rough map with the system map, then taps the logging field. It lies about 1.5 kilometers from Twilight City. Its terrain is even, and the rare desert bees are nearby. The future forest will begin there. Richard calls the residents and leads them out. At the logging field, the value of his choice is tangible. The desert bees are only 10 minutes away and can be moved into the future forest later. Then Richard tells everyone to wait. Hundreds of meters ahead, Richard kneels and buries the Russian olive seeds in yellow sand. He pours out a pot of water, darkening the ground, stores the pot, and turns back. On his very first step, roots and green leaves burst upward. That first patch of green becomes a wave. Dozens of buds break through around it, and every step Richard takes calls up another stretch of leaves. Beneath them, loose yellow sand condenses into soil. Hope is physically crossing the desert behind him. By the time Richard reaches the logging site, it is already a lush Russian olive forest. Trees stand half a man's height and keep climbing. The residents stare at Richard with burning, fervent eyes, as if a god of life has descended into their desert. Young trees are still rising when a system chime confirms Richard's success. 1 acre of Russian olives has been planted. It will ripen once every month, but only if he maintains enough water for irrigation. Looking across the lush new forest, Richard sees the future of Twilight City. Richard already has the answer. Under the residents' heated gazes, he takes out the crystal-like spring water fragment and places it at the forest entrance. The treasure melts straight into the ground. A few breaths later, the sand swells and a deep gurgle rises beneath everyone's feet. Water bursts from the yellow sand in a column several meters high. Sunlight fractures through the falling spray, hanging a 7-colored rainbow over the desert. For one stunned heartbeat, the crowd is silent. Then voices erupt from every side. There is water, real water, here. The desert tries to swallow the miracle. Water spreads in branching spiderweb traces, then disappears into the dry sand. But the flow does not stop. Once the ground beneath it is saturated, clear channels begin reaching the olive trees. The spectacle has become irrigation. Richard turns from the flowing water with a dazzling smile. He does not let the moment remain merely a trick of magic. He gives it a future. Twilight City, he declares, will become an oasis in the desert, an oasis of hope, and all his people will witness that miracle together. Nearby bee colony presents a less ceremonial problem. Tearing into its hive without its acceptance would invite a swarm of stings. Richard has prepared for that too. He trades 200 units of fresh meat for 8,000 units of supplies, then spends 5,000 on 10 normal insect troop layers. System asks whether he will consume all 10 layers. Richard confirms. Everyone shatters into fluorescent light and the streams pour into the honeycomb. After several breaths, the hive swallows the glow. Bees surge out, but instead of attacking, they circle Richard with unmistakable affection. The transformed desert beehive is now special level. Its queen remains rare, the colony is still small, and the minimum yield is 10 units of better quality honey every week. If the queen reaches advanced level, the product improves again. Even at this stage, the hive is an extremely rare asset. Honey's effects make Richard laugh aloud. It greatly accelerates stamina and injury recovery, and the upgrade has added a smaller recovery boost for magic power. He parts the leaves and breaks off a sealed piece of comb. Its fragrance reaches him immediately, 10 times stronger than any honey he remembers. Next step will not be cheap. Another upgrade now demands either 10 elite troop hives or 100 normal ones, and the 7-day cooldown still applies. Richard cannot repeat today's leap immediately, yet the restriction only gives shape to his next investment. It does not diminish what he has secured. Unable to contain his excitement, Richard collects the honeycomb with an empty bucket and carries the colony to the center of the Russian olive forest. He sets it there temporarily, then calls Karu over. His order is simple and urgent. Have the carpenters build the desert bees a giant hive. Richard's order receives absolute priority. In less than an hour, carpenters arrive carrying a specially made giant beehive. Richard installs the original colony inside it. He leaves 2 sealed pieces of honey as food for the bees, stores roughly 10 units for himself, and watches the colony settle. Now the spring feeds the trees will provide blossoms, and the bees guarantee at least 10 units of exceptional honey each week. Production should rise when the olives bloom. Richard looks over the water, forest, and hive with satisfaction. With more colonies, desert honey could become Twilight City's specialty, and an industry that earns while he sleeps. Richard has never raised bees, yet the rules of Shining Era supply a useful certainty. When a desert bee colony grows crowded, it produces a new queen. That queen leaves with part of the swarm and establishes another lair. At 10 units of honey a week, growth should not be slow. A second and third colony could make an enormous difference to Twilight City, especially when the honey's unforgettable flavor accompanies its effects. By noon, bees hum over green olives while spring water crosses what was recently bare yellow sand. After lunch, Richard leaves instead of lingering over his success. Nearly 3 squads march north with him. Today's purpose is hunting. Food prices remain so tempting that enough fresh meat might buy more treasures capable of transforming Twilight City. Yesterday's experience has already refined Richard's method. 4 bandaged mummies and 4 scorpion warriors remain close enough to protect him. The other 2 teams spread wide across the sand, turning mobility and long sight lines into a larger search net. The method pays off in less than 10 minutes. 200 meters ahead, a scorpion warrior group signals that it has found enemies. Richard reacts without hesitation. He recalls the scattered troops, gathers the main force, and advances only after restoring control of his formation. Source of the alarm is a caravan under siege. More than a squadron of desert bandits surrounds a carriage. Mounted attackers press the blockade while crossbowmen and archers suppress it from the rear. The defenders have left bodies in the sand, yet still cannot force a path out. Richard checks the raiders first and almost laughs. Their fetters are built around robbery itself. Using the right hand while robbing raises every attribute by 10%. Using the left raises speed by 20%. They are quite literally specialized robbery-for-hire troops. Caravan's side is more impressive, but painfully small. Only 14 elite soldiers remain. Its level 5 rare human warriors and swordsmen receive 15% strength increases, while its level 5 rare archers gain 15% agility. Quality and equipment are the only reasons they have endured this long. And Richard notices the man directing the defense. Middle-aged, short, big-bellied, and dressed in a luxurious robe. His name is Onyx. He is a level 5 merchant hero with C potential, and his skill list immediately makes him more valuable than his comic silhouette suggests. Negotiation, intimidation, diplomacy, trade, observation, information gathering. Onyx's abilities are a catalog of everything an isolated territory lacks. He can judge goods accurately and learn other races' knowledge. Better still, cooperation with the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce brings 20% additional profit. That decides it. Richard has found more than strangers in danger. He has found a possible bridge between Twilight City and the wider world. He keeps his protective mummies close and sends the scorpion warriors into the bandits' exposed side. Bandit cavalry turns to meet them, trusting horses' speed and numbers. The two charges cross the final distance in an instant. Steel rings once. Then blood erupts, and the first riders are cut into pieces and flung across the sand by their own momentum. Mounts fare no better. An open pincer is a killing machine. Closed, its forward-curving hook tears through a desert horse's side. Flesh opens, bone breaks, and the animal crashes down. The undead warrior neither hesitates nor shows mercy. More bandits surge in, hoping mass and mounted momentum can crush the terrifying newcomers. The scorpion warriors answer with something worse than resistance. Fearless and increasingly excited, they launch a countercharge directly into the larger force. One rider attacks from the side, his scimitar flashing in the sun. The scorpion warrior never turns. Its curved tail snaps backward like lightning and pierces the bandit's chest before he can dodge. Richard's intervention has become a slaughter, but the caravan battle is not finished yet. The countercharge does not slow. Within minutes, Richard's scorpion warriors erase 5 entire bandit teams. The bandaged mummies are powerful, but beside these swift, grinning killers, even they look slow. Sight revives Onyx's guards. Men who were moments from collapse squeeze out one last defense. Yet the bandits cannot abandon such tempting prey. Like gamblers staking their final chip, they keep attacking even as the scorpion warriors close behind them. Iron pincers become executioners' blades. The distracted bandits cannot resist the scorpion warriors, and fresh blood stains the sand. When only 2 small teams remain, courage finally breaks. Their disadvantage grants them 20% more speed, carrying them beyond pursuit in a few breaths. System confirms a small-scale victory. Richard's troops have annihilated the bandit group and earned 120 experience points. The reward pushes the scorpion warriors to level 2, bringing Richard's swift new killers level with his veteran mummies. Onyx approaches carefully and bows. The Phoenix-Tail Flower Chamber of Commerce, he promises, will remember this friendship. Richard answers with equal formality. He is Richard, Lord of Twilight City. Even after hearing the name, the short, big-bellied merchant bows once more. Richard asks where Solon City is and how far away it lies. Onyx straightens his enormous belly and explains that Solon stands at the desert's edge. More importantly, it is one of the largest cities in a region Richard finally hears named, the Deadly Desert. Onyx suddenly stares. A lord who does not know Solon City must have been chosen by the gods and brought from another world. He invokes the god of merchants, thrilled to meet a god-blessed lord in the deep desert. Richard recognizes the standard player background immediately. Name changes Richard's sense of scale. Shining Era contains dozens of deserts, but only the deadly, lost, and endless deserts stand among the largest and most famous. The Deadly Desert occupies the main plains center. Even under ideal conditions, crossing it takes 5 to 6 months. Richard confirms that he is such a lord, then asks why that should be so astonishing. Onyx answers as if it were obvious. Being chosen by the gods is excitement enough. Richard's mouth twitches. If Onyx knew there were 20 billion so-called god-blessed lords, the wonder might fade. Richard returns to the question of distance. Onyx's excitement falls away as he explains how far the survivors are from safety and how a sandstorm scattered their caravan deep in the desert. Richard recognizes the miracle plainly. This battered fragment was fortunate to survive at all. Onyx cannot know how many members of the scattered caravan remain alive, so his group will return directly to Solon City. First, however, he looks at Richard with naked hope. May they visit Twilight City, rest, and replenish their water before attempting the journey. Afraid Richard may refuse, Onyx quickly offers payment, the chamber's gratitude, and the possibility of future trade. The system answers before Richard does. The Phoenix-Tail Flower Chamber of Commerce now regards him as friendly and has applied to inspect his territory for new business relations. System's friendly trade notification leaves Richard silent, but not suspicious. The trading market reaches other players. The natives still dominate Shining Era itself. To Richard, that makes them an untouched gold mine, and a relationship with the famous Phoenix-Tail Flower Chamber of Commerce could be priceless. Onyx cannot hear that calculation. He only sees a strange lord who may never have heard of the chamber, surrounded by undead strong enough to tear horses apart. Richard could kill every survivor with one order, and the vast desert would conceal what happened. Onyx grits his teeth and produces the one treasure his party saved from the sandstorm. He offers it in gratitude for his life, insisting Twilight City needs it. His guards visibly hesitate, but one glance at the scorpion warriors silences every objection. The appraisal stops Richard cold. This is a special-level blueprint for a hero's altar. Once built, the altar can resurrect a hero after death. For a lord whose future will depend on irreplaceable champions, that function makes the blueprint an extraordinary strategic treasure. And comes the cost, 10,000 each of gold, wood, stone, and iron, plus 500 each of crystal, gemstones, mercury, and sulfur. Richard owns none of those rare resources, and no hero to revive. He suppresses his excitement and stores the blueprint for the future. Richard pats the short, big-bellied merchant's shoulder and praises his welcome gift. Twilight City needs friends, he says, and trade with the outside world. Onyx and his men may rest there under Richard's protection. In his territory, he boasts, not even a dragon could harm them. With the blueprint secured, Richard abandons further exploration for the moment. Mummies and scorpion warriors help push the surviving carriage toward Twilight City. Richard brings Onyx and the remaining guards with him and promises that the bodies of their fallen companions will be buried. Richard's quick return surprises Karu. Then the older administrator notices the eye-catching symbol on the carriage and immediately names the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce. Onyx relaxes again. Someone here understands the chamber's reputation, which means these hosts are less likely to treat its people carelessly. Once they are settled, Onyx offers another piece of value. While hiding from the bandits, his party accidentally found a one-way portal. They never dared explore it and have no idea what waits beyond. In their present condition, Onyx admits they have lost the chance. Onyx spreads an ancient map across the table and points to a door marked roughly 2 hours from Twilight City. Its images flow like moving pictures. The system identifies a special-level magic map. It records every area its bearer travels through and shows the bearer's current position. Richard's interest alarms Onyx again. The magic map is a forbidden chamber item and must not be leaked. Richard waves the concern away. The gods already gave lords a better map. Once the system finishes sharing the route, he places the ancient map back in Onyx's hands. Richard tells Onyx and his guards to remain in Twilight City for several days and recover before leaving. Onyx gratefully offers the caravan's help if needed. After the final courtesies, Richard takes his undead back into the desert. The unknown portal is only 2 hours away. Richard has left Twilight City to investigate the portal, while Onyx and his surviving guards recover inside the Lord's mansion. Once they are alone, the guards finally voice what has been troubling them. Why repay a rescue with the precious hero's altar blueprint they fought so hard to preserve? Onyx answers with a question. Who saved them? Richard did. If Richard had ordered an attack while they were helpless, they might all be dead. The chamber's first rule in the desert is simple. Life comes first. A weak caravan cannot risk even a 30% chance of annihilation for one blueprint. His voice drops. 15 years ago, Onyx followed the commercially important young master Oko on a delivery. A storm scattered their caravan just as today's storm had. When the survivors escaped the wind, desert bandits closed around them. Oko refused to surrender and chose to fight for the cargo. Oko fought and died. His death did more than end one life. The chamber's planned negotiations with a powerful empire collapsed. Competitors seized the opening, and the losses became immeasurable. That failure taught Onyx what the blueprint cannot replace. So long as people survive, they can recover. The dead create no future. Grim lesson gives way to Twilight City's hospitality. Karu arrives with 2 attendants carrying covered trays. Onyx rises and thanks him with practiced merchant courtesy, but barely glances at the offering. He has traveled too widely and seen too much to expect a small desert settlement to surprise him. Karu signals for the covers to be removed. A strange, irresistible fragrance floods the room at once. Onyx and every guard swallow so loudly that nobody can pretend it did not happen. Their faces redden. 1 second of aroma has demolished the composure of merchants who thought Twilight City had nothing worth noticing. Onyx steps closer. Inside a plain gray bowl rests something crystal clear and faintly golden, so beautiful the humble container suddenly seems precious. He asks if it is honey. Karu smiles with pride. It is a specialty Richard brought to Twilight City, exceedingly precious and available only in limited quantity. With Karu's permission, Onyx tastes the honey. The flavor alone feels like the pinnacle of the human world, but the next sensation matters even more. Energy surges back through his exhausted body. More than half his depleted strength returns in moments, and the injuries left by the caravan disaster visibly begin to heal. Onyx turns to share the revelation and finds his companions far beyond analysis. They are hugging their bowls and licking them clean with total concentration. The corner of his mouth twitches. A moment ago they were mourning a priceless blueprint. Now the chamber's dignified guards have surrendered to a few traces of honey. Onyx faces Karu again, all former nonchalance gone. His questions come quickly. How much honey remains, and how much can Twilight City produce each month? Then he invokes the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce itself and formally implores Karu to open trade. Richard's gift of hospitality has become Twilight City's first great commercial opening. Back in Twilight City, Onyx has just implored Karu to open a honey trade. Richard knows none of it. With the system map before him, he is already crossing the desert alongside his bandaged mummies and level 2 scorpion warriors, following Onyx's directions toward the unexplored one-way portal. A route crosses the site of the bandit battle. Residents drag away the captured mounts while the corpses remain piled nearby. Richard studies the bloody aftermath without flinching and tallies the real profit. 70 to 80 horses, Scorpion warriors raised to level 2, and the precious hero's altar blueprint. Horses can become food or be traded for spring fragments and olive seeds. Better still, Onyx brought the blueprint, a valuable commercial connection, and this portal lead. Richard decides the merchant is a lucky star worth treating well. Perhaps he jokes to himself, Onyx can even tell him where to find a dragon egg. Even with the portal as his target, Richard does not allow tunnel vision. He spreads both squads to search the surroundings as they advance. At last, the desert opens into a vast dead river channel. It is bone dry now, yet the scarred bed and towering stone walls still testify to the violence of the water that once passed through it. Getting down is another matter. Richard wonders how Onyx managed it, as loose stones make every step awkward, even for the tireless mummies. After more than 10 minutes of staggering progress, he freezes. Recessed into the cliff stands a 5-meter arch, its opening sealed by translucent light that ripples like disturbed water. Excitement surges, but Richard does not touch the unknown structure. Mummies and scorpion warriors sweep the surrounding stones and cliff recesses first. Only when they find no immediate threat does he approach. Beneath the ancient arch, the half-bright ripples tower over him, and for a moment the Lord of Twilight City feels very small. Richard opens the attribute panel. The structure is special level and truly one-way. It leads to a burnt village, but anyone who enters must finish the assigned mission before returning. The listed difficulty is only 1 star. Even the system's description offers no comfort. The destination could hold a dragon's treasury or a dinner in hell. Dungeon. Richard remembers the setting published for Shining Era. During the gods' final battle, the River of Time was broken, scattering fragments through countless planes. Places like this portal lead into those isolated shards. That makes the burnt village more than a ruin. It is a sealed opportunity, carrying history, danger, and rewards of its own. 1-star rating tempts him, but the word one-way decides the matter. Even if this is weaker than the Dark Temple's defenses, entering with his current force would be courting death. Richard sets a hard benchmark. He will return only after strengthening enough to kill at least an entire squadron of rare-level troops. He marks the portal on the system map and wastes no more time. Afternoon is already advancing. Twilight City is still 2 hours away, and the desert's danger rises sharply after dark. Richard leads the squads back across the riverbed, choosing a safe return now so that he can claim the dungeon later. They have walked only minutes when an indescribable pressure crashes down from above. Richard feels as though a mountain 100,000 feet tall is collapsing onto him. A roar detonates across the dry channel. The ground seems to quake, the pressure multiplies, and sunlight vanishes beneath a shadow vast enough to cover the riverbed. Richard raises his head. Above him flies an enormous scaled creature with a wingspan beyond 20 meters. Its armor looks capable of turning a city-breaking crossbow, and its coldly gleaming claws seem able to tear down a wall. His pupils contract as the impossible word forms in his mind. A giant dragon. Then an even more dangerous thought follows. Is there a dragon lair nearby? The enormous creature flashes across the river valley and is already vanishing when Richard forces open its attribute panel. At last, the impossible silhouette receives a name, Desert Dragon. Its level is 15. Everything else is hidden. Potential skills, race talent, even its dragon fetter, all question marks. The only description calls it a top-tier desert predator whose breath cannot be resisted. Richard can manage just one response. Damn. In Shining Era, level 30 is God tier, and every 5 levels marks a brutal threshold. A level 8 temple guard could not even raise its head before this monster. Yet as the dragon disappears, fear turns into blazing desire. Richard swears he will catch one and ride it someday. Stimulated by that impossible goal, Richard quickens his return and reaches Twilight City before sunset. The instant he enters his territory, tension drains from him. Today brought a rescued caravan, food, the hero's altar blueprint, a dungeon map, and a level 15 dragon. He has earned a hot bath. Rest must wait. Onyx turns their successful tasting into a formal question. May the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce build a long-term partnership with Richard? Richard smiles. A chamber powerful enough to cross the desert of death is exactly the kind of partner Twilight City needs. Richard asks whether such a widely traveled merchant has ever encountered his desert crown honey. Onyx admits he has not, then repeats the unfamiliar name with interest. Richard nods as though the answer is obvious. The delicious honey now has a title worthy of nobility, Desert Crown. And Richard gives the name a history. He claims he found the honey in a secret chamber covered with ancient murals. Long ago, he says, a mighty emperor unified the deadly desert and treasured this honey like his own crown. Only the noblest could taste it. Therefore, Desert Crown. The story works almost too well. Onyx feels as if tasting Desert Crown has raised him beside a king, and he asks to see the emperor's elegant mural. Richard does not blush. He says Onyx arrived too late. The desert's last sandstorm erased every trace, and moves on before the merchant can answer. Richard now stresses that Desert Crown is extraordinarily rare and asks what the chamber would pay. The prestige story has created desire. Scarcity is meant to turn that desire into value. But Onyx is still a merchant, and he hesitates before attaching a number to something he has never seen sold. Onyx chooses evidence over flattery. Because Desert Crown has no outside precedent, he asks to take some back and let consumers evaluate it before setting a price. Richard smiles and signals to Karu, accepting a market test without weakening the luxury image he has just built. Karu returns carrying a tray with 2 glass bottles, crystal-clear honey visible inside. Richard places the first on the table. This one will travel with the chamber and face its consumers. Their judgment will determine what Desert Crown is actually worth. Richard lifts the second bottle and places it directly before Onyx. The hero's altar blueprint was offered as a mark of friendship. In return, Richard gives him Twilight City's most precious treasure. Onyx's lingering regret over the blueprint vanishes. Overjoyed, he thanks Richard for his generosity. Richard uses that goodwill carefully. When Onyx returns, he hopes the caravan will bring more blueprints for constructing the territory. Better still would be resource-producing treasures, including olive seeds. Honey has opened the root. Now Richard wants that root to feed Twilight City's growth. The promise of Desert Crown settles the negotiation. Onyx readily accepts Richard's conditions for future blueprints and resource treasures. To the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce, requests that could transform a young player's territory are almost trivial. The native powers have accumulated wealth across countless eras. Once Onyx retires, Richard returns to immediate business. Karu confirms that all 92 captured desert horses have been brought back, though the sheer number has kept anyone from processing them. Richard stops him. The horses already have other uses. Richard opens a private forum chat with Where's Your F*** seeking Italian cannon. He still owes the player 1,600 units of food from the olive seeds and springwater fragments, and Richard hates carrying debt. He selects 6 of the larger horses, completes the trade, and the binding contract vanishes. Recipient stares at the notice that 6 desert horses have arrived, then erupts in the chat. Ching-Q is rich again. Awesome. He admits he still has no stable food source and can only admire how Richard keeps producing thousands of units. Richard's reputation rises with every reliable trade. Debt cleared, Richard turns the rest of the windfall outward. His bounty information puts an extraordinary volume of horses and food before the player market. What others see as survival rations, he treats as leverage for rarer resources, the next step in converting one victory into Twilight City's long-term growth. Richard entrusts the physical handling of the horses to several residents and thanks them for the work. They answer almost fearfully. There is no hardship to complain about. Serving their lord is an honor. Richard accepts the reply with a nod and returns to the mansion. Lord's Forum detonates. Ching-Q is selling food again, and players calculate that more than 80 desert horses have moved at once. Did he dig out an entire wild horse lair? Is he some galloping horseman? Others decide that no ordinary desert territory could possibly produce such abundance. Desert lords answer the speculation bitterly. Water is inadequate. Food is inadequate. 2 hours outside can leave troops exhausted, and wild enemies only grow stronger. One player barely killed a dozen desert rats before fleeing more than 100 bandits. Against that hellish baseline, Ching-Q stands alone. Then attention shifts from the distant forum to the crowd before Richard. Heads turn together. Tap, tap, tap. Clear bootsteps cross the ground, and the gathered people part around a slender traveler advancing from the rear. The traveler is a thin young woman with jade-fair skin, large black eyes, and a high ponytail. Yet the first thing everyone notices is the bronze hammer rising above her back, taller than a person. Her slight frame suggests a girl next door. The weapon turns that impression into a warrior's challenge. Dell's eyes remain fixed on Richard. She brings her hands to her chest, leans forward with formal precision, and finally gives the newcomer a name. Respected Lord, Adele Thorin sends her regards. The forum's noise and the hoarse windfall fall away. Richard now faces a far more personal opportunity. Del Thorin is only 17 or 18, thin enough to seem almost delicate. Sand marks her black high-rise boots beneath tight brown trousers, while a high ponytail frames her jade-fair face and spirited black eyes. Then the person-tall metal hammer on her back destroys every fragile impression. Richard repeats her name, then asks where she came from. Adele answers without looking away. The Rhinoceros Empire's lair razed their home, leaving her people no choice but exile. They turned to the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce for help crossing the deathly desert. Their destination was the Holy Cathedral Empire, where they hoped to settle. But 1 week ago, a sandstorm tore that plan apart. Adele's people and the chamber caravan were blown away from one another, and most of their companions vanished into the desert. Onyx and his companions step out of the Lord's mansion, where Richard lodged them under Mummy and Scorpion Warrior watch. The short merchant freezes when he sees Adele, then erupts with relief. By the god of merchants, Miss Adele is alive. She is just as startled to find Lord Onyx here. Relief lasts only a moment. Onyx notices the sadness Adele cannot hide and hesitantly asks about her father. Adele gives no answer. Her silence says enough. Onyx sighs, and the joy drains from him while Richard quietly studies what this reunion has revealed. Richard offers certainty instead of empty comfort. He orders Karu to prepare a guest room, then tells Adele to stay for several days, recover, and search from Twilight City. If she needs help, his desert-tested residents can assist. Her companions are welcome too. No one must rush back into the vast desert. Privately, Richard reaches a blunt conclusion. This hero cannot be allowed to leave. But recruiting a daughter while her father is missing would be both cruel and foolish. He decides to approach from the side. If he wants Adele's loyalty, he must first help return the person she is desperate to find. Adele reacts like someone grasping the last lifeline in deep water. She hurries forward and promises Richard everything if he can find her father. She will become his subordinate. She will work for him. The pledge catches in her throat as her eyes redden, leaving the formidable hammer warrior close to tears. System quietly turns Adele's promise into a contract. Hero recruitment mission: find the father blown away by the sandstorm. Complete it, and Adele Thorin will join Richard's territory. Richard is startled only for an instant. A mission with a guaranteed hero at the end is exactly the kind of problem he likes. Richard cannot deny his satisfaction. Missions are useful, and this one offers the hero he already wanted. Yet Adele is standing before him with reddened eyes, grieving a father who may be lost in the desert. Richard suppresses every trace of celebration and keeps his attention on the person asking for help. Human cost immediately becomes a resource problem. Twilight City has 10 ordinary residential houses, each suitable for commoners but capped at 10 occupants. Upgrading one costs 500 wood and 500 stone. Upgrading all 10 requires 5,000 of each, and the panel has precious little else to offer. Richard sighs, but his conclusion is firm. Hundreds of refugees are nearly impossible to acquire in the desert. They may burden a small territory today, yet expansion will demand labor everywhere. Then these same people will create wealth. He refuses to let such an opportunity escape when it is already within reach. Richard withdraws 200 units of food and selects several expensive goods to sell. Combined with his existing stock, the proceeds finally cover the 10,000-unit requirement. He walks to the 10 residential buildings with genuine anticipation. Then the system asks for confirmation. Spend 5,000 wood and 5,000 stone to upgrade them. Richard confirms the upgrade that was waiting before him. The system immediately interrupts. First, empty the residential area. He calls over the nearby residents and orders them to bring everyone outside. More than 20 people emerge, confused by the sudden command, yet none dares challenge the Lord whose authority has taken root so quickly. Only after checking that no one remains inside does Richard confirm again. This time, the accumulated resources disappear from his panel without another obstacle. Yellow light surges out of the ground like wind-blown sand, rolling around every residential house until walls and roofs become indistinct behind a man-made sandstorm. Deep rumble rolls through Twilight City. One two-story house stretches upward, and a third floor takes shape. Then the same change races across the entire residential area. 10 buildings rise together. The earth trembles beneath the crowd as the expensive decision becomes something enormous, solid, and impossible to dismiss. Residents erupt. Some invoke the gods, others call rapid construction a gift possessed only by lords. Even after witnessing Richard's abilities before, they cannot treat this as ordinary. Their cries travel beyond the residential area and pull the newly arrived refugees toward the site of 10 sturdy houses raised in moments. Richard notices the refugees staring at Twilight City's residents with complicated envy. After a moment's thought, he steps forward while every eye is already on him. Those who meet his gaze immediately lower their heads. He says nothing. As the silence lengthens, unease becomes fear. One word from this lord could decide whether they live here or return to the desert. At last, Richard speaks. He calls them new residents and introduces himself plainly, Richard, Lord of Twilight City. Every listener braces for the judgment to follow. Instead, he begins with understanding. He knows their anxiety and helplessness. Losing a home, family, friends, and the future once built around them is enough to shatter anyone's hope. And Richard's voice rises. Does suffering mean they should weaken, surrender, and abandon hope? No. Pain is a thorny road everyone must cross, but they still have to look forward and walk. If their missing loved ones were the ones in danger, would any of them wish to see those people drown forever in grief? Richard presents that path, Twilight City. It is new, unfinished, and built in the desert, but it holds vitality, hope, and a future. Their former identity does not matter. Neither does their old occupation or age. If they choose this place, the city will accept every one of them because it needs every willing pair of hands. It can remain here instead of spending months crossing a dead, dust-storm-ridden desert. Richard promises them shelter and something more difficult. He will do everything he can to find the companions scattered by the storms. The offer reaches beyond Adele's missing father. Richard is binding his word to every family represented in the crowd. Richard does not hide the alternative or threaten anyone into loyalty. Those unwilling to remain may leave. He will still provide food and water for their journey across the deadly desert. By giving them the means to refuse him, he makes the choice unmistakably theirs and makes staying under his protection more meaningful. Richard sweeps his gaze across the crowd one final time. "My people welcome." Then the lord of the territory bows to them. He offers no further persuasion and turns toward his mansion. Even when he passes Adele, he does not look her way. This moment belongs to the whole displaced crowd, not merely to the hero whose loyalty he hopes to earn. The instant Richard is gone, restrained emotion breaks loose. A lord bowed to them, ordinary residents and homeless refugees. Some wonder whether their eyes deceived them. Others feel that failing to work for such a territory would be almost shameful. The gesture has not weakened Richard's stature. It has lit a fire in people who expected only orders. Refugees begin weighing their choices aloud. Why cross a desert filled with threats and risk meeting death again? A doubter points out that Twilight City is still in the desert. Sandstorms will return. The answer stands behind them. Richard raised sturdy houses before their eyes, and a lord with that power can strengthen the territory and protect it as it grows. Young man recalls Karu's teaching. The lord is the soul of a territory. Whether a domain becomes savage, mad, or warlike depends on the one who rules it. A benevolent lord with ability, breadth of mind, and immense potential is worth far more than a prosperous ruler who treats civilians like livestock. Twilight City may be weak now. Richard is not. Refugees' debate finally ends after lunch. They tell Adele they have chosen Twilight City. For people who have wandered through the deadly desert without a home, receiving warm food and an assigned dwelling of their own feels like the first solid ground beneath their feet. Decision is not sentimental. Nobody can promise survival across the endless sand, and even success would leave them strangers in a foreign land where no one waits to welcome or protect them. They have already lost too many family members and friends to gamble the survivors as well. Dell sighs before answering Grandpa Duke. Her father led everyone across the deadly desert to find somewhere they could live in peace. Twilight City is hardly ideal, she admits, and life here may be difficult, but Richard is worthy of respect. For now, that makes this a good place to settle. Grandpa Duke has already questioned the residents. They have eaten meat for days and even joked that it is making them fat. Beyond the city stands a spring, and beside it an acre of crisp Russian olive trees said to mature once every month. Twilight City's hardship is real, but so is its promise. Richard does not let the refugees' decision erase those still lost. To advance the hero recruitment mission and honor his public promise, he organizes 60 people into search teams. They will range through the desert and remain outside overnight, where the chance of encountering danger is far from small. Richard grits his teeth and assigns 2 mummies to every team, 12 undead guards in all. It is an expensive risk, but half-hearted benevolence would make his promise meaningless. Adele's eyes turn watery. He is not searching only for her father. He means to help every resident recover the people they lost. By noon, the deployment is complete. Richard finds Adele before leaving and gives her the harder truth. Feeding the newcomers has depleted the territory's reserves. Twilight City has 10 days of food at most. He must hunt immediately, and while he is gone, he wants her to remain inside and handle any trouble. Dell meets his gaze and promises that she will advance and retreat with Twilight City. Then hesitation breaks through. Why can she not join the rescue? She is not afraid of danger, and her father is somewhere beyond those walls. Richard stops the request before courage can turn into recklessness. Her safety is only part of his answer. Adele still carries the fate of hundreds, so she cannot act for herself alone. Besides, 60 people can search far more ground than one warrior. When she tries to object again, Richard's expression hardens. "Obey the order." Adele freezes, suddenly unsure how to answer him. Hunt soon presents something stranger than ordinary prey. Richard finds 25 fire dragon rabbits near a group of sharp-clawed halflings. The system identifies the rabbits as rare natural life forms of the desert. Richard's amusement is immediate. Magic rabbits are interesting, but their information may make them much more than that. First 2 entries explain the danger. Flame burning is a C-rank skill. Anger sets the rabbit's entire body ablaze. Extreme speed running is E-rank, but it allows an explosive burst of speed in an instant. Cute prey can become a racing fireball the moment Richard provokes it. Irracial talent restores magic quickly while they bask in the sun. Their sun fetter goes further. The fur stores a large reserve of solar energy, raising maximum magic power by 50% under sunlight. The description adds the decisive detail. Their popular fur has made these desert creatures exceedingly rare. Richard remembers the rule from Shining Era. Natural life forms cannot be recruited from troop lairs. They reproduce on their own, like native peoples. Forest elves even devote themselves to protecting such creatures. That makes these rabbits harder to replace, but it also means a living population could keep producing value. Precious fur reminds Richard of luxury goods on the blue planet. Then childhood experience supplies a more practical thought. Rabbits grow quickly on grass and vegetable leaves. Could fire dragon rabbits be raised here? Twilight City already has desert bees. Adding rabbits is not absurd, and if breeding fails, at least rabbits taste good. Richard counts them carefully, 23, 24, 25, 2.5 squads. His scorpion warriors should be able to devour that formation. The nearby sharp-clawed halflings do not interest him. Anything that could die to one charge offers no worthwhile prize. The rare rabbits are the only targets that matter. Richard gives the order, attack from both flanks and leave several alive. Rabbits are so cute that, in his merciless logic, they deserve the enemy's very best protection. The 2-meter-tall scorpion warriors surge forward with iron pincers and curved tails, bearing down on the magical rabbits as the chapter snaps shut. Scorpion warriors charge exactly as Richard ordered, pincers raised and curved tails poised to strike. The fire dragon rabbits answer with no hint of retreat. Flames erupt across their bodies, swelling each rabbit into a hurtling orange-red fireball before the entire group launches a countercharge. Fireballs streak across the grass and burn dark scars into the ground. Caught in the middle, the sharp-clawed halflings nearly lose control of themselves from terror. They turn and flee without looking back. Neither true combatant bothers to pursue them. Rabbits and scorpion warriors have chosen each other. Few breaths later, iron and fire meet. One scorpion warrior swings a pincer with enough force to smash a boulder, but the target twists away at the last instant. Its flames flare like spilled gasoline, and the orange-red blast swallows the undead warrior before the pincer can close. Warrior feels no pain, yet its soul warns of intense danger. Its tail bends like a bow and fires forward like an arrow. The rabbit kicks away at the same instant. It keeps circling after that, scorching the undead from moving angles and refusing every direct contest of strength. Rabbits can avoid the pincers, but they cannot quickly destroy undead bodies this thick. Again and again the flames wash over the warriors, and still they stand. Then sand transformation changes the matchup. Rigid targets loosen into shifting desert grains, stripping away the rabbits' clean advantage and allowing Richard's troops to seize control. System confirms the result. Richard's troops have defeated the Fire Dragon Rabbit group in a small-scale battle. He gains 50 experience points and 8 rabbits are captured alive. Watching from nearby, Richard is delighted. Sand transformation has proved itself once more. In his judgment, it is nothing short of a godly skill. Richard does not mistake victory for safety. He has the scorpion warriors restrain the little fire-breathing captives before moving closer. Curious about the ground where rabbits and halflings had faced each other, he searches the yellow grass and notices 7 or 8 small lair openings nearby. Richard refuses to disturb the lairs blindly. He sends the bandaged mummies to dig through every opening. A moment later, they bring out 30 young rabbits whose fur has only just grown in. The adults' ferocity suddenly makes sense. They had not been defending territory alone. They were protecting their young. Richard lifts one cub out of curiosity. Its tiny body is already warm, like a hot water bottle in winter, though its eyes have only just opened. If an infant's new fur feels this comfortable, he wonders what the mature fur can do. The rabbits may be far more valuable than their meat. Richard returns the cub to the grass and gives an idle scorpion warrior a direct order. Go to Twilight City, report everything to Karu, and send people to bring the colony back. He also examines a dead adult. Breeding may fail, but the experiment is still worth making. At worst, the rabbits can go into the cooking pot. Response comes quickly. Karu arrives in person with a group of residents, his wrinkled face bright with excitement at the sight of the rabbits. Onyx accompanies him, broad-bellied and eager to inspect the find. Adele follows as well, her enormous metal hammer secured across her back. Karu can scarcely believe Richard encountered fire dragon rabbits at all. To him, this is the blessing of the goddess of luck. Onyx knows exactly why. These creatures are a specialty of the deadly desert. Nowhere else in the entire main dimension produces them. That exclusivity alone makes the colony extraordinary. Onyx explains the fur's true value. A few hours beneath the desert sun lets it remain warm for days. In the frost country, clothing made from it is reserved for royalty. A properly made robe does even more. It accelerates the wearer's recovery of magic power, creating fierce demand among mages as well. Overhunting has made the species exceedingly difficult to find. Richard is surprised. His prize is worth more than he imagined. Yet scarcity only makes one question more urgent. He asks Karu, Onyx, and Adele the thing that matters most to Twilight City. How are fire dragon rabbits supposed to be raised? Adele answers in a clear voice, but her news is grim. Raising fire dragon rabbits is notoriously difficult. Countless people have attempted it, and every effort has failed. The animals eventually die for no apparent reason, and nobody understands why. Karu confirms the warning, leaving Richard's valuable new colony shadowed by an unsolved problem. A warning about inexplicable deaths leaves the crowd uneasy. Behind everyone else, more than a dozen desert gnomes freeze and instinctively retreat, all except the thinnest. He is visibly terrified, yet somehow keeps his feet planted. His voice catches as he addresses Richard, but the words land clearly. He knows how to raise fire dragon rabbits. Richard calmly asks whether any of the other gnomes share that knowledge. Pride briefly overcomes fear. No one else knows. His grandfather taught him. Richard does not question him in front of the crowd. First, he orders the gnome to tell no one. Then he gives Karu exact instructions. Take the rabbits back, give this gnome a separate room, and allow nobody to speak with him without Richard's permission. Karu accepts immediately. Onyx is intensely curious, but he understands the boundary. If breeding succeeds, the rabbits will become Twilight City's specialty. Prying now would insult his hosts. He is not entirely convinced the gnome is truthful, yet Richard's generosity makes him hopeful. Perhaps one day he can trade for a warm rabbit fur robe. Del's expression changes more subtly. She remembers what the old man traveling with her said that morning. Under this young lord, Twilight City seems to possess unlimited potential. Richard has found one more opportunity where everyone else saw only an impossible problem. With the rabbits secured and their secret protected, Richard returns to the hunt. The day's fighting pushes him to level 3, but the next number is sobering. Reaching level 4 will require 5,000 experience, a steep jump from everything that came before. The official Shining Era information makes the climb worth enduring. Level 5 is the first qualitative threshold. At that point, units can switch ranks and learn skills, and Richard has already seen how one skill can transform a troop's combat strength. The distant milestone is not cosmetic. It changes what an army can do. 2 hours later, another battle ends. Richard collects more than 10 enormous gerbils, each weighing dozens of kilograms. The haul finally packs all 10 cubic meters of his system space to the limit. When no more will fit, he stops treating storage as the only way to carry value home. Richard lists the overflow directly on the trading market. By the end of the half-day expedition, the resources he emptied that morning have climbed back to 10,000 units. The desert has paid him well, but every profitable mile also increases the cost of bringing people and supplies after him. Map places him about an hour from Twilight City. His farthest explored point, the one-way portal, lies 2 hours away. Richard could search farther, but occupation is another matter. A person might endure 10 hours on a plane. In this desert, 2 or 3 can break them. Without his desert lord advantage, logistics become punishing. By 6 in the evening, the millstone-sized sun is sinking into yellow sand. Richard decides it is time to return. Before he can turn the force home, the Scorpion warrior scouting ahead signals him. Something valuable, or dangerous, has interrupted the retreat. Beyond the scout lies a medium-sized gold mine. Its production figure makes Richard's pulse jump, 2,000 units every day. Hunting brings bursts of wealth, but this could provide stable income for as long as the deposit lasts, and it is close enough to matter. Richard's imagination scales immediately. 10 mines like this would mean tens of thousands of resource units each day, arriving as dependable income rather than uncertain spoils. He prepares to send a Scorpion warrior closer. First, he needs to know what stands between Twilight City and the gold. The investigation never begins. A colossal figure steps from behind the mine's huge rocks, 4 to 5 meters tall, its whole body glowing faint gold like brass. Its arms are thicker than siege hammers. Even from hundreds of meters away, Richard's force can feel the pressure rolling from it. The panel identifies a half-metal giant. Richard's eyes widen. It is level 5, already across the qualitative threshold he was just considering, with an inherent 15% military defense increase. Worse, its potential is rare 3 stars. The Guardian's basic classification alone eclipses his current troops. Its first D-rank skill is Golden Body. The name is literal. Defense rises by another 60% and poison cannot affect it. Then heavy bone armor reveals metal fused through its skin, adding 30% more defense. Richard is not looking at a large target. He is looking at layered armor given life. Defense is only half the warning. As heavy as a mountain lets each swinging fist exert 200% of the giant's body weight. At 4 or 5 meters tall, that turns a simple blow into siege force impact. One punch would not merely strike a soldier. It could shake the ground beneath the formation. Final entries make the mine itself part of the defense. Half-metal giants slowly grow stronger inside gold mines. Their group fetter adds defense above 10, 20, and 30 members, and the highest threshold is already active. More than 30 giants hold this mine, gaining another 60% defense. The system's taunt feels deserved. Try breaking that wall in 3 minutes. Rare 3-star. Richard's eyelid twitches as the meaning settles in. Potential is not a decorative rating in Shining Era. Higher potential soldiers gain stronger skills, and more of them. Against a force of more than 30 giants, every advantage compounds. F-rank skill may raise strength by only 15%. At E-rank, that becomes 30. The giants have already reached D-rank, a full step above Richard's Scorpion warriors. Stack several such skills together and the gap becomes brutal. And comes level 5. Every 5 levels mark a hurdle, and crossing one grants an additional increase. These guardians are intermediate soldiers with 15% more defense. Richard's Scorpion warriors remain beginners, receive no such bonus, and already trail them in potential. Worst defense is the giant's racial specialty. Poison cannot touch them. Neither can curses. That strips the mummies and scorpion warriors of their best killing tools. Richard can only picture a tiger biting a tortoise, powerful jaws, and nowhere to sink them. Richard takes one last, searching look at the golden giants. Then he turns away. 2,000 resource units a day are not worth feeding his army into an impossible defense. The mine will remain here. He will return when his strength can claim it. Lesson is larger than one mine. A dungeon waits beyond the one-way portal. The Dark Temple promises even greater danger. Every coveted site demands strength Richard does not yet possess. If he held rare-level soldiers, he would no longer be forced to stand outside and calculate. Back in Twilight City, another kind of prize waits in Richard's hall. Tailors have cleaned the fire dragon rabbit fur and made a blanket. Naturally, the Lord tests the rare product first. His hand sinks into snow-white fluff, and the softness is immediately luxurious. Desert days burn, but the latter half of the night turns cold. The blanket answers both extremes. It gives off a special warmth, then adjusts itself to the surrounding temperature, more convenient than an air conditioner. Richard finally understands why fire dragon rabbits command such value. Not long afterward, the protected desert gnome enters the hall. His skin is green, his posture is smaller than it needs to be. He bows to the man in the main seat and stammers, "Great Lord, good evening," trembling as though winter water has soaked him. Richard dismisses the formalities and asks the only question that matters. Has he truly raised fire dragon rabbits? The gnome peeks up, drops his gaze again, and admits that his grandfather once kept more than 10. Better still, he learned the process himself. Once invited to speak, the gnome becomes animated. The method sounds absurdly simple. Let the rabbits bask in sunlight every day. Do not feed them. They need no ordinary food at all, and if someone lovingly puts a meal before them, that meal can kill them. And the gnome straightens with pride. One part was not inherited knowledge. He observed it himself. His grandfather was impressed enough to reward him with a rabbit leg. At the memory, professional triumph and appetite merge as he declares that it was truly delicious. Richard is genuinely surprised. A living creature that charges itself in sunlight and dies when fed sounds impossible. Yet it explains everything. Anyone acquiring such a rare rabbit would pamper it, perhaps feed it 8 times a day, and unknowingly kill the treasure they meant to protect. Richard's mood soars. There is no trash in this world, only a resource placed in the wrong hands. He brought the desert gnomes home expecting useful labor. Without that decision, Twilight City might never have gained the one specialist who can turn fire dragon rabbits into lasting wealth. Satisfied, Richard tells the gnome he may finally give his name. The response stops him. "Lord, I don't have one." Richard raises an eyebrow. Someone who has made this kind of contribution cannot remain nameless. Today, the Lord will give him a name. "From today on, your name is Green Tooth." The gnome freezes. He whispers the 2 words again and again, as if testing whether they can truly belong to him. Then understanding breaks through. He drops to his knees and kowtows before Richard. Green Tooth rises, blood covers his forehead, but pain cannot dim his excitement. "I have a name. Lord Richard gave me a name." Richard nods. The frightened captive who entered the hall now leaves it recognized, loyal, and entrusted with Twilight City's fire dragon rabbit future. Next morning, Twilight City's new breeding specialist is already at work, but Richard wakes to another urgent concern. The instant he opens the forum chat, a reward notice appears. 12 desert horses are gone, and 4 spring-water fragments have arrived. The result is not as varied as his earlier rewards, yet Richard is satisfied. 4 new pieces bring his total to 6, enough for 2 small springs. Twilight City's single poor well was already straining to serve 100 residents. Another 150 have made the shortage critical. Before he can combine them, the black gold system interrupts. 3 fragments create a 1-star spring, 10 create a 2-star medium-scale spring, 30 create a 3-star large-scale spring. Richard freezes. His growth system can combine treasures too. 2 small springs would solve today's emergency, but expansion would soon make them inadequate again. A medium-scale spring might support thousands and remove the problem for far longer. Richard closes his hand around all 6 fragments. He will endure the pressure and wait until he has 10. Richard turns from water to the military goal left by the gold mine. Troop layers can only be upgraded once each week. If he wants to manufacture a rare-level layer immediately, he needs an elite base. He changes the market filter to elite desert camp layers and finds only 198. The prices are enormous. 8,000 wood for an elite 1-star desert greater rat, 10,000 gold for an elite 2-star desert wanderer, and a bizarre player-priced offer for an elite 3-star desert wolf. Richard reads every listing. Most are inferior melee troops with no worthwhile growth prospects. The Undead category offers 320 elite layers, including skeleton warriors for 6,000 gold and evil spirits for 8,000 iron. Still, nothing fits. Human armies would worsen his water crisis. Other races require habitats or food the desert cannot provide. Undead remain the only sensible foundation. 12 bandaged mummies are away guarding 6 search and rescue teams, leaving Richard painfully short of soldiers. One cursed pyramid cannot satisfy his appetite, while the mummies have already proven powerful and perfectly aligned with his strategy. If the market will not sell him quality, he will cultivate it himself. Richard prepares the 3 target layers, then spends 15,000 resource units on 30 normal-level troop layers. They are not an army. They are fuel, 10 sacrifices for each upgrade. With the purchases complete, he leaves the mansion and crosses into its front yard. System requests 400 gold, iron, and stone for the cursed pyramid. Each great mummy pyramid replaces the iron with wood. Richard confirms. Sand and energy surge upward, and within a dozen breaths 3 compact pyramids stand 3 meters tall beside the 2 older layers. Their forms are similar, but their identities are unmistakable. The great mummy pyramids look hewn from rough, weathered sand. The cursed pyramid is covered in twisted, colorful engravings, carrying the strange gravity of an ancient religion. Then the black gold system offers the upgrades Richard expected. Richard accepts every prompt. 30 normal layers dissolve into brilliant light and divide among the 3 targets. The pyramids surge from 3 meters to 4, their surfaces becoming older, heavier, and more mysterious. With anticipation pounding in his chest, Richard opens the first upgraded layer's attribute panel. The first panel belongs to the newly upgraded cursed pyramid. Elite 3 stars. 10 cursed pharaohs are waiting inside, but the layer restores only 5 each week. Every recruit costs 40 gold, 40 wood, and 40 stone. The slow output disappoints Richard, yet a full small team is available now. He does not hesitate. Richard recruits all 10, spending 1,200 units of resources in one stroke. Twisted, colorful religious patterns flare across the pyramid like luminous yellow sand. The engravings seem to crawl, then project into the air as gathered energy churns before the structure. And cursed pharaohs take form. Colorful crowns sit above fleshless white faces, and twin ribbons float behind each skull. Dry, shortened staffs rest in skeletal hands. Soul fire burns within them, casting dark blue light through hollow eyes. They are terrifying, but their ceremonial presence carries an eerie mystery. Richard inspects the troop. Each pharaoh begins at level 1, with elite 3-star potential and 100 mana plus a 50-point bonus. Their rank is promising, but their real value lies in a curse kit designed to dismantle stronger enemies instead of overpowering them head-on. Cursed body makes them immune to poison and plague. Mere contact applies a curse that strips 5% from the victim's attributes every minute, stacking to 40%. Their active curse cuts all attributes by 20% for 20 mana with a 5-minute cooldown. Cursed words adds confusion and stops movement. 2 great mummy pyramids offer a larger harvest. Each produces 7 mummies per week and currently holds 14, giving Richard 28 recruits in total. He confirms the order, with a sharp crack bandaged arms thrust from the pyramids, and the new mummies haul themselves out in dramatic succession. Richard immediately extends his desert advantage to the new force. One wave of his hand bestows sand transformation on all 28 mummies. A system notification confirms that every troop layer branch has mastered the skill. Only then does he lower his hand and nod, fully satisfied with the recruitment. Richard counts beyond the troops in front of him. 12 mummies are guarding the 6 search teams, and 2 more protect the desert gnomes. With the new recruits, he commands 42 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 scorpion warriors. 68 elite troops altogether, already close to 7 full squads. The scale of it finally hits him. This is only the 4th day, and the 7-day safety period has not even ended. At this pace, Twilight City may surpass a full squadron within days. Among 20 billion players, Richard cannot imagine many who could match such growth, and his excitement surges. Even this victory leaves one regret. Richard never found a tactically suitable elite lair that could have become a rare one under his power. So he silently cheers on the rest of the player base, explore harder, find better merchandise, and sell it to him. Then he opens the forum chat for fresh intelligence. Forum is still chaotic, but the discoveries are becoming serious. One player rages that a medium resource point is guarded by rare soldiers. Another celebrates a visiting priest who will build a church for free. Belief in the God of justice will eventually let that territory recruit high-level priests. Threats and opportunities are both escalating. Richard sees the pattern clearly. After several days of adaptation, players are beginning to belong in this world. They are finding indigenous cities, resources, treasures, and buildings. Yet one question refuses to fit. Why has he found no other player's territory anywhere near Twilight City? Is the desert simply vast, with every neighbor impossibly far away? Richard falls asleep with the same question circling his mind. Other players are already finding cities, dangers, and opportunities. So why has he seen no neighboring territory at all? With so little information, there is still no answer. Before Richard wakes, Green Tooth is already at work. The skinny desert gnome leads 19 of his own kind toward the Russian olive forest, with 2 ferocious bandaged mummies following as both escort and unmistakable proof of Richard's authority. One gnome innocently calls him Great Lord Green-Tooth and asks if they will raise the rabbits here. Green-Tooth immediately corrects him. The word great, he declares, belongs to Lord Richard alone. For himself, ordinary respect will have to be improved another way. Green-Tooth looks at companions a full head taller than he is, and inspiration flashes. They will call him strongest Lord Green-Tooth. Silence lasts 3 seconds. Then everyone glances at the 2 mummies behind him and shouts the title louder than the last. With his hands behind his back, Green-Tooth reminds them that Richard gave him a name and made him leader of the honorable breeding base. To him, this is history, a chance for desert gnomes to build a new breeding industry and help lay Twilight City's future foundation. Some workers dislike taking orders from a gnome they consider foolish. None of them argues while Richard's mummies stand beside him. The resentment is swallowed, the work begins, and by lunchtime the new rabbit breeding ground has already taken shape. Richard rarely sleeps this late. After waking, he eats lunch with the kitchen maids and hears that the breeding base is already nearing completion. He wastes no time. A large group of troops forms around him, and he heads out to inspect the result. Residents immediately notice unfamiliar figures among Richard's mummies, the newly recruited cursed pharaohs. Rumors race through the crowd that 5 troop lairs now stand in the Lord's mansion. Their excitement is sincere. Every soldier Richard adds makes Twilight City safer. Richard's arrival electrifies the worksite. Green-Tooth runs over first and proudly reports that construction will be finished today. Richard acknowledges him, then studies the chosen ground, a broad depression roughly 300 meters across, ringed by dunes and sunk only a few meters below them. Site is already efficient and defensible enough to serve its purpose, with planting and construction spreading across the dune-ringed ground. More importantly, it sits beside the forest and its water. Richard realizes this should not remain an isolated rabbit enclosure. Richard decides to gather every agriculture-related project in this district. One water source can support them together. Planning and management can be unified, and stationed troops can protect the forest, bees, rabbits, and whatever production comes next. Only 2 days remain in the 7-day safety period. A raid could steal the district's resources. A fire could erase everything they have built. Even this close to Twilight City, a response would take time. Richard assigns Karu to supervise the area personally, and Karu accepts without hesitation. The foundation is still small, desert bees, a Russian olive forest, and fire dragon rabbits. But it is a foundation. With steady investment, these scattered gains can become a true oasis, perhaps one day the crown of the deadly desert. Inside the Russian olive forest, the promise already feels real. The lush trees stand 2 heads taller than an adult, a few branches carry new flower buds, and the air turns noticeably cool. Bees hum through the leaves, comfortable in their carpenter-made hive, then dance around Richard in welcome. And the peaceful scene breaks. Oversized wasps sweep into the forest and prey on the smaller desert bees. Richard focuses on one and opens its information. Poisonous wasp. Level 5 rare, potential rare 3-star. A threat to his honey has arrived, and it is far stronger than it looks. New information only makes Richard more perplexed. This wasp is barely 7 or 8 centimeters long, yet it is already level 5, rare, with rare 3-star potential. Even his powerful scorpion warriors have not reached rare rank. Whatever is hunting his bees is no ordinary pest. Its C-rank insect's body explains part of that rank. Poison cannot harm it. Curses cannot hold it. Severed limbs regrow, and any wound that fails to kill it outright will slowly heal. Richard's fleeting thought of ending the problem with one slap becomes much less appealing. Rest is even worse. Mad Bee Dance raises both agility and flight speed by 40%. Its sting injects venom whose damage rises with the severity of the wound. Its sharp stinger can pierce armor and even low-level magic shields. 3 C-rank skills and 1 D-rank skill on a wasp. Colony can coordinate through limb signals within 100 meters. More importantly, its swarm fetter grows at 100, 500, and 1,000 wasps. The highest tier is already active. With over 1,000 members, toxicity and flight speed rise by 50%. The true weapon is the swarm. Richard lets the wasps fly after feeding on his bees. His irritation is replaced by opportunity. If he traces them back, captures their rare 3-star lair, and brings this entire branch under his control, the same predators threatening the Russian olive forest could become its fiercest guards. Before Richard can pursue that opportunity, residents bring 2 gravely wounded companions to him on stretchers. Their friends expect little hope, and certainly not Twilight City's prized desert crown honey. Richard gives it without hesitation. With reddened eyes, the companions bow, portion it into a wooden bowl, and bring it to their lord. Richard feeds both wounded residents. After only a few mouthfuls, their bodies settle. Color returns to faces that had been deathly pale. The surrounding crowd falls into stunned silence. They had heard the Desert Crown was extraordinary. Now they see its power, and see their lord spend it freely on commoners. Richard ignores the admiration and asks Karu what happened. Karu's answer is grim. Terrifying monsters attacked the group, and luck alone allowed anyone to escape. Worse, both bandaged mummies Richard sent as escorts were killed. His eyes narrow. He asks for the exact location of the enemy's gathering point. One survivor recovers enough to answer between breaths. The attackers were undead, immensely strong, with chains around their arms and axes fixed to the other ends. They could hurl those axes. The two mummy escorts did not survive even one exchange. The crowd stirs. Now everyone understands what Richard is preparing to face. Survivor hesitates. These monsters are too dangerous. Perhaps Richard does not have to go. Richard cuts him off. Anyone who hurts a citizen of Twilight City will pay the price. He will protect his people. No one is an exception. The promise is not ceremonial. He commits his forces to hunting the attackers. Karu makes sure the residents understand what they have witnessed. Their lord gave precious honey to save commoners, then marched against a terrifying enemy because those citizens were harmed. Without waiting for an answer, the old administrator turns away. His aging body seems unusually tall and straight, while the crowd's gratitude and loyalty quietly ferment behind him. Back in Twilight City, Richard's absence becomes the first subject of Onyx's farewell visit. When Karu explains that the Lord marched out to avenge several dead civilians, Onyx thinks he must be joking. To him, common people are cannon fodder. Why should a lord risk troops for a few of them? Onyx's confidence falters. After an awkward silence, he apologizes. He had come to say goodbye to Richard because his party is leaving today. Since that is impossible, he offers something more useful. Once home, he will petition the Chamber of Commerce to establish a trade route with Twilight City. They may meet again in less than 2 months. Karu welcomes him to return and asks whether the caravan needs more food or water. Onyx says everything is ready. He asks Karu to pass Richard his thanks, then places a hand over his chest and bows deeply. Karu returns the courtesy as Richard's representative. They part not merely as host and guest, but as friends. Repaired carriage rolls away with Onyx and several guards, ending their few days of rest in the small desert city. Twilight City recedes behind him, but the place leaves an unusually complicated impression. It is poor, remote, and new, yet its lord and residents have made it feel unlike any ordinary stop on a merchant's road. Onyx touches the honey tucked against him, and uncertainty gives way to anticipation. Richard's specialty is now traveling toward the Chamber of Commerce. Onyx cannot help imagining the president's face when he finally tastes it. If the reaction is anything like his own, the promised trade route may have found its strongest argument already. Dell receives the same startling explanation. Richard did not leave on a routine patrol. He took his army out to avenge Twilight City's casualties. The news lingers as another outsider is forced to reconsider what kind of lord rules this isolated desert settlement. 200 meters ahead of Richard, more than 3 squads stand among the cacti. They are enormous, each over 2 meters tall, even larger than his scorpion warriors. Black armor engraved with mandala flowers covers their bodies. Horned helmets hide everything except eyes burning with faint blue soul fire. Some thick chains wrap every right arm, each linked to an axe whose handle is bound in coarse cloth. Nearby, 7 or 8 bodies lie where the sand was soaked red. Beneath the desert sun, the blood has dried almost black. Richard frowns. The scene confirms that he has found the force responsible for Twilight City's losses. The panel names them, Acts of the Dead. They are level 4 elite 3-star troops. Body of the Dead makes them immune to poison and plague, raises defense by 30%, and keeps them alive unless the heart is destroyed. Their roar adds another 30% to attack power. Even before their signature weapon skill, the numbers are formidable. And Richard reaches Tomahawk Slash. Within 30 meters, an Axe of the Dead can hurl its weapon for massive magic damage and pull it back through the chain around its arm. Breaking the weapon is not a permanent answer either. The troop can gather energy to form it again. The chain is not a restraint. It is a reusable killing system. Distance makes the attack worse. From 1 to 10 meters, the Tomahawk Fetter adds 20% damage. From 11 to 20, 40%. From 21 to 30, 60%. And every throw carries a 30% chance to trigger soul execution, instant death. Stronger victims reduce the odds, but no commander can casually accept that gamble. Beyond the Undead stands a wooden house made fierce by thousands of broken axe handles hanging from its wall. The panel identifies an elite 3-star battle axe wooden house. 10 Acts of the Dead can be recruited, with 5 more produced each week. Each recruitment requires 40 gold coins, 40 wood, and 40 iron. Richard's eyes light up. If he captures and upgrades this lord-level branch to rare rank, Twilight City's battle power will soar. Whatever it costs, this troop lair will be his. Richard returns to the front with delight still bright in his eyes. The Axe of the Dead is exactly the vicious troop he wants for Twilight City. Capturing its lair, however, means defeating 3.5 squads, 35 elite undead. Their thrown tomahawks inflict magic damage, cutting through the sand transformation that protects his mummies and scorpion warriors. They are undead, so the pharaoh's ordinary curses are useless. Worst of all, every throw can gamble on soul execution. A 30% chance of instant death is not a risk Richard can ignore. Even victory would be wasteful if a direct charge gutted his army. Richard searches for the enemy's weakest point instead. The tomahawk is terrifying at range, but an equally ranked scorpion warrior is stronger in close combat. That gives him his answer. Never allow the undead to throw. Draw only part of the force away, surround it, close the distance, and kill the soldiers one by one. The only uncertainty is whether these leaderless undead will take the bait. Richard orders everyone to retreat 500 meters. Mummies, cursed pharaohs, and scorpion warriors separate according to his detailed instructions, turning the sandy ground beyond the hill into a trap. Richard withdraws from the battle range and keeps command from afar. A small team of mummy guards remains beside him. Troops can be recruited again if they are lost. Twilight City cannot replace its ruler. His safety is therefore part of the strategy, not an act of cowardice. Scorpion warrior becomes the provocation. At close range, its iron pincers meet an undead soldier's weapon with crushing force. The scorpion warrior holds its ground while the undead is driven backward into the sand. Both are elite 3-star, but the advantage reverses at this distance. The axe of the dead owns the stronger ranged skill, while the scorpion warrior is the superior melee fighter. More undead rush in and hack at the bait. Their ordinary blades pass through its body as it dissolves into sand and sinks beneath the desert. Without the magic of tomahawk slash, they can only watch it escape alive. Humiliation ignites the undead soldier's soul fire. Enraged at being toyed with by a supposedly lowly life form, the axe of the dead follow the bait's route. They climb the hill, cleaving apart cacti simply to vent their fury. On the far side, 2 scorpion warriors stand in plain sight 100 meters away. The angry undead finally have a target for their wrath. They press forward, unaware that Richard has shown them exactly what they need to see. Gap vanishes within a few breaths. Only when the undead enter the killing ground do they understand. This is an ambush. Mummies surge from concealment and lock onto them, pinning limbs and denying the room needed for a clean throw. The scorpion warriors reverse course and charge into melee. The trapped axe of the dead struggle with brutal force, wrench their sharp weapons free from the mummy's restraint. Chains tighten along armored arms. The tomahawks rise. If the undead create even a little distance, the 30% execution gamble returns. At the critical instant, a mysterious voice strikes like a siege hammer against the soul. The axe of the dead stiffen, their thoughts thrown into chaos. This is curse words, the cursed pharaoh's E-rank control skill. It forcibly disorders an enemy's mind and stagnates movement, though the duration depends on the target's strength. Each use consumes 20 mana and cannot be used again for 3 minutes. Ordinary curses may fail against undead, but this interruption stops the decisive throw. Watching from afar, Richard finally feels the situation stabilize. The battle turns again. 2 undead soldiers force themselves free of the pharaoh's control. Their right arms tense and tomahawks snap into throwing position. A scorpion warrior stands 20 to 30 meters away inside the weapon's deadliest range. There is no time to evade. One axe strikes and indescribable energy tears through the troop's soul. The 2-meter body roars, crashes into the desert, and throws sand into the air. Soul execution has triggered. There is no resistance and no second chance. The scorpion warrior dies instantly. Another scorpion warrior surges in and smashes the attacker away with an iron pincer, preventing an immediate follow-up. Richard's trap has worked, but the power he feared has already exacted its price. Last isolated axe of the dead finally falls, ending the battle Richard began in the desert. Yet the victory brings no easy relief. Soul execution has already killed a scorpion warrior. If Richard had charged all 3.5 teams at once, even victory would have demanded a terrible price. Richard walks onto the battlefield. Before his eyes, the dead soldiers and even their equipment rapidly corrode, crumbling under the undead's deathly nature. There will be no intact trophies here. More importantly, 2.5 teams still stand between him and the lair he came to capture. Mummy's sand transformation is still active, but not for much longer. Richard chooses to exploit that narrow window and lure another wave. He cannot be certain the leaderless wild troops will repeat their mistake. Minutes pass, and just as the sand skill nears its end, another detachment appears. This time Richard's 3 troop types move with practiced precision. Mummies erupt beneath the detachment and lock down its movement. Cursed pharaohs seize the critical instant before anyone can escape. Then the scorpion warriors crash into close range, where the undead cannot freely throw the weapons that make them so dangerous. What remains of the axe of the dead is powerful but leaderless. The soldiers approach in a wary cluster, empty eye sockets burning with blue soul fire. They listen to every rustle and search the open desert for danger. Their vigilance is real. Their missing command structure is the weakness Richard intends to exploit. Strange rustling rises from below. The undead look down, trying to locate it. Then dry arms punch through the desert and clamp around their feet. Bandaged mummies crawl from the sand one after another, turning the empty ground into a tightening ring before the defenders can properly reorganize. Several undead react before the restraint is complete. Their axes whistle across the battlefield and smash into the mummies, exploding sand from bodies that should ignore physical attacks. Tomahawk slash is C-rank, 30 meters of range, chain retrieval, and magical damage. That last property directly counters sand transformation's 99% physical immunity. Chains snap tight. Axes that struck one target reverse as if alive, circling back through the melee. A returning tomahawk catches another mummy and scatters it into the endless yellow sand. Richard's numbers can absorb a few losses, but every return path gives the weapon another chance to kill. One bandaged mummy senses the danger and lunges in front of the next tomahawk. Its sharp claws meet the blade with a ringing clash and shatter. The axe cuts into its chest. Soul execution activates again, and the mummy does not merely fall. Its entire body dissolves into loose sand. Surviving mummies rush the last two undead like madmen. Their claws cannot deliver one clean, fatal blow, but they never stop attacking. The axe of the dead remain ferocious enough to kill several opponents. Numbers and initiative finally decide it. More than 10 mummies swarm the pair and tear them apart. Silence returns to the desert, followed by the system's confirmation. Richard's troops have destroyed the undead group and won a mini-scale battle. The reward is 175 experience points. Only after that concrete victory registers does Richard lead his remaining mummy guards into the battlefield. Richard looks past the decaying undead and finds the bodies of Twilight City's resident soldiers. This is what his retaliation was meant to recover. He orders the mummies to bring them back to Twilight City. These people died fulfilling his command, and he refuses to leave them nameless in the desert. Conflict flickers across Richard's face, then settles into calm. The warriors who died carrying out his orders deserve to be called heroes, but he also knows there will be many more sacrifices in the future. As Twilight City's ruler, he cannot become indifferent, yet he must forge a heart strong enough to command. With the axe of the dead defenders gone, Richard finally claims their wooden house. The system offers two choices: recruit its soldiers here or destroy the structure and take its core. Then the black gold system reveals the real prize. 10 elite layers can raise this elite 3-star house to rare 3-star. Recruiting now would waste that advantage, because the stored number will not refresh. Richard chooses destruction. The wooden house creaks, ages as if centuries pass in seconds, and collapses into sawdust and debris. From the wreckage he retrieves a fist-sized copy of the house, still holding 10 recruits, and stores it safely in system space. Just as Richard prepares to leave, an irregular shape beneath the sawdust catches his eye. He clears it away and pulls out a withered yellow sheepskin map. The system identifies it as a 2-star treasure map. After dozens of cleared field force gathering points without a single comparable drop, Richard can hardly believe today's luck. By the time Richard's column reaches Twilight City, the sky is completely dark. Dim lamps fueled by animal fat mark the settlement. Yet no one has gone home. Every resident is gathered in the open space before the Lord's mansion, waiting for the promise he made to return. The crowd sees the mummies carrying the resident soldiers' bodies. The truth lands at once. Richard did not lie. He really brought their dead home. The residents silently part, making a path toward the mansion while every gaze follows his heavy steps. And sharper eyes notice that Richard's army is smaller. Someone counted that morning. Now an entire small team is missing. The whispers spread. Those mighty troops died fighting for them just to recover a few civilians. Even the fallen soldiers' relatives cannot call that price unworthy. Gratitude deepens into something stronger. Richard stands above the crowd between two dim lamps, majestic but heavy with the cost. His black gaze passes over every waiting face. Then he speaks slowly. He has brought their heroes back. At his signal, the mummies lower the fallen before the mansion. The word heroes gives the dead honor, and Richard's fulfilled promise earns him the leadership skill. Next notification is even more consequential. Richard's words, deeds, and personal charm have moved Andrea Thorin. She has decided to remain in Twilight City and become his subordinate. The hero recruitment mission is complete. Richard has gained a hero unit not through conquest, but through the promise everyone just watched him keep. System identifies Richard's new hero as an advanced blacksmith. Her arrival activates the blacksmith shop's research and development function. Once that shop reaches advanced level, Twilight City will be able to research increases to its troops' attack power. One act of promise-keeping has returned the dead, strengthened the living, and opened a new path for the army. System's reward startles Richard, but the sound at the doorway hits harder. The residents who watched him bring their dead home finally release everything they have been holding back. Their cry rolls through Twilight City. Long live Lord Richard. Richard says nothing. For one suspended moment, gratitude, victory, and the cost of the fallen share the same silence. Then a complicated smile reaches his face. He does not linger before returning to the mansion hall. Plump kitchen maid serves the exhausted lord a sumptuous dinner. Richard eats, takes a hot bath, and only then opens leadership. It is a beginner special skill, but a valuable one. It strengthens his influence, deepens subordinate trust, and can persuade wild troops to surrender. Next reward is just as promising. Adele has activated the blacksmith shop's research function. Ordinary players cannot upgrade troop layers as Richard can, but class-matched heroes unlock another route. Blacksmith research raises physical attack, while mage towers can improve magic damage. Not every plan has advanced. Richard still needs 2 spring water fragments to synthesize a medium spring and solve Twilight City's water problem. Two marketplace transactions involving valuable resource treasures remain silent, but those uncertain deals do not need to control tonight's decisions. Richard sells the prey from today and yesterday for 60,000 units of resources. Then he acts without pause. 100 ordinary troop layers vanish from the market into his inventory, consuming more than half of those 2 days' earnings. In a corner of the mansion's front yard, Richard places the miniature battle axe wooden house. Rebuilding an elite lair costs 10 times the ordinary rate, 4,000 wood, 4,000 stone, and 4,000 iron. Richard reads the price once and answers, confirm. The miniature house expands like a balloon. A dozen breaths later, a 3-meter structure stands against the wall. Hundreds of bronze tomahawks cover its exterior, and even the interior is packed with blades. It looks less like a house than a fierce armory. Rebuilt lair is still elite 3-star, but its path is clear. 10 ordinary lairs form one elite lair. 10 elites can raise this structure to rare 3-star. That is why Richard bought exactly 100. His pile of low-grade cores becomes one rare military foundation. Recruiting the waiting undead demands another 4,000 gold, 4,000 wood, and 4,000 iron. Richard confirms again. The corresponding materials on his panel drop to empty, but the sacrifice is deliberate. Every resource he has spent tonight is about to stand in front of him. Silver-white energy churns inside the wooden house like a storm cloud. It condenses around an enormous figure. Then a 2.2-meter undead soldier walks out in full-body armor engraved with black mandala patterns, its horned helmet hiding the creature beneath. For a moment, Richard wonders why the undead carries no weapon. The answer hangs on the building itself. The soldier pulls a bronze tomahawk from the wall. With a hard crack, a thumb-thick chain materializes and coils tightly around its right arm. Now the creature looks like a true undead war machine. Richard cannot help envying how imposing it is. He privately decides that when he finally gets a giant dragon, he will demonstrate real showmanship. Then the other 9 emerge in the same fashion. Richard raises his right hand and reaches for the power within the 10 soldiers. Yellow, sand-like light spreads from him and envelops the entire formation. The system confirms the result. Every axe of the dead has gained D-rank desertification, sand transformation. Richard opens their attributes with an expectant gaze. The first result already exceeds ordinary recruits. Every soldier begins at level 3 with rare 3-star potential. Their body of the dead grants immunity to poison and plague while reinforcing their defense. Their offense is even more dangerous. Tomahawk Slash sends the chained axe against targets within 30 meters, delivering heavy magical damage and striking again as the weapon returns. Soul Execution adds a 30% base chance of instant death, though stronger enemies reduce that chance. The Elite to Rare upgrade has added Swing. Before, the soldiers could only throw once and retrieve. Now they can control the chain through continued attacks. Swing, Tomahawk Slash, and Soul Execution reinforce one another, multiplying both the number of strikes and the chances of a lethal result. This is the real difference between low and high potential. Stronger skills, more effects, and combinations that change the quality of battle strength. Richard smiles broadly at the 10 armored undead. Level 3, rare 3-star, desert-enhanced, and built for chained executions, Twilight City has gained a super trump card. After studying his formidable new undead soldiers a few more times, Richard finally sleeps. Early the next morning, Twilight City's young lord washes, chooses a pure black robe, and prepares for a duty no victory can make easy, burying the 6 residents who died under his command. Outside the mansion, almost the entire territory is waiting. Only the exploration teams still abroad are absent. No one speaks. A carpenter has labored through the night to make 6 rough coffins, and every solemn face turns toward Richard when he steps into the morning light. The residents part for him. Quiet calls of Lord follow as Richard walks between them, and each person presses a hand to their chest in salute. At the coffins, he pauses for a long moment, sighs, and bows deeply to all 6. And Richard steps forward and grips the corner of the first coffin himself. The surrounding residents freeze, stunned that their lord would take the weight. His gesture makes the procession unmistakable. The ruler of Twilight City will not watch this burden from a distance. At the burial ground, words give way to work. Relatives and friends sob while shovels cut into the earth. Richard labors with them until 6 graves have taken shape. Only when everything is finished does he lower his shovel and face the crowd. Richard tells them that everyone dies, but not every death carries the same meaning. These 6 sacrificed themselves for Twilight City and for every person standing here. They are heroes. The city will never forget them, and Richard vows that he will never forget them either. Richard moves along the 6 plain tombstones and reads every name aloud: Green, Nard, Riema, and each of their fallen companions. The names strike the crowd like a battering ram. Eyes redden. Adele covers her face as tears soak her sleeves, tormented by the thought that her request helped lead them here. Richard gives that remembrance a permanent form. From now on, every hero who dies for Twilight City will be buried here, in the land of glory. And every May 8 will become the day of glory when the entire city gathers again to pray for its dead. Back in the mansion hall, Richard remains lost in thought until Adele quietly approaches. With her ponytail, leather boots, and enormous copper hammer on her back, she looks every bit the heroic warrior blacksmith. Then, grave and direct, she asks him to let her join Twilight City. Richard is relieved, but he does not accept blindly. Twilight City is poor in resources and surrounded by danger, hostile forces, robbers, even sandstorms. Adele may receive little of what she wants. She will have to forge weapons for his troops and, when necessary, enter battle herself. Is she truly ready? Adele's answer does not waver. Richard risked precious troops for civilians other lords would call lowly, and he even brought their bodies home. That is why she is ready. She places her right hand over her chest, kneels, and offers herself as his subordinate. The system confirms that Adele Thorin has been won over by his charisma. Richard solemnly accepts. Richard reaches down and helps Adele rise from her kneel. Her large eyes are red, but her voice is firm. Even if it costs her life, she vows to protect his glory in Twilight City. Richard answers with a smile. Then they will build the city together. Richard's tone turns solemn. He officially appoints Adele head of Twilight City's blacksmith shop. It is only one shop with a few basic smiths, but he does not frame that poverty as a limit. He tells her he believes she can build everything they will need. That appointment carries hidden weight. Basic blacksmiths cannot activate research. Only an advanced blacksmith can. Adele is both an advanced smith and an A-rank hero. This is where her true value to Twilight City's growth can emerge. She nods fiercely and promises to do her best. Richard hesitates, then quietly says the search team should return that afternoon. He cannot promise that Adele's father will be with them. Hope rises in her eyes, but pain rises with it. The missing man is still unaccounted for, and the soldiers lost on the mission remain painfully present. Adele finally says what has been tormenting her. If she had never asked for help, those resident soldiers might still be alive. Richard stops that thought immediately. The searchers volunteered. More importantly, Adele's father is not the only person missing beyond the city walls. Other residents have relatives and friends lost in the desert too. Richard would have sent a search team even without Adele's father. That is honest compassion, but it is also sound strategy. Refugees are rare in this barren land, and Twilight City cannot grow without people. Adele hears only a lord trying to comfort her, and is deeply moved. Richard cuts off Adele's thanks and sends her to organize the blacksmith shop. Then the mood changes. Noon is approaching, and the beginner's shield is about to disappear. The remaining 2 hours feel longer than a century. For the first time, Richard feels time crawl. At exactly noon, the system announces that the shield of protection is broken. Every restriction on exploring this world is gone. But the warning follows immediately. Wild soldiers, aborigines, or hostile lords can now attack at any time. Protect the territory. Strengthen it. Survive the deadly competition of 10,000 races. Change is not only outside. Richard feels something subtle happen inside his body. The last estrangement between him and this world seems to vanish, and even breathing becomes easier, as if a safety mechanism has finally been removed. Has he now integrated with this world completely? The thought leaves him conflicted. Richard opens forum chat with that complicated feeling still lingering. It does not survive long. One self-proclaimed Long Yashin swears he will trample the world and collect an impossible harem from every race. Another player answers with equally shameless fantasies. Their absurd bravado improves Richard's mood almost immediately. The panic posts arrive. One lord offended bandits before the shield fell and discovered scouts investigating his territory that very morning. Another had repeatedly lured bears close to his settlement while invincible. Now a large group is only 1,000 meters away. Protection is gone, but every reckless consequence remains. One post is darker. A player found a devil's altar offering one skill for the souls of 10 residents. His response was not horror but delight. He returned home, deceived his people into approaching the altar, and sacrificed every one of them. The reward was not one skill, but 12. Same player boasts that the sacrifice has already given him a middle-tier devil bloodline. His lesson to the forum is simple. Residents are fools, and a lord must be ruthless. Richard reads on with deepening disbelief. In this new world, power can be purchased with the lives a ruler is supposed to protect. The altar is only the beginning. Some lords sacrifice residents for power. Others hide food so their people starve or sell them to enslavers like livestock. One man even sells his entire territory to aborigines for resources, then happily buys a house in an NPC city. Richard can only marvel. The so-called sand sculptures have shown him a new world of possibilities and abuses. At 1 o'clock that afternoon, Richard finishes checking Twilight City's surroundings. Nothing has attacked since the shield of protection shattered, and that gives him a moment of relief. But the old freedom is gone. From now on, taking every soldier outside would leave his crystal and his city unguarded. He has 35 bandaged mummies available. Richard sends 10 to reinforce the search and rescue team still outside the city. The other 25 remain behind as Twilight City's garrison. It is a safer arrangement, but it means his expedition must leave without a single mummy. Thin rear defense weighs on him. Twilight City needs many more soldiers, and soldiers demand resources. Richard turns that pressure into a simple objective: hunt hard, sell the food, and fund another wave of recruits. He refuses to let the city's vulnerability become permanent. Richard moves immediately. 10 cursed pharaohs, 13 scorpion warriors, and 10 acts of the dead form 3 small teams, 33 soldiers in all. With the mummies left behind, this is the force he leads east to continue mapping and hunting across the desert. Medium-sized gold mine still tempts him. With more acts of the dead, Richard would gladly seize it, but one troop of them is not enough to face at least 3 groups of half-metal giants. The reward is enormous, the risk is worse. He chooses the safer hunt. New formation makes clearing the map far easier. Scorpion warriors absorb the first impact. Cursed pharaohs weaken enemies and lock their movement. Behind them, the axe of the dead hurl chain tomahawks across 30 meters. Richard has built 3 layers: defense, control, and execution. The axe of the dead are most terrifying between 21 and 30 meters. At that distance, their damage rises by 60%, and every throw carries a 30% chance to trigger soul execution. Against weaker field troops, even an ordinary hit is devastating. The eastern sweep becomes brutally efficient. Hunt pays off. Richard's repeated large food sales have already made Kinkyu a famous name in the market, where countless players wonder how powerful he must be. By the time he prepares to return, his attribute panel holds 30,000 resource units, and his system space is still packed. Yet one detail bothers him. Today's field troops were not merely plentiful. He encountered more than in the previous several days combined. Rather than dismiss the anomaly, Richard opens forum chat. Other lords are already complaining that enemies have appeared again in places they had cleared. The answer is almost embarrassingly game-like. It is Monday. Wild troop gathering places refresh at the start of each week. Another lord excitedly reports a nearby one-way portal leading to a 3-star dungeon. Richard looks from the posts to the cloudless sky. Dangerous, absurd, and full of opportunity, this world is exciting. Before Richard can set out for home, several scorpion warriors race back from the forward search line. They have found a resource point. His first reaction is restrained. Ordinary resource sites yield too little in the early stage, and the barren desert offers painfully few of them. Still, he follows the scouts. Discovery overturns his indifference. This is a rare gemstone mine. Richard immediately remembers the hero's altar blueprint he obtained from the Phoenix Tail Flower Chamber of Commerce. The blueprint has remained useless for one reason. He lacks rare construction materials. This mine may finally remove that barrier. Joy cannot become possession until Richard clears the Guardians. The creatures around the mine have goat horns sharper than spears, raised backs lined with fin-like membranes and thorns, and bare upper bodies packed with explosive muscle. Animal skin trousers hang below their waists. Bloodshot eyes glare over enormous long-handled hammers. Richard suppresses his excitement and studies the enemy instead. The system gives the Guardians a name: demonic goat monster, level 4. Rare 2-star potential. These are not weak creatures, and if he wants the gemstones, he will have to break through them first. System panel continues beneath the Guardian's rare 2-star rating. Strong physique raises both strength and stamina recovery by 50%. Heavy strike is worse. After charging a hammer swing for 3 seconds, a goat can release twice its normal strength. Devil's blood adds 30% to every attribute and another 50% to stamina. Even wounds may not keep these creatures down. Their racial talent lets them devour gemstones for rapid recovery. Fighting beside a gemstone mine gives that talent an unsettling relevance. Their numbers amplify the danger. Above 10, 20, and 30 devils, the group gains progressively more strength. This force has already crossed the final threshold: 30% more strength plus smashing attacks. More than 4 teams guard this miniature mine. Richard can only marvel at the excessive defense. Yet Richard does not retreat. The panel contains no curse immunity and no defense against the axe of the dead's soul execution. More importantly, the goats deal only physical damage. Against troops blessed with sand transformation, that is a fatal limitation. The rare mine is still within reach. Richard orders everyone into battle. The 13 scorpion warriors will block the front. The cursed pharaohs must hold their spells until an enemy slips through, then freeze its movement. Behind that living barricade, the 10 acts of the dead will serve as his main killing force. Challenge is accepted with violence. Dozens of goat monsters thunder across the sand, giant hammers ready to crush the undead. Their hooves throw up a wall of dust more than 10 meters high, turning the quiet sunset dune into a rushing storm of scarlet eyes and iron. Dune rises 70 to 80 meters. After advancing 1/3 of the way, the scorpion warriors stop. All 13 spread pincers strong enough to destroy steel and weight like sprung traps. Behind them, 10 horn-helmeted axe soldiers grip their weapons as blue soul fire spills into the dusk. 30 meters, 20, 10. The goats fix their attention on the waiting pincers. As the first 7 or 8 cross into range, the Axe of the Dead erupt in a furious roar. Their D-rank skill surges through them, raising attack power by 50% at the perfect instant. And the supposed melee soldiers throw. Chains rattle around armored arms, and 10 tomahawks rip through the air hard enough to pierce the ears. The goats never expected a ranged attack. At this distance, with the scorpion warriors drawing every eye, there is no time left to dodge. Steel meets flesh. One tomahawk shears a goat monster's arm away, and blood erupts across the sand. Cold blades flash under the sunset as the rest of the volley tears through the front rank. To the monsters behind, companions seem to drop all at once beneath a single line of glaring light. Fresh blood dyes the desert red, but fear never comes. The sight only drives the surviving goat monsters deeper into frenzy. Their scarlet eyes darken as if they might drip blood. With a howl for slaughter, they swing their giant hammers forward and charge the undead line again. Surviving goat monsters give Richard's troops no time to recover their tomahawks. Giant hammers sweep forward, and the second wave crashes straight into the scorpion warriors. Iron pincers snap shut to receive the blows. The impact rings across the mine like a smith striking red-hot metal. One goat is a head shorter than its opponent, yet its explosive strength wins the exchange. The scorpion warrior skids 3 full steps backward, all 8 feet digging trenches through the yellow sand. These rare 2-star monsters are 1 level higher, and the difference is suddenly impossible to ignore. Goats hammer at every opening, but the scorpion warriors do not retreat from their duty. They roar, brace, and keep the defensive line intact. Richard sees the danger clearly. If the assault continues at this pace, the devils will force a breakthrough. He gives the waiting casters their order. Cursed Pharaoh raises its withered wooden scepter. Dark light crosses the battlefield, and Curse of the Pharaoh settles over the attackers. The spell costs 20 mana and cannot be repeated for 5 minutes, but its effect is decisive. Every attribute of the afflicted goats falls by 20%. Pharaohs layer their control over the weakening curse. The goats' furious movements begin to stall, buying the defenders precious space. Even so, the earlier impacts have already exacted a price. One scorpion warrior bears a crushed chest, and only its left pincer remains ready to strike. Recovered warrior answers with a low roar. Its intact left pincer swings like a butcher's hook and nails into the goat monster's body. Then it pulls. Flesh tears open in one exaggerated wound, reversing the balance of the duel before the stronger monster can regain its momentum. Tail strikes almost at the same instant. Its venomous point flashes over the goat's shoulder and punches straight through. Poison floods into the monster as it reels from the torn wound. In a few breaths, the duel that had favored raw strength has become a fight for the goat's life. Richard's front line now changes the terms of the battle. Under the goat's pressure, the scorpion warriors dissolve into streaming sand. The monsters keep swinging with enough force to threaten walls, but physical power has become almost useless. Their targets now ignore 99% of that damage and refuse to yield. That defense gives the Axe of the Dead time to attack again. Chained tomahawks scream through the air from more than 20 meters away. One goat barely registers the incoming blade before pain tears through its body. Soul execution triggers, and the monster drops dead where it stands. Now every part of Richard's formation works together. Sand-formed scorpion warriors hold the goats in place. Cursed pharaohs arrest their movement. At 20 to 30 meters, each tomahawk carries a 30% chance of soul execution. The monsters vanish one by one until the final goat crashes onto the blood-stained sand. Beyond the fallen guardians, the mine finally reveals its prize. Gemstones catch the fading light in brilliant colors. Richard cannot help admiring them. With a private joke about dragons and girls loving anything that shines, he decides the miners should preserve one especially large gem, just in case he needs it later. System asks whether he wants to occupy the gemstone mine. Richard confirms immediately. A new mark appears on his map. The resource point is only 40 minutes from Twilight City, close enough for regular extraction. Once he returns, he only needs to send miners out to begin working it. Day's gains now line up clearly. Hunting has brought Richard 30,000 units of resources. The full system space will yield at least 2,000 units of meat after processing. The Axe of the Dead have reached level 4, and the territory has gained a rare mine. Satisfied, he searches once more, finds nothing else, and departs with his prey. By the time Richard reaches Twilight City, night has fallen. Karu is waiting as usual, but Adele stands beside him. Karu greets his lord with 2 pieces of news. Dinner is prepared and the search team has returned. Before Richard can settle in, Adele steps forward in visible excitement. Adele immediately thanks Richard. He asks the question beneath her excitement. Did the search team find her father? She shakes her head and her eyes redden so quickly that Richard is confused. Then the reason for those joyful tears emerges. They did not find the man, but they learned he had gone to Solon City. Richard understands what the news means. Once Adele knows her father is in unfamiliar territory near Solon City, she cannot simply ignore him. Fortunately, her hero recruitment mission has already been completed by another route. That realization matters beyond Adele. Perhaps future missions are not confined to their stated ceiling. There may always be another way. Dell leaves the mansion excited by the first real lead to her father. Richard, still in his black mourning robe, turns to Karu and asks where that information came from. Karu explains that the returning search team and Phoenixdale flower merchants who stayed behind both supplied it. Richard asks whether they found anything besides news of Adele's father. Karu says they located residents trapped in an oasis, but the rescuers have only just returned and are still eating. Richard is home now. He can give exhausted people time before demanding a complete report. His next question is about casualties. Karu's answer is stark: 7 injured, 4 dead. Richard responds immediately: the fallen will be buried in the land of glory, and the wounded will receive desert crown honey. Karu bows to the order without hesitation. With those arrangements made, Richard empties the prey that is nearly filling his system space and leaves it for the residents to process. He returns to the Lord's mansion for a sumptuous dinner. Only after the rescuers have also eaten does he send for them. Rescuers enter and bow, no one daring to forget the distance between residents and Lord. Their losses are worse in full. 60 people left, 6 died earlier and 4 more are gone now. 10 mummies escorted them. Only 5 came back. The desert has collected a brutal price. Richard does not pretend the deaths are small, yet the expedition brought Adele, an A-rank hero, into Twilight City. Strategically, the price was not paid for nothing. A lord in a world of 10,000 competing races cannot let mercy become paralysis. He accepts that necessary sacrifices will come again. The exploration report leaves him disappointed. The party was too weak to risk approaching anything truly unusual. They found no temple, no one-way teleportation portal, and scarcely any resource points. The mission has proved the desert dangerous, but it has not uncovered the strategic prizes Richard hoped to find. Richard asks again, not even a temple. Every head shakes. Then he asks whether they saw another territory like Twilight City. Again, the answer is no. Are desert-aligned lords truly so rare, or is the Death Desert simply vast enough to hide them? No explanation satisfies him. Unable to solve the mystery, Richard changes questions. Did they find anyone else blown away by the sandstorm? This time the answer is an immediate yes. His attention sharpens. If survivors were found, why were they not brought back to Twilight City? A middle-aged rescuer admits the problem. More than 300 people are living in an oasis, and they refused the invitation to Twilight City. They would rather wait for the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce to collect them. Richard narrows his eyes. Their choice is deliberate, not helpless. Richard asks for a map. The spokesman steps forward, spreads a rough sheet across the table, and points to a dot enclosed by a circle. That is the oasis. Its people have enough water and food to stay where they are, so thirst and hunger cannot force their decision. And comes the detail that makes no sense. The hundreds in that small oasis claim they have ample provisions, yet they also want to poach there. Richard finds the combination too bizarre to leave alone. In a few days, he will inspect the oasis himself, with these rescuers leading the way. Richard encourages the rescuers and sends them away to recover. He wants to reward their ordeal, but the storehouse exposes Twilight City's poverty. Aside from food, it holds little more than beast fur. The lord who can command sacrifice has almost nothing suitable to place in his survivors' hands. Richard asks Karu what subordinates are usually rewarded with. Karu immediately understands the embarrassment. Coins, beast fur, herbs, and ordinary materials are customary. Desert crown honey is already precious. For truly great service, however, a ruler can grant nobility, a title of glory, or even land. The answer clicks. Rewards do not have to be objects. At Twilight City's present level, materials matter, but higher-ranking followers may value honor more. Richard can someday name a baron or count of glory, titles carrying no treasury cost or real governing power, yet offering public pride. One problem has become an opportunity. Night still hangs over Twilight City. Richard remains with Karu in the Lord's mansion, but the burden of rewarding an entire rescue force no longer feels impossible. Karu's answer has shown him the key. Glory itself can become policy. Richard tells Karu to hold an award ceremony tomorrow. Every resident who joined the search and rescue mission is to step onto the stage and accept recognition. The dead have been mourned. Now the living contributors will be seen. Preparation begins tonight. Karu must find a tailor and whatever red cloth the settlement can spare. Large red flowers are preferred, smaller ones if the cloth runs short, and every participant will wear one over the chest. The entire search and rescue force will receive Twilight City's collective bronze medal, with every participant's name written down. Adele must forge the bronze version and design the silver, gold, and Lord's medals. The Lord's medal will stand as the city's highest honor. Richard divides future rewards into 2 paths. Individual medals will honor deeds completed alone. Collective medals will recognize missions carried by many hands. A large operation no longer has to choose one hero while pretending everyone else's contribution meant nothing. The honor will not be empty. Medal holders gain an honorary resident title displayed at their doorway and priority when promotions become available. Each rank also carries material rewards, though Richard leaves the exact amounts for Karu to study. Richard does not pretend the borrowed system will be perfect on its first day. He tells Karu to watch for deficiencies and repair them over time. Karu's excitement breaks through. His lord's wisdom, he declares, could make even the gods exclaim. With the orders settled, Richard turns back to Twilight City's material needs. Water is still the cruelest bottleneck. Residents struggle to draw from the well and must travel to the spring in the Russian olive forest, yet the final spring water fragment remains hostage to rare 3-star treasure chests. Instead of waiting helplessly, Richard changes another offer. 1 acre of 1-star Russian olive seeds had been worth 15 desert horses. He doubles the bounty to 30, betting that a richer price can pry a rare resource treasure out of another player's hands. Higher price is not desperation. Russian olives mature every month. If Richard plants several forests at different times, their flowering cycles can overlap, giving the desert crown bees pollen for an entire month and steadily raising honey production. Richard restarts the search under food. The market answers with specifics: 60 units of wheat for 1,200 gold, 20 units of wild boar meat for 700 wood, and 30 units of bison meat for 900 iron. The pattern is clear. Ordinary food trades at roughly 1 to 20 against common resources. Meat sits near 1 to 30. Meat is noticeably cheaper than 2 days ago, and more of it is appearing. The player economy is finally beginning to loosen. The true player market is less generous. Human and elven camps display tens of thousands of elite choices, while the desert camp looks pitiful beside them. Richard abandons that thin shelf and returns to ordinary-level mummies, where price and usefulness may still align. The interface serves up one strange mummy after another. A 1-star sharp-toothed mummy for 600 wood, a 3-star roar mummy for 1,000 stone, and a 3-star spike mummy for 1,200 iron. Richard keeps scrolling for 20 full minutes. And one entry makes his eyes shine. Guardian Mummy. Level 1, ordinary 3-star, described as vigilant and carrying 4 starting skills. The rank is modest, but the kit looks purpose-built for a settlement that cannot afford an infiltrator slipping through. Body of the Dead makes the Guardian immune to poison and plague while reducing physical damage by 15%. Its Guardian skill raises every attribute by 30% inside the territory. Outside the boundary, that bonus vanishes, but Richard wants defenders, not raiders. Troll adds 30% agility while the unit guards its territory and lets it detect enemies trying to sneak inside. Formation allows 10 Guardians to attack as one unit. Better still, territorial combat increases their injury recovery speed by 50%. Mummy Fetter rewards scale. More than 10 mummies gain 10% strength. Above 30, strength rises 20%. Beyond 50, strength, dexterity, and damage all climb 30%. The listing is not asking Richard to buy one small guard detail. It is daring him to build a garrison. 4 starting skills on an ordinary unit are absurdly good, and every one of them serves Twilight City's defense. Richard does not hesitate. He pays 3,000 iron for the first Guardian Pharaoh's mummy troop lair. Then he sees 2 more copies. One is not enough. He buys both. With all 3 Guardian Pharaoh lairs built, Richard opens their recruitment panels. Each Guardian land is elite 3-star, can raise 20 Guardian mummies immediately, and will replenish 10 every week. Together, the 3 weathered pyramids promise 60 defenders now and 30 more per weekly cycle. Every recruit requires 40 gold, 40 wood, and 40 stone. Multiplied across 60 mummies, that becomes 2,400 of each resource, 7,200 altogether. Richard has only about 6,000 left. He gives the empty reserve problem a bitter smile. Even the landlord's family has run out of food. Richard opens the trading market and reviews his 3 requests. One no longer makes sense. Instead of buying 20 more desert horses, he cancels that order and reverses the trade. Now he will offer 20 horses in exchange for resources. Complete desert horse is worth 6,000 resource units. 20 represent 120,000, enough to cultivate 2 rare-level troop lairs. Richard would still rather receive resources plus a treasure, but nobody sensible is selling treasures. Even the horse's prospective value restores his confidence. Richard confirms the order. 7,200 units vanish at once. Pale yellow light flashes across all 3 pyramids, and fine sand begins surging from their openings. The expense is no longer an abstract number. It is about to become an army. Sand piles rise and harden into ranks of mummies. Each carries a round shield in one hand and a long knife in the other. Rotten yellow bandages make them look unearthed after countless buried years. Their aura is powerful, no weaker than Richard's bandaged mummies. Panel confirms level 1 and elite 3-star potential. Their 4 defensive skills remain perfectly matched to the city. Immunity to poison and plague, reduced physical damage, a 30% territorial boost, faster patrol movement with infiltrator detection, and coordinated 10 mummy attack formations. And Richard's blessing takes hold. All 60 mummies grasp part of the desert's power and gain the D-rank skill desertification, sand transformation. Richard is delighted. The ability to become sand is spreading across his army, destined to become Twilight City's signature. Richard orders them to guard the territory from now on, to patrol day and night and repel every foreign invader. 60 ancient voices answer as one. They will obey their lord. Twilight City finally has a force designed to stay home and keep watch. Light sand and 60 new soldiers have already attracted a crowd. Karu hurries over and his turbid eyes brighten at the sight. He asks whether Richard has just recruited these troops. Richard confirms it. These guardian mummies were chosen specifically to protect Twilight City. Richard explains the trade-off. Inside the territory, the guardians receive a major attribute bonus. Outside it, much of their strength disappears. Then he gives Karu real authority. Karu may mobilize this force in the future, but the power is restricted and he must use it carefully. Richard has watched Karu's performance these past days. The old administrator has earned this trust. Karu draws a deep breath. His turbid eyes turn decisive, and his shabby frame seems young again as he vows to guard Twilight City with his life. Richard answers with a small, approving nod. There's one system constraint. Karu is no longer a hero, so Richard cannot transfer troop control to him. Instead, Richard orders the mummies to follow Karu whenever his commands serve territorial defense. The Guardians leave with Karu, while 3 teams of bandaged mummies remain available for outer sentry duty. 60 Guardians inside and 3 bandaged mummy teams available outside, Twilight City's defensive strength is finally close to a squadron. Then the weekly recruitment cycle refreshes. Richard looks across every troop lair and realizes another flood of soldiers is available. A dense wave of money? The phrase hardly begins to describe it. Monday refresh has left Richard staring at an extraordinary opportunity. Every lair is ready. 21 bandaged mummies, 7 poisonous scorpion warriors, 5 cursed pharaohs, 5 axes of the dead, and 30 guardian pharaoh mummies are waiting, 68 recruits in all, nearly 7 full teams. Excitement gives way to arithmetic. The displayed calculation for 21 bandaged mummies comes to 4,920 resources. 7 poisonous scorpion warriors require another 840, while 5 cursed pharaohs add 600. Even these elite branches are already expensive, and Richard has not reached the worst line yet. 30 guardian pharaoh mummies add 3,600. Then come the 5 rare axes of the dead, 6,000 resources by themselves, about 2/3 as much as all the other branches combined. The stated bill reaches 15,650. Richard can only sigh. Future, higher-ranked armies will cost fortunes. Fortunately, Richard is still a tycoon with 120,000 resource units. He rises and recruits everything. Roughly 15,000 resources disappear, and his force surges to 51 bandaged mummies, 20 scorpion warriors, 15 cursed pharaohs, 15 axes of the dead, and 90 guardian mummies, 191 soldiers under one lord. Victory feeds Richard's imagination. He jokes to himself about filling a lawless lord's household with elves or beast-eared maidens in elaborate maid attire, the decadent life he could never afford before. For now, 2 cheerful kitchen maids share his breakfast, and afterward he prepares to scan the map. Before setting out to explore, Richard remembers Karu's news. The Russian olive forest has bloomed. He changes course to inspect it first. The forest is no decorative experiment. It is a vital piece of Twilight City's farming industry and the ecological foundation for future production. Richard steps into dark green foliage and stops in surprise. Fragrance rolls over him. Buds that were scarce days ago now cover the forest in 7 colors, forming a rainbow above the leaves. Countless black and yellow bees buzz between the blossoms while endless yellow sand waits beyond the trees. In a forbidden land of heat and desolation, this pocket of fragrance and color feels like hope itself. Richard experiences a quiet surge of accomplishment. The residents tending the forest bow and greet him. He smiles and tells them they have done well. And Richard remembers the colony. His smile tightens into a thoughtful frown as he asks the caretakers whether the poisonous wasps have been coming here. Surrounded by the bright result of their pollination, he heads through the trees toward the hive to inspect it himself. Desert wasp hive is special level, with an elite queen and a small colony. Its uniquely fragrant honey accelerates stamina and injury recovery and slightly improves magic recovery. Despite the panel calling it medium-quality honey, the listed minimum yield is 10 units of high-grade honey each week. The panel describes the desert bees as rare level and extremely rare. An advanced queen could produce even better honey. Then the final note eclipses everything else. 2 new queens have already been born. In 3 days, they will leave to establish new hives. Twilight City's tiny honey operation is about to multiply. Richard laughs as the final notification sinks in. 2 new queens will divide the colony into 3 hives. He had expected the precious bees to grow eventually, but not this soon, and Twilight City's future wealth may be buzzing inside that wooden hive. At the current rate, 3 hives could yield 30 units of honey every week. If the flowering forest supports swift reproduction, that output can keep multiplying. Richard can already see desert crown honey becoming a pillar industry for the entire territory. And Richard checks himself. The system called these creatures extremely precious. Expansion cannot remain this easy forever. The daughter colonies will probably need a long development period after splitting. Even so, multiplying the hive now is an unquestionable gain. What is desert crown honey worth? 10,000 resources a jar, or even 100,000? Richard reigns in the fantasy and uses the lower figure. 30 jars at 10,000 each would still mean 300,000 resources every week, almost for free. Real test rests with Onyx. Richard has already entrusted him with 2 jars to open Solon City's market through the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce. Selling to players makes less sense. Most are growing poorer, and 10,000 resources can buy elite soldiers instead. Fearful buzz interrupts him. Richard looks up as 2 poisonous desert wasps descend through the flowers, each 7 to 8 centimeters long. Their startling size makes the rare colony's value feel immediate, alive, and far less like numbers on a panel. At the Fire Dragon Rabbit operation, Green Tooth is inspecting the workers. He condemns a crooked job and orders a purple vine and thorn replanted. The gnomes answer by praising his falcon-sharp eyes and thunderous voice. Richard's mouth begins to twitch. Green Tooth snaps upright and roars that the great and merciful Lord has descended. Every worker drops his tools, forms a line, bows, and shouts in perfect unison. Richard suspects rehearsal. Before they can continue the show, he abolishes the ritual and keeps only Green Tooth behind. Richard turns to the valuable rabbit fur. Green Tooth explains the hidden rule with fruit. Naturally shed hair is ripe, while hair plucked from a rabbit is still green. The shed fur is the finest quality. Richard had not expected the harvest method to matter so much. Most people still peel off the rabbit skin, Green Tooth says, because the finished material looks better that way. Richard is surprised by the trade-off. The obvious-looking harvest is not the best one. Green Tooth's inherited knowledge preserves the more valuable natural fur. Richard asks how anyone can collect fur scattered around the enclosure. Green Tooth's answer is even better. The rabbits gather every fallen strand themselves and carry it into their nests. Once a month, the workers only need to open those nests and remove the accumulated fur. Richard can hardly believe it. Keep the rabbits enclosed, give them no food, and they even collect their own premium fur. It is breeding made for the laziest producer alive. The only danger is forgetting the strangest rule of all and feeding them by mistake. Richard leaves the olive forest in excellent spirits and leads his army east across the desert, continuing his survey of the map. Today's destination is no minor resource point. He intends to take the medium-sized gold mine guarded by the brutally durable half-metal giants. Those metal-bodied giants made a lasting impression, but Richard's refreshed force has changed the calculation. More axes of the dead now march with him, and every soul execution throw carries a 30% chance of death. If brute force still fails, sand transformation can protect him from physical damage and let him escape. As the army marches, Richard opens the forum chat to see how other lords handled the recent troop refresh. One jubilant player recruited a batch just before the reset, and then recruited the refreshed troops too. The boast compares the newly armed territory to a mouse carrying a gun, suddenly capable of frightening cats. Next account is a catastrophe. A vagrant distracted one lord with an offer involving his wife, sending the lord to bed before recruitment. Bandits ransacked the underdefended territory the next morning. Then came the final humiliation. The vagrant had been an enemy spy, and the woman had brought an alarming illness with her. Another player boasts about owning 10 troop layers, only to panic in the next breath. The troops eat more than the residents, and the swelling army threatens to consume the territory's supplies. Richard recognizes the hidden price immediately. Recruitment strength means little if a lord cannot sustain what has been recruited. One complaint turns the forum into a public execution. A lord has mixed undead troops into a human territory and provoked backlash. Replies ask whether anyone has ever seen an undead army recruiting elves. One joker offers a solution fit for the faction: slaughter the residents and convert them into undead instead. Richard compares the thread with his own territory. Twilight City's residents have never rebelled over his undead. He suspects a hidden system. Troops recruited outside a lord's camp receive an invisible penalty, and the farther they deviate, the harsher it becomes. Human and undead are enemies, but the desert camp is lawful neutral and more permissive. Broad recruitment range does not mean unlimited freedom. The desert itself is the second filter. A human soldier might be accepted by the residents yet become thirsty, exhausted, and far weaker in battle. From now on, Richard must test every prospective troop twice, against Twilight City's faction and against its environment. Private message arrives from Where's Your F*** seeking Italian canon. He boasts about a 2-star dungeon and smiles at the thought of impressing the mysterious Kinkyu. To him, this is a chance to stand tall before a famously powerful player. To Richard, it reads like a man proudly announcing his own funeral. Richard answers without cushioning a word. If Italian Cannon wants to die, he can enter that 2-star dungeon. A 1-star dungeon already has rare troops as its average strength. Until the would-be raider can assemble 3 full squadrons of rare troops, even considering a 2-star challenge is madness. Richard sends the warning and closes the forum. Boast dies instantly. Italian Cannon sends more than a dozen messages, but Kinkyu is already gone. A 1-star dungeon averages rare troops, and he nearly walked into a 2-star one. Relief becomes gratitude. Richard has effectively saved his life. Worse for his pride, such precise knowledge suggests Kinkyu has personally faced a dungeon that terrifying and survived. Once his hands stop metaphorically shaking, Italian Cannon messages his friend Night Rain Flower Falls. Kinkyu says even a 1-star dungeon averages rare troops. Whatever waits in a 2-star dungeon can only be worse. Their raid must be postponed. Night Rain answers immediately, while Richard, unaware that his warning is already spreading, continues east toward the gold mine. With the forum chat closed, Richard continues east toward the gold mine. He first detours to the gemstone mine captured days earlier. The ring of tools reaches him before the site does. More than a dozen residents are already digging under mummy protection. Mining is monotonous, but the operation is sound. Richard leaves once he is satisfied. This miniature mine produces only 3 gem units a day, so patience is unavoidable. 20 minutes later, the gold mine's enormous rocks rise ahead, and his calm turns to excitement. Richard halts the formation and warns everyone. The half-metal giants possess terrifying strength and defense. No one is to meet them head-on. Scorpion warriors and cursed pharaohs will serve as shields. The 15 axes of the dead will lead the killing with soul execution. Richard studies the patrol. The system identifies a brutal half-metal giant, level 5, elite, and rare 3-star. Its elite status adds 15% defense. Golden body adds another 60% and makes it immune to poison. Rest is worse. As heavy as a mountain turns each fist swing into twice the giant's body weight. Metal fused into its skin grants 30% more defense. Life in a gold mine steadily strengthens it, and a group larger than 10 gains another 20% defense. Giants' noses twitch. Anger hardens their faces like water poured onto steel. One bellows that damned undead have entered their territory, and the thunderous accusation rouses the entire mine. More enormous figures emerge between the rocks like moving hills. Scorpion warriors do not flinch. They shout back that the gold mine belongs to Twilight City. The giants roar that it is theirs. Already furious, the first speaker charges out to teach these supposedly lowly beings what cruelty means. Its roar lands like thunder. Beyond 20 meters from the mine, every pounding step throws yellow sand into the air. The giant carries the pressure of an army by itself, but the undead never fear. At 10 meters, all 15 chain tomahawks launch together. The giant is too proud of its gold-forged body to dodge. It strides into the barrage with its head high. Metal crashes against metal. Sparks burst everywhere, and the supposedly invincible armor opens in large cracks beneath the tomahawk's magical force. More than 10 giants now storm the Scorpion warrior line, with 2 smaller parties following. This mine's defense dwarfs the gemstone mines. Yet at 20 to 30 meters, the axes of the dead are at full power. Their second round collapses 7 giants. Battle-tested tomahawks whip back along their chains, readying the undead for another throw. But rage finally produces an answer. Several giants seize the returning chains. Metallic bodies gleam, bulging muscles lock tight, and a continuous eruption of strength snaps the links. One giant grabs a tomahawk and hauls the remaining chain backward. At the other end stands a 2.2-meter undead soldier in full armor. Even that towering warrior is ripped forward, feet buried in the desert and carving 2 deep tracks. The giants are monstrously powerful. Chains lie snapped across the desert, and one armored axe of the dead is still being dragged through the sand. Richard's expression hardens. No enemy has ever disarmed these undead so completely. He turns toward the waiting cursed pharaohs, but before he gives the order, the axes move. Tomahawks buried in the sand suddenly fracture like glass and vanish. At the same instant, new blades grow around the broken hafts in the undead soldiers' hands. Within a few blinks, every weapon is whole. Their racial talent can rebuild the axes from energy, the same reason each strike inflicts magical damage. The undead soldier at the far end of the captured chain finally answers. It jerks backward with brutal force. The weapon gripped by the giant disintegrates into flying debris, then rebuilds in the undead's hand before the giant can recover control. The apparent humiliation has become a trap. The sight is so satisfying that Richard laughs. He points at the giant locked against a scorpion warrior. "Restrict it! Let the undead attack!" A cursed pharaoh immediately raises its withered scepter. Dark light flashes, cursed words takes hold, and the enormous brass-like body freezes in place. Richard expected a monster this powerful to break free almost at once. Instead, it remains trapped far longer than the rare devil goat he once controlled. The reason becomes clear. For all its absurd strength and armor, the half-metal giant's magic resistance is extremely low. Richard has found the seam in its defense. Pharaoh casts again. This time the curse does not merely stop the lead giant, it tears 20% from every attribute. The pressure on the scorpion warrior drops at once. It catches its breath, digs in, and desperately blocks the path to Richard's ranged formation. Weakened does not mean harmless. The giant hammers down with such violence that the scorpion warrior bursts into a storm of yellow sand. Dust rolls over the battlefield and hides entire formations. Yet the front line has done its job. The charge still has not broken through to the axes of the dead. That confusion belongs to the axes. Tomahawks whistle from unseen angles, chains snap taut, and recovered blades strike again and again. Every throw carries Soul Execution's 30% chance to kill. The giant's first charge had force, the second is exhausted, by the third their hope of reaching the back line is dying. Last half-metal giant struggles with a scorpion warrior as the yellow sand begins to settle. A chain tomahawk lands, and Soul Execution finally answers. The giant's massive body crashes down. Its strength was genuine, but Twilight City was stronger because Richard made curses, sand bodies, and magical weapons cover one another's weaknesses. Richard studies the fallen guardians. The scorpion warrior's armor-piercing tails managed only pale marks on those metal bodies. Physical power never truly solved this enemy. The Axe's energy weapons did. A system notice then confirms the result. He commanded a victorious mini-battle and earns 300 experience points. Victory exposes another weakness. Twilight City has only a little over 300 residents. Richard's army may possess intelligence, but soldiers cannot replace native people. The Shining Era's official guidance warned that later city upgrades require sufficient population. Lords who discard residents now will eventually pay for that mistake. That makes the Oasis survivors impossible to ignore. The search team found more than 300 people there, yet they refused to leave. Richard still intends to bring them back himself. But one detail troubles him. A small desert oasis somehow has no food shortage. Before he relocates anyone, he needs to learn why. With that future problem fixed in his mind, Richard leads the troops inside. From outside, the place resembles a quarry choked with enormous rocks. Past the entrance, however, dim golden light gleams beneath the stones. The hard-won resource point finally reveals the wealth the giants had been protecting. In the central area, Richard finds a large workshop built to turn the mine's gold into coins. The equipment is dusty but ready. Production could begin at any time if he supplied workers. The discovery makes his population problem immediate. Wealth is already under his feet, yet people are still required to unlock it. Before the dusty workshop sits a rotten wooden box. Richard's hopes rise, then sink when no attributes appear. Still, he refuses to leave even a worthless-looking catch unopened. He bends down, lifts the lid, and finds nothing, until a strip of blackened material shows from the crack at the bottom. Richard carefully pulls the folded object from the crack. It is a blackened blueprint. His disappointment disappears, and his eyes light up. Holding the fragile sheet by its edges, he begins to unfold it slowly. Whatever the abandoned workshop has given him, its identity remains hidden as the chapter ends. The blackened sheet finishes unfolding in Richard's hands. A system chime answers the mystery at once. He has obtained the food workshop blueprint. The worthless-looking scrap from the rotten box is an ordinary building plan, and the first blueprint Richard has personally uncovered. Its function is broad, but its price is exact. 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 wood, and 10,000 stone. Construction occupies 10 spaces and takes 7 days with 30 workers. Use fewer people and the work slows. Assign more and it finishes sooner. And Richard reaches the important part. This is not merely a place to cook. The workshop can research food, develop new products, process ingredients, and produce the results. In his mind, those functions lock together into a complete industry. Possibilities arrive immediately. Desert crown honey could become more than a raw specialty, and the Russian olive forest could yield products of its own. If the workshop turns them into exceptional food, even delicacies fit for royalty, Richard sees no reason buyers would be difficult to find. That profit is not a luxury. Richard's rare troop layers have entered a brutal cost curve. The Axe of the Dead's next step alone points toward 500,000 resource units. Beyond that waits 5 million. One layer can consume a fortune, and he has an army to develop. And the entire world receives a new reason to hurry. A large-scale dungeon is coming in 20 days. Only the first million lords may enter its time fragment, a microscopic gate beside 20 billion competitors. Richard's long-term resource problem has acquired a deadline. Forum detonates. Some lords celebrate the chance to fight, others threat to kill competitors for the final reward. One player regrets selling his territory that very morning. Alliances begin recruiting, information is demanded, and everyone suddenly understands that preparation time is already disappearing. Single post catches Richard's attention. The rankings are live. He closes forum chat and selects the leaderboard, which is no longer gray. Inside are 2 measures of a lord's foundation, the territory level ranking and the overall territory strength ranking. Only the territory level list can be opened. Overall strength remains sealed until May 28th at 10 o'clock. Beside that countdown sits the decisive rule. The top 1 million will enter the time fragment. Richard now knows when the real comparison will arrive, but not everything it will weigh. First entries are enough to surprise him. Dragon Dive of the Human Holy Church faction ranks first, Claude of the Elf Natural faction ranks second. Both already command level 3 small cities. The race is only days old, yet the strongest territorial developers are far ahead. Richard remains confident that Twilight City's army can claim a place on the overall strength list. But what if territory level also carries heavy weight? A powerful army attached to an underdeveloped territory might still rank lower than expected. With entry at stake, confidence is not enough. He cannot be careless. The uncertainty does not dampen Richard's spirit, it ignites it. He will raise Twilight City's level, but he will not let territorial construction drain the edge from his army. Before the dungeon opens, his troops must grow stronger, strong enough that the other lords have no choice but to bow. While Richard remains away at the cleared gold mine, his decision to strengthen both territory and army begins producing an unexpected echo elsewhere. On the Shining Era forum, where's your F***-seeking Italian cannon opens the new territory leaderboard and asks the question no one can answer. Where is Big Brother Kinkyu? Cannon flips through the list again and again, but it shows only the leading 1,000 lords and Kinkyu is nowhere among them. He wonders if Richard changed his account name. Night Rain Flower Falls answers immediately. Impossible. Everyone has one name and the system does not support changing it. Cannon cannot accept that Kinkyu is weaker than the names above him. Richard's dungeon warning earned too much trust for that. Night Rain offers a colder explanation. Territory level is not everything. Kinkyu recently sold nearly 100 desert horses, so he cannot lack resources. Perhaps he spent them where the ranking cannot see, on troops. Night Rain points to the strongest evidence. How else could Kinkyu have cleared a 1-star dungeon packed with rare soldiers? Cannon seizes on the theory at once. Of course, Big Brother Kinkyu must have poured everything into his army. His absence from a territory-level list does not make him weak. It may make him dangerous. Night Rain refuses to let speculation distract Cannon from his own problem. Before the large-scale dungeon opens, he must level up enough to enter the top 1 million, because its time fragment will hold valuable rewards. Cannon boasts that within a week he will trample everyone and become #1 in the world. Night Rain replies simply, "Oh." Covering, Cannon asks whether Night Rain's B-rank hero could stand near the top at this stage, then presses her for a route to another high-rank recruit. Night Rain knows 2 possible places, but both are far away. Worse, no treasure can raise a hero's innate potential. Even reaching those places would offer only D or C-rank heroes. Cannon asks for any other method. Night Rain admits the deeper problem. The present Shining Era has changed drastically from the game information she remembers. Her knowledge is no universal solution. The search for Chris succeeded only because she knew every relevant detail beforehand. Without that advantage, even her own high-rank recruitment probably would have failed. Night Rain warns that early hero recruitment is difficult for reasons an army cannot solve. A hero may demand a particular item or ask the Lord to find a person. Even dragon-rank troops are useless if the target cannot be located. Force can win battles. It cannot conjure missing information, people, or objects. E and F-rank heroes are easier to recruit. Night Rain continues, but they have little potential to cultivate. Cannon finally concedes that even Kinkyu may not have found a B-rank hero. Trapped in the desert, what sort of hero could he recruit? A C-rank hero, Cannon decides, would already be impressive. Beyond their conversation, the ranking has thrown the entire forum into uproar. Players discover that the strongest territories have already become level 3 small cities after only a few days. Many others are still working from dawn to night merely to stop their residents from starving. One list has made the gulf between lords impossible to ignore. Soon the forum splits into camps. One side says Kinkyu merely stumbled across food at the right moment. If he is not even in the top 1,000 now, then perhaps he was never special. The other side answers that anyone capable of securing and selling so many resources would not suddenly become poor. His missing upgrade must have another cause. Kinkyu's defenders reach a bolder conclusion. A lord who found that much food and sold nearly 100 desert horses cannot be short of resources. If he chose not to raise his territory level, then he must be hiding strength somewhere else. To them, the absence is not a failure. It is proof that Kinkyu is a hidden boss. What begins as a manageable argument draws in more and more players. Soon the forum pays less attention to the actual territory rankings than to one missing name. Why is Kinkyu not there? Richard never posts, explains, or even appears. Yet by the end, the absent lord has somehow become the center of the entire discussion. The result is almost magical. While other players argue over why Kinkyu is missing from the rankings, Richard is still out in the desert, unaware of the attention. After leaving his newly conquered gold mine, he keeps scanning the map until dark. Hunting offers more than supplies. Levels grant strength, while potential determines how much strength each level can provide. Richard returns exhausted, but his mood is excellent. The medium gold mine is now his, promising 14,000 resource units every week. Unlike a hunting windfall, that income will keep arriving. Better still, his troops destroyed the half-metal giants in a head-on clash, giving him a firm measure of the army he commands. Remaining gains are just as useful. The blackened blueprint from the mine is a food workshop plan, opening another path for Twilight City's development. His poisonous scorpion warriors, cursed pharaohs, and axe of the dead have all reached level 4 and are moving toward 5. Stored prey can become at least 2,000 units of food. Karu is waiting as usual, but tonight the old administrator is carrying obvious worry. Richard asks what happened. The well's level has dropped sharply for 2 days, Karu explains, and the decline is continuing. In a desert settlement, that is not a minor maintenance problem. It is a threat to everyone. Richard has been preparing for this danger, but one spring water fragment is still missing. Even a huge resource offer has failed to secure it, so he raises the stakes with 5 desert horses. Minutes later, the system confirms the sale. The relief is immediate, followed by one painful thought. If the seller accepted that quickly, did he overpay? Expense is easier to accept when Richard reviews the tiers. 3 fragments make a 1-star spring, 10 make a 2-star medium spring, 30 make a 3-star large spring. His completed set can support roughly 3,000 to 5,000 people, ending Twilight City's immediate water anxiety for a long time. Satisfied, he decides to install it in the morning and sleeps. Early on May 10th, a disturbance wakes Richard. He washes, leaves the Lord's mansion, and follows the noise to the well. A large crowd has gathered there with drawn faces. Their greeting lacks its usual energy. When Richard asks what happened, a resident gives the answer everyone feared. The well ran dry this morning. Karu arrives with his wrinkled face looking older than ever. He salutes, but worry stops the rest of his words. Richard sees the fear surrounding him and smiles. This crisis has arrived one morning too late to defeat his plan. He tells everyone not to be nervous. He has a way. His calm authority quiets the crowd and turns dread into trust. 10 crystal shards appear in Richard's hand. Each is only about 1/3 of a palm, and the broken-looking edges do not cut him. The system asks whether he will consume all 10 to synthesize a medium-sized spring. Richard confirms. At once, brilliant light pours from the fragments, and every frightened face turns toward it. Some of Twilight City's older residents recognize the sight. They saw the first spring appear in the Russian olive forest. One cries that this is a God-given gift and that their lord still possesses such a treasure. Wonder races through the crowd. A system synthesis has become, in their eyes, a miracle offered to the whole settlement. Richard places the completed spring into the dry well. The treasure's light vanishes below the rim. For one suspended moment, nothing moves. Then water surges upward in a towering column. It falls back in a glittering sheet, and beneath it the well begins to gurgle without stopping. Twilight City's failed water source is alive again. The pressure that held the crowd silent finally breaks. People laugh, scoop up water, and splash it over their friends. Under the first ray of sunlight, the celebration becomes almost childlike. In the desert, water is not a convenience. It is hope, life, and everything. By restoring it, Richard has given this land a future once again. At last, the exhausted crowd grows quiet. Richard has already left the well. One young man stares down the empty path for a long time, then places a hand over his chest and bows. The gesture passes through the residents without an order. One after another, every face turns the same way, and Twilight City salutes its absent lord. System measures what the residents cannot put into words. Richard's actions have conquered them, increasing his leadership progress by 50%. Twilight City's popular support reaches 80 and unlocks stable place. Refugee attraction rises by 30%, with a better chance of drawing high-level talent or low-level heroes. Saving the well has strengthened the city's future far beyond water. Richard reads the new notification again, scarcely believing the reward hidden inside the residents' salute. Stable place means a united, happy population, 30% greater attraction to refugees, and a better chance of drawing high-level talents or low-level heroes. The spring has secured more than water. It has made Twilight City more desirable. Inside the Lord's mansion, Richard audits what he can build with. Twilight City holds 340 humans, 20 desert gnomes, and 30 long-armed laborers, 390 residents in all. Its treasury shows 25,000 gold, 25,000 wood, and 12,000 each of stone and iron. Mercury, sulfur, crystal, and gemstones remain at 0. Settlement itself is still a level 1 small village, a basic mansion, 10 elite residences, 1 ordinary smithy, 1 barracks, and 10 open spaces. Yet it controls 5 resource points and 3 special resources. Its 9 troop layers support 90 guardian pharaoh mummies, 51 bandaged mummies, 20 scorpion warriors, 15 cursed pharaohs, and 15 axe of the dead. Richard starts the upgrade, but Karu arrives behind him before reconstruction begins. The old administrator is still exhilarated by the spring, his clothes wet from the celebration. Richard immediately gives him a practical order: clear every residence and every occupied building. The blacksmith shop is no exception. Karu hurries away to evacuate them all. Half an hour later, the reconstruction ends. Twilight City is now a level 2 small village. and its territory has expanded by 10 spaces, doubling its open area to 20. Richard orders another upgrade without hesitation, only for the system to stop him. Level 3 requires 2 elite buildings. 10 residences are already elite, so Richard needs only one more qualifying building. The ordinary blacksmith shop is the obvious choice, 1,000 each of wood, stone, and iron with 10 minutes of work. He confirms. When the shop reaches elite, he immediately commits 3,000 of every common resource to the next 1-hour territorial upgrade. Chain of upgrades carries Twilight City into the level 1 small-town tier. Then momentum finally breaks. Level 2 demands 3 advanced buildings and 500 residents. Richard can solve the buildings, but the city has only 390 people. He shelves further upgrading and turns to the obvious answer, the refugees waiting at the desert oasis. Richard has not forgotten the greater prize hidden in the smithy. An advanced blacksmith shop can research stronger troop attacks, a feature repeatedly praised on Shining Era's official website. Despite the drain of continuous upgrading, he spends another 2,000 wood, stone, and iron. 30 minutes later, the shop reaches advanced. The advanced shop now forges 30% faster and can employ as many as 30 people. More importantly, it can improve one troop branch at a time. The interface names Adele Thorin as its resident hero. Her contribution is enormous, 30% faster research and a 30% increase to the success rate. Richard chooses the bandaged mummies basic attack as Twilight City's first project. The estimate is sobering, 7 days and 30,000 resources, 5,000 gold, 5,000 wood, and 20,000 iron. The materials do not have to be paid in one lump sum, so he can begin now and supply the remainder progressively. He confirms the project. Fine print tempers Richard's excitement. Research can fail, and the shop cannot begin another troop branch until its current project is complete. Adele's bonuses make those limits far more manageable, but they carry a deployment cost. While she leads the research, she cannot leave Twilight City. If she does, every bit of progress stops. Richard rereads Twilight City's first research estimate until its weight sinks in. Improving the bandaged mummy's basic attack costs 5,000 gold, 5,000 wood, and 20,000 iron. He can supply the 30,000 resources progressively, but even that concession cannot erase the chance of failure. And Adele's value becomes unmistakable. Her A-rank hero characteristic raises research speed by 30% and success by another 30%. On a simple project, that is excellent. On the expensive high-level technologies waiting ahead, Richard realizes it will be extraordinary. Richard tries switching the research target to the Axe of the Dead. The system refuses. The bandaged mummy project must finish first. It still reveals the estimate, 10 days, 10,000 gold, 10,000 wood, 50,000 iron, and only a 70% success rate. Richard can only hold his forehead. 70,000 resources for one project is outrageous. Outside, the territorial upgrade is no longer an abstract notification. Every space now covers 10 by 10 meters, and the expansion has transformed Twilight City from cramped to widely decongested. Richard walks through the open settlement, taking in the scale his resources have purchased. Lord's Mansion has grown from 30 spaces to 40. Its central building now rises 3 stories, with larger yards before and behind it. Farther along, the once inconspicuous blacksmith shop stands tall beside a small courtyard, and even the barracks has gained a fence twice a person's height. Barracks looks imposing, but Richard's soldiers are undead. They neither sleep nor need a place to rest, so desert gnomes have long occupied the building instead. Its military function remains limited, a reminder that Twilight City's unusual army does not follow ordinary logistics. Richard opens the troop lair panel. The Great Pyramid and the poisonous scorpion warrior's nest can advance, while other cooldowns are nearing completion. But one elite to rare upgrade consumes 50,000 resource units. 2 would consume 100,000. He refuses to spend blindly. Since bandaged mummy attack research is already underway, he postpones that branch and chooses the scorpion's nest. Scorpion's nest completes its upgrade. Its panel lists 7 recruits per week, each requiring 400 gold, 400 wood, and 400 iron. The lair must cool for 7 days before another promotion. Then a new black-gold notification appears and changes the value of the upgrade completely. Notification says previously recruited elite 3-star soldiers can be raised to the upgraded lair's level. Richard reads it again to be certain, then laughs aloud. The black-gold system has not merely improved future recruitment. It has opened a path to promote every scorpion warrior he already commands. The price matches fresh recruitment. Raising both small teams requires 8,000 gold, 8,000 wood, and 8,000 iron. Richard still has 120,000 resource units available. There is nothing to debate. He confirms every promotion at once. Joints creak throughout both teams as silver-white light washes over them. Mysterious patterns spread across their pincers, giving the metal a harder, stronger luster. Their longbow-curved tails sharpen, each tip glowing a poisonous blue. The panel confirms level 4 rare 3-star potential, and a D-rank tail strike that pierces armor, inflicts heavy poison and paralyses for 3 seconds. Richard's entire scorpion branch has risen together. The transformation of Richard's scorpion warriors leaves him in a lively mood. He has spent the entire morning improving Twilight City's spring, territory, and troops, watching the strength in his hands rise piece by piece. By noon, he finally stops to rest and eat. Just after lunch, several long-armed laborers are brought into the hall. Their ugly faces are rigid with terror, and panic sharpens the first worker's voice. Something terrible has happened. Ghosts appeared outside the iron mine while they were working, and the miners fled immediately. Richard asks whether the ghosts had any allies. The workers can only shake their heads. They evacuated before learning more. Instead of fearing the interruption, Richard sees the possibility of another unexpected event, a mission perhaps and benefits. He rises. They will lead him there, and he will handle it personally. Laborers pant as they guide Richard's assembled force through the desert. Half an hour later, he halts atop a high dune. Twilight City's iron mine lies 200 meters away, yet its change is already palpable. The entire site feels gloomy and cold enough to raise goosebumps. Richard opens the attribute display. The resource point is now marked Haunted Iron Mine, occupied by the Undead. 5 teams of elite ghosts float around it. That would be troublesome for many forces, but Richard has just strengthened the perfect answer. His command is cold and absolute. Attack and leave none alive. Scorpion warriors surge toward the mine as the axe of the dead strike at the same moment. Tomahawks roar through the air and catch the floating ghosts before they can evade. Their 50% resistance to physical damage offers no answer to the axe's magical force. 2 whole teams shatter in the first wave. Scorpion warriors meet the survivors head-on. Iron pincers drive through translucent bodies as if cutting dense gel, then tear away whole sections. Blue glowing tails strike like lightning. Poison spreads visibly through one ghost, locking it in paralysis before the pincers finish it. Within moments, all 5 teams are gone. Cursed Pharaohs never need to cast. Twilight City's higher-level troops have erased 5 elite ghost teams in a crushing counterattack. The system awards Richard 100 experience points, then announces that the stolen iron mine has been recovered and asks whether he wishes to occupy it again. Richard confirms. Resource point is safe, but the sudden appearance of ghosts matters more to Richard than the mine itself. He continues exploring instead of returning home. If this attack belongs to a larger unexpected event, the source of it may hold greater rewards and a much greater danger. Within half an hour, the expedition finds 7 or 8 troop gathering places. Every force stationed at them has been slaughtered. The repeated devastation strips away any thought that the mine attack was random. An unknown undead power has been moving aggressively through the region. One detail repeats without exception. The victims' bones are missing. At several sites, even the corpses are gone, leaving only marks of battle in the sand. Richard sees the purpose behind the slaughter. A ghost force could turn those stolen remains into skeleton soldiers and quietly build an army. Skeleton soldiers may be individually weak, but several thousand would overwhelm most lords at this stage. Worse, this force is already aggressive. If it can strike Richard's iron mine today, it can strike Twilight City tomorrow. Ghosts offer no kindly negotiation. Richard orders vigilance raised to the highest level. Not long afterward, the troops find traces suggesting the ghosts passed through only recently. Richard quickens the pursuit. Another half-hour later, the Scorpion warriors scouting ahead return with the report he has been waiting for. The enemy has been found. Richard gathers every unit that had spread through the surrounding desert. Under the cover of the dunes, Richard follows the scouts' directions and finally sees the target. It is nothing like the ghost city he imagined. Before him lies another iron mine, already more than half excavated, with loose ore scattered everywhere. The enemy has made this industrial site its guarded foothold. Skeleton warriors patrol the mine in force, more than 3 full squadrons. Their organized movement converges around a route descending beneath the excavated site. Richard has found the enemy, but not its true center. Is this merely a guarded underground map, or does a ghost city actually wait below? Near the enemy-held mine, Richard studies the underground entrance without finding the answer he wants. Are these skeletons merely guardians of a sealed map, like those outside a temple? Or does a true ghost city wait below? Curiosity stirs, but he refuses to descend with enemies at his back. Surface garrison consists of 3 squadrons of level 2, ordinary 2-star skeleton warriors. Their numbers are respectable, but their strength is not. At Richard's order, the Scorpion warriors surge into the mine first, and the axe of the dead follows without even bothering to throw its chained weapons. Fearless skeletons fight until destruction, but courage cannot erase the difference in power. 3.5 squads of rare soldiers drive forward as if nothing can stop them. Pincers tear bodies apart, tomahawks reap the survivors, and skeletons fall like wheat. The victory grants Richard 600 experience points. The tunnel is only about 3 meters high, built entirely from rock, and slants downward before turning after several dozen meters. The undead can read their surroundings through soul fire. Richard cannot. Without dark vision, he must rely on a faint blue glow and the scouts moving ahead of him. Less than 10 minutes later, battle erupts 50 meters ahead. The lead Scorpion warrior roars an alarm as 7 or 8 small teams of skeleton warriors flood from the opposite side. Yet the tunnel betrays them. Their greater numbers cannot spread out, and a single Scorpion warrior team blocks the passage. Bone arrows hiss out of the darkness. 2 small teams of skeleton archers have formed behind the melee, and there is almost no room to dodge. The volleys strike the Scorpion warriors squarely, only to clang away from their hard bone armor. Unhurt and enraged, the front line smashes forward through the warriors, blocking its path. The axe of the dead answers the ranged attack. Chained tomahawks whip past the Scorpion warriors and tear into the archers behind the crowded line, while the armored vanguard continues dismantling every skeleton in reach. The ambush collapses, and Richard's formation resumes its advance deeper into the complex. Passage opens into a chamber roughly 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. Dozens of hanging torchlight monsters illuminate it, and another passage waits at the far end. Between Richard and that exit stands a simplified iron triangle, more than 3 squadrons of warriors, 5 of archers, and 3 of white-staffed mages. Formation tells Richard more than the tunnel ever did. A real ghost city would not scatter its troops into neat defensive stages unless its lord wanted to feed them to invaders piece by piece. This looks like a guarded map, a temple-like challenge. With that conclusion, caution gives way to aggression. Richard's order is exact. The Scorpion warriors will break the defensive line as fast as possible. The axe of the dead will drive through and destroy the mages at the rear. If even one casting begins, the cursed pharaohs must interrupt it immediately. Whatever the battlefield, the spellcasters die first. Scorpion warriors roar and charge. Their fighting style is brutal, direct, and perfectly suited to this task. Giant pincers rip apart every skeleton warrior that blocks them, while curved poisonous tails strike like precise spears. The front rank buckles, opening the first path toward the archers and mages behind it. Richard's troops are winning the physical clash, but the danger at the rear has not vanished. White bone staffs rise above the archers. Dark, freezing energy gathers into ghostly fireballs, then hurtles toward the packed melee where Scorpion warriors and skeletons are locked together. Richard's priority target has managed to fire. Ghostly fireball detonates inside the melee. Freezing negative energy swallows a Scorpion warrior and the skeletons packed around it. The skeleton's soul flames shudder out at once. The Scorpion warrior remains standing, but the spell leaves its aura markedly weaker. This world offers no protection from friendly fire, but Richard cannot rely on the enemy hurting itself again. Watching from behind the formation, he snaps out the priority. The cursed pharaohs must control the field, and the axe of the dead must kill the mages. Scorpion warriors charge without regard for the pressure on them. Iron pincers smash into the packed skeleton line, forcing open a narrow gap. The axe of the dead follows close behind until the mages are finally within the tomahawk's 30-meter reach. The cursed pharaohs raise their withered staffs. Dark incantation light sweeps across the rear formation, and most of the skeleton mages freeze in place before they can complete another spell. For one decisive instant, the enemy's greatest threat cannot move. The tomahawks fly. They do not stop at the first targets. Driven by tremendous force, the weapons punch through skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, then bury themselves in the fragile mages behind them. White bones burst apart under the impact. When the first throw loses momentum, the axe of the dead whips the chains with both arms. Fresh force surges into the buried weapons. Tomahawks sweep sideways through the mage line like a lawnmower, and the chamber fills with the continuous crack of breaking bones. The next defense is built differently. 2 squadrons of zombies form a thick wall across the route, and 5 full squadrons of skeleton mages wait behind them. Richard is no longer looking at a brittle screen. These frontliners are meant to absorb punishment. System explains why the wall looks so stubborn. A zombie's scratch spreads E-rank infection, reducing every attribute by 2% each minute, up to 30%. The creatures can absorb death aura to heal, and their massed formation has already activated a 30% defense increase. Richard refuses to grind through the toughest targets in order. The mages are still the only enemies capable of decisively threatening Twilight City's troops. He pairs the axe of the dead with a Scorpion warrior assault group, while the cursed pharaohs and the remaining Scorpion warriors fight to create space. White bone staffs begin to gather dark energy. Richard's pupils constrict. He warns the Scorpion warriors to dodge, and if escape becomes impossible, activate sand transformation immediately. It cannot make them immune to magic, but its rapid healing may keep them in the fight. Zombies lurch forward with stiff limbs and a revolting stench, but durability is not dominance. Richard's rare-ranked Scorpion warriors are fiercer. A pincer closes with a sonic crack, its hooked tip bites into a zombie, and raw strength tears the enemy line out of shape. Mages release their attack into the crowded clash. The Scorpion warriors move, but the slow zombies cannot. 10 of them are caught behind the front and explode under their own side's magic, spraying the ground with blood and abruptly punching disorder into the defensive wall. The Axe of the Dead turns its weapon chains into a moving barricade. Several soldiers brace together, catch the approaching zombies, and wrench the chains apart. The slow undead cannot evade or squeeze through. A direct lane opens, and the Scorpion warriors charge for the mages. Second wave of ghostly fireballs lights the underground sky, aimed directly at the charging Scorpion warriors. Richard's warning makes the difference. Most evade. Only 3 are engulfed, and all 3 instantly transform into sand, enduring the magical impact while the untouched warriors reach the casters. Once the Scorpion warriors reach the rear line, the contest is over. The skeleton mages have no close combat answer to hooked pincers and poisonous tails. Their formation breaks apart in moments, and the only force capable of turning the battle with magic disappears. The Axe of the Dead sees the battle stabilize and lifts its tomahawks with almost savage delight. The zombies are thick-skinned, but slow, isolated, and no longer protected by spellfare. Richard's troops carve through them methodically. 5 minutes later, the underground route is quiet. System confirms a small-scale victory and awards Richard 1,500 experience points. His status surges to level 4, 9,835 out of 10,000. After the long underground assault, only a little more than 100 experience separates him from level 5. At last, sliver matters. In Shining Era, level 5 marks the beginning of qualitative growth, the threshold for changing rank, learning skills, and truly stepping into the wider world. Richard finally feels that this is real leveling. With the passage ahead still open, the next victory may transform everything. The passage finally opens, but not into another cramped chamber. Richard stands at the edge of an oval underground world more than 50 meters high and over a kilometer across. Beneath him, a thick white carpet of bones stretches into the distance. At the cavern's center, countless skeletons have been piled into a mountain. A single black coffin rests on its summit. The sight is mysterious, oppressive, and terrifying enough to stop Richard cold. And the shock breaks. Excitement surges through Richard. Anything protected by a spectacle like this must be extraordinary. He takes 2 deep breaths, reins in his emotions, and fixes on one conclusion. He has found a great treasure. Calculation is brutal. Richard counts more than 3 large teams of skeleton warriors, at least 1 large team each of zombies and ghosts, 4 to 5 skeleton archer squadrons, and 2 to 3 skeleton mage squadrons. Thousands of undead stand between him and the coffin. Beneath the mountain stand 5 teams of bone knights, motionless on undead horses and carrying long spears made from white bone. One formation bears a bone crown and radiates crushing pressure. Richard opens its panel and realizes even a force with a hero might fail to break into this place. Roar tears through the cavern. In one motion, every undead head turns toward the tunnel entrance. The wandering skeleton warriors and zombies surge forward like sharks scenting blood, with ghosts flowing among them. Richard's observation window is over. Richard's face turns cold. He orders everyone back into the tunnel, where the narrow terrain can choke the horde's numbers. Scorpion warriors take the front. No one is to stand and trade blows. They retreat deeper while fighting and preserve the formation. Skeleton warriors pour into the tunnel like a tide, packed together with zombies and ghosts. One Scorpion warrior team cannot contain them. Richard leaves 5 Axe of the Dead behind and sends the rest forward, building a 2-branch wall before the enemy can rupture his line. Richard had kept another Scorpion warrior team outside to protect the route behind him. Now that precaution has become a luxury. He orders the cursed pharaoh to bring them in immediately. If the front line falls, every soldier behind it becomes useless, and the coffin is lost. The tunnel prevents an instant encirclement, but it cannot make the undead supply run out. Wave after wave keeps coming without any visible reduction. Richard's troops weaken toward their limit. Their auras sink to the freezing point, and the cursed pharaohs exhaust their remaining power. And the system rings. The Axe of the Dead, poisonous Scorpion warriors, and cursed pharaohs have gained massive battle experience. All 3 troop branches are promoted to level 5. Under the crushing pressure, Richard finally laughs. This is the breakthrough he endured for. Promotion does far more than raise a number. Within breaths, every affected soldier returns to peak condition, every skill cooldown refreshes, and their auras climb higher than before. Scorpion warriors and the Axe of the Dead gain 15% strength. Cursed pharaohs gain 15% magic damage. Richard looks toward the cavern beyond the tunnel. That coffin will be his. Level 5 promotion transforms the battle at once. Moments ago, Richard's exhausted soldiers were about to collapse. Now they lock together like a wall of stone, and wave after wave of zombies, ghosts, and skeletons breaks against them without gaining another step. Scorpion warriors recalled from the tunnel entrance finally arrive. They missed the earlier fighting and remain level 4, but that also means they are fresh. Richard immediately sends the small team to the front, reinforcing the exact point under the greatest pressure. With the extra bodies holding firm, the horde can no longer shake Richard's defense. The Axe of the Dead return to their ideal rhythm. This crowd is the perfect target. Chained tomahawks whistle into the packed undead, tear through ranks, and return through showers of shattered bone. Killing continues for 2 full hours. During that grind, even the late-arriving scorpion warriors rise to level 5. The hostile ranks thin from a flood to scattered figures, then vanish entirely. At last, the tunnel falls silent beneath heaps of broken bone. System declares a medium-sized victory and awards Richard 6,000 experience points. He is now level 5, with 6,000 of 50,000 toward the next level. The reward is rich enough to make him smile, but that new threshold is 10 times larger than before. Profitable or not, the battle has drained everyone. Richard orders the army to rest where it stands. Only after his soldiers settle and begin recovering does he open his own panel to learn what reaching level 5 has done to Desert Lord. Desert Lord has grown to B rank. Richard invokes its bestowal, and majestic energy surges through every troop branch. The system confirms the result. Their sand transformation has risen from D rank to C rank, strengthening the desert blessing across his entire expedition force. The upgraded skill reduces physical attacks by 99%, lets its user consume yellow sand to recover, lasts 10 minutes, and cools down in 2 hours. Doubling the old 5-minute window gives Richard far more room to maneuver. His own B-rank version lasts 15 minutes and even resists 30% of magic damage. Richard waits until the army has recovered, then advances into the cavern again. Bones and zombie corpses cover the ground, but more than half the one-scrouted space is clear. What remains is concentrated around the Bone Mountain and around the black coffin that started this entire battle. 3 squadrons of skeleton archers, 2 of skeleton mages, 4 of mounted skeleton knights, and a bone knight commander squadron still guard the mountain. They refuse to abandon the coffin. Richard studies that disciplined formation and reaches the obvious conclusion: anything protected this fiercely must be valuable. Richard draws the vulnerable ranged troops away from their formation and toward the tunnel corner. There, the terrain strips away their numbers and vision. The leaderless skeletons fail to adapt, while the Axe of the Dead can attack from safety without giving up control of their weapons. The Axe of the Dead unleash swing. Their chains pull each thrown tomahawk through repeated attacks, so the weapons never need to be resummoned. The skinny archers and mages cannot survive a single clean hit. After more than 10 minutes, nothing hostile remains around the corner. Back in the cavern, only 1 skeleton mage squadron and 5 small mounted teams remain near the mountain. Scorpion warriors provoke them again and again, but the guardians merely watch. Protecting the coffin is their true duty, and they will not be pulled away from it. Richard gives the order. Once the mounted charge begins, every soldier will activate sand transformation. They will ignore the physically powerful knights, rush past them, and kill the skeleton mages first. With 10 minutes instead of 5, there should still be time to turn and finish the commanders. Richard leads the army onto the field. Every step crushes brittle bones with a sharp crack. As the distance closes, soul fire climbs in the Bone Knight commanders' sockets. Their mounts stamp harder and harder, gathering momentum while both forces wait for the first charge. Mounted guardians finally commit to their charge. Richard circulates the power inside him, and his body dissolves into countless grains. The same transformation races through every Twilight City soldier. Then he gives the command. The Scorpion warriors surge forward to meet the cavalry head-on. After more than 10 breaths of acceleration, the lines collide. Iron pincers swing, but the knight's momentum is monstrous. Spears and skeletal hooves blast the front rank apart one after another, yet what scatters across the bones is not flesh, it is fine sand. The Axe of the Dead exploit that opening. Tomahawks whistle into the passing riders and lodge between their ribs. The knights are moving too fast to stop. Chains snap taut at maximum range, and their own momentum tears them from their mounts. 2 soul executions extinguish rider and horse together. Surviving knights wheel around and charge back, trying to protect the rear line. Richard's army does not turn to meet them. While sand transformation holds, physical attacks cannot stop the advance. The skeleton mages are the only enemies that still matter, so every soldier keeps moving toward their white staffs. Richard gives a cold order. The cursed pharaohs will block the knights with their bodies. Their curses are useless against these enemies, but their sand forms are not. The ceremonial undead hurl themselves into the charge, explode into gravel on impact, and immediately begin condensing again. The collision buys precious seconds. That delay is enough. Scorpion warriors and Axe of the Dead crash into the exposed mage line and tear it apart before the cavalry can recover. The last true magical threat disappears. Richard's entire force turns as one, leaving the silent white staffs behind and facing the mounted guardians at last. The ordinary rare bone knights can now be surrounded and pulled down. Their commanders are another matter. Again and again, crowned riders build speed, thrust through the front line, and trample whatever falls beneath them. Scorpion warriors burst into sand and are kicked 7 or 8 meters away before dragging themselves together again. Struggle continues for hours. Richard's troops absorb each physical assault, reform, close in, and answer with pincers, tomahawks, and chains. At last, the final mounted guardians collapse among the bones. Even with the perfect terrain and his upgraded sand defense, this is the hardest force Richard has ever defeated. Victory brings another reward. Richard watches the army reach level 6, and every spent skill refreshes as their depleted auras return to their peaks. His troops have now leveled twice since leaving Twilight City. After a battle like this, their sudden return to full readiness puts him in an excellent mood. Only now does Richard fully consider what they have won. On open sand, this enemy would have forced him to retreat. Even underground, victory took hours. A force that strong existed solely to protect one coffin. Whatever lies inside must justify the cost. The thought makes the hard-earned prize feel even sweeter. Richard opens the status panel with high expectations and receives nothing. No name, no attributes. The coffin might as well be ordinary stone and gravel. He knows that cannot be right, but he refuses to let curiosity pull him forward. If the system cannot identify it, he will test it from a distance. Cursed Pharaoh climbs, white bones cracking beneath its steps. Its colorful crown and hanging ribbons sway above a withered wooden scepter. At Richard's order, a shriveled hand grips the lid, but one-handed force is not enough. The pharaoh tucks its scepter into its bandaged waist and braces both hands against the stone. The sharp crack, the stone lid finally shifts. Instead of treasure, dim darkness spills from the opening. Twisted hands surge out before the cursed pharaoh can withdraw. They seize the scout and drag it bodily into the coffin. Watching from below, Richard can only stare. The object has just swallowed one of his soldiers. One cursed pharaoh has vanished into the open black coffin, leaving Richard bewildered below the summit. Unwilling to abandon the treasure, he checks his panel again. This time an answer appears. Sacrifice coffin, special level. It can exchange similar soldiers for a hero, and it can be used only once. First offering was a level 6 elite 3-star cursed pharaoh, yet it produces only E-rank hero potential. Richard reads the rule again, then excitement overwhelms his hesitation. Soldiers can be recruited again with resources. A hero is unique. Trading more than 10 replaceable troops for one is an extraordinary bargain. Richard turns and gives the order. The remaining cursed pharaohs march toward the mountain of white bones without fear or hesitation. Their ceremonial crowns and trailing ribbons rise through the pale landscape as they climb, carrying their withered scepters toward the open coffin at the summit. Second pharaoh opens the coffin and darkness erupts again. Countless twisted hands spill over the rim, seize every cursed pharaoh within reach, and drag them into the void. More than 10 disappear. The lid stays open afterward, pouring out a dim glow that seems connected to hell itself. Once the sacrifice stabilizes, Richard checks the result. The mass offering has raised the pending hero only to D-rank. The black gold system reveals the next prices: 100 troop layers for C-rank, or 1,000 layers, 500,000 resource units for B-rank. The latter is far beyond his reach. Sacrifice window will last only an hour and a half. Richard refuses to waste it. Rather than accept D-rank or immediately buy the 100 layers needed for C-rank, he gambles on a better catalyst. Under Kinkyu's name, he posts a bounty worth 100,000 resource units for a mummy's heart. Kinkyu's sudden bounty reignites the forum. Lords wonder what kind of treasure could justify such a price, and others marvel that he can produce 100,000 resources while they still struggle to survive. Opportunists call for anyone with a heart to sell it. Richard ignores the commotion and searches every response. An hour passes. 2/3 of the available time is gone, and not one useful lead has appeared. With only half an hour remaining, Richard gives a bitter smile and prepares his fallback. Withdraw the bounty, buy 100 troop layers, and settle for raising the hero to C-rank. Before Richard can confirm the withdrawal, a familiar account name flashes in his private messages. "Where's your F** seeking Italian cannon?" He laughs over the coincidence and announces that he has a mummy's heart. Richard freezes, asks if it is real, then erupts with relief when Cannon confirms it. There's one complication. The heart belongs to Cannon's sister. Richard had closed private messages from strangers, so she asked her brother to handle the trade. Cannon cannot resist teasing him, claiming she has long legs and loves black stockings. Richard's speechless pause only encourages the laughter until the matter of payment turns serious. Richard refuses to take the treasure at her expense. Her troops have already suffered heavy casualties, and the large-scale dungeon opens at month's end. She needs resources to rebuild. He insists that keeping the reward is worth more than delaying her recovery. Cannon finally agrees. The system chimes. The posted bounty has been accepted. The treasure is fist-sized, gray, and hard as stone. Its panel identifies it as a unique special item pulled from a mummy above level 25. Used on a mummy, it can create a hero whose potential follows the mummy's strength. Nothing else can use it. Richard draws a deep breath. Even after paying the reward, he owes them a tremendous favor. Richard had known that a treasure capable of recruiting an A-rank hero must be precious. He had not understood how precious. The giant desert dragon beyond the one-way portal was only level 15. Even a god was merely level 30. A hero derived from something above level 25 would stand near the summit of the entire plane. With excitement tangled together with reluctance, Richard entrusts the mummy's heart to an axe of the dead. The armored undead climbs the mountain of white bones and lowers the petrified heart into the sacrifice coffin. The instant it enters, dim light surges as if oil has struck a flame. Light twists like something from hell trying to crawl free. Richard feels a powerful presence forming. As the darkness swallows the mountain, the bones lose their white sheen and split with countless cracks. He orders the axe of the dead down before the corruption spreads any farther. Darkness races through the underground world until every layer of white bone turns black. Richard can only wonder whether this enormous chamber was built to feed the coffin. More than 10 minutes pass. The light finally dims, the system announces success, and Gray emerges as Twilight City's second A-rank hero, a curse mage built for battle. Richard reads the highest tier abilities first. Gray possesses 2 A-rank skills. Cursed words can lock down enemies across an area. Soul command is even more sinister. It seizes an enemy's soul and forces one action. If no order follows, the victim breaks free after 5 seconds. Its cooldown is 30 minutes, and it costs 100 power magic. Curse body makes Gray a nightmare to attack. Poison, plague, ordinary curses, and even soul execution cannot affect it. Worse, bodily contact infects the enemy with a curse. Every minute strips away another 10% of the victim's attributes, stacking to 60% and lingering for 30 minutes. Gray's next spells divide battlefield control cleanly. Pharaoh's curse blankets a 10 by 10 meter area, reducing every attribute by 30% for 5 minutes. It cools down in 3 minutes and costs 50 mana. Curse language confuses and halts either an area for 5 seconds or one target for 8, with a 2-minute cooldown and the same cost. Passive synergies are just as valuable. Gray has C-rank sand transformation. When commanding mummies, it increases all their curse effects by 50%. Desert combat accelerates its recovery from injuries and replenishment of power magic by another 50%. Its mummy fetter adds 50% to curse damage and effects. This hero was practically built for Twilight City. And cracks race across the sacrifice coffin. It crumbles before Richard can do anything, and the mountain of white bones collapses behind it in a roar of dust and blackened fragments. Richard cannot help feeling regret. If the coffin had been permanent, it alone might have transformed Twilight City in a single stroke. Before the dust settles, a deeper crack rolls through the cavern. Richard looks up. Fractures are spreading across the enormous dome. His scalp prickles. There is no time to salvage anything or celebrate Gray. One wave of his hand sends every surviving soldier racing for the tunnel. If the ceiling catches them, they die here. They're still 100 meters short when the tunnel collapses. Rock and desert sand thunder down together, leaving no path to dodge. Richard roars the only answer he has, sand transformation. Fortunately, the army's skill refreshed when it leveled during the last battle. The falling boulders strike, and every transformed body bursts apart instead of being crushed. Fine sand pours from above and fills every gap between the rocks. What should have sealed their grave becomes a path. In transformed bodies, Richard and the undead move through the yellow sand like fish through water. He keeps the scattered army together and drives upward, away from the airless ruin, until the distant surface finally comes within reach. At last, the desert surface bulges. An arm punches through, braces against the sand, and Richard drags himself into the open. He gulps several breaths. The thin underground air had nearly suffocated him. Sand transformation truly does suit an undead army. Behind him, Gray and the surviving force emerge over the buried chamber as the devastated ground begins settling into a vast depression. Desert finally settles. Richard pushes himself upright and looks across the damage. The entire surface above the buried chamber has sunk into a broad valley. The collapse was catastrophic, but out here there are no homes to crush and no citizens beneath it. In an empty desert, even a wound this vast can be left behind. Richard looks at the army that escaped with him, and exhaustion gives way to satisfaction. Both the poisonous scorpion warriors and the axe of the dead have reached level 6, awakening the added strength of elite soldiers. Better still, the black gold system has given him Gray, a superb A-rank curse hero whose value alone repays the expedition many times over. Pleased but not careless, Richard immediately starts back toward Twilight City. Night has made the desert far more dangerous, and he has no interest in risking the army merely to uncover more of the map. He keeps to the route shown by the system and leads the column through the moonlit dunes. They have traveled for less than 10 minutes when unease cuts through Richard's good mood. He stops the column and snaps, "Alert!" Silence answers him. For a moment, the warning seems unnecessary, but Richard refuses to relax. His gaze searches the dunes until a faint, relentless rustling begins beyond the nearest ridge. Pairs of green eyes rise from the darkness. Moonlight reveals wolves as large as bison, their fur standing like needles and their hostility almost tangible. These are no ordinary desert wolves. 3 full teams of rare-level desert wargs have found Richard's column, and every one of them is built for explosive speed and an attack powerful enough to tear steel. Richard reads the battlefield in an instant. Sand transformation is still locked behind its cooldown after the escape, so waiting for it is impossible. The terrain gives him nothing else. No narrow approach, no barrier, only vast open sand where the wargs can use their speed freely. If he cannot shape the ground, he must control the enemy. Richard chooses a direct combined arms answer. Scorpion warriors hold the front. Axe of the Dead, you are the main hunting force. Then he turns to his new hero. Gray, prepare your spell. Control the wargs. Gray's gaze becomes serious as the Scorpion warriors spread their huge pincers and lock into a defensive formation. Howl rolls across the desert like a horn of attack. All three warg teams spring from the dune. They reach full speed almost instantly, throwing afterimages through the moonlight while their footfalls drum over the sand. Green eyes rush closer. The Scorpion warriors hold. Behind them, the Axe of the Dead tighten their grips. Just before the collision, an obscure incantation rises from Richard's side. Gray points forward. Dim light flashes, and an invisible hammer crashes into the wargs' minds. Their ears ring. Their limbs cease to obey them. At the very height of their charge, every ounce of speed becomes a weapon turned against their own bodies. Wargs slam face first into the desert. Momentum drags their enormous bodies through the sand, carving long scars toward Richard's formation. A moment ago, their speed promised to tear the line apart. Now it leaves them sprawled and exposed. Richard's calculation is confirmed. Gray has suppressed both the speed and the attack that make these rare predators terrifying. The Axe of the Dead surge into the helpless pack. One tomahawk whistles down and severs a warg's body with a crack. When the blade reaches bone, the sound is like branches snapping. The wargs were built to reach an enemy and tear through steel. Gray has denied them that single chance, leaving Richard's executioners free to work. Scent of blood drives the pack into a frenzy. The first wargs brought down by the spell wrench their heads up and see their companions being butchered beside them. Fury floods through their bodies. Muscles bunch like springs crushed to their limit. If even one reaches the line at full power, Richard's troops will face the steel-rending attack the curse stole from them. Warg begins to launch, and another invisible hammer detonates inside its mind. Its body locks rigid on the spot. Gray has cast Cursed Words again. With 5,000 mana points, he can force the spell 5 times in total. Until that reserve is exhausted, even these rare-level predators cannot count on moving, much less reaching Richard's line. Gray's renewed curse arrests the warg's second charge, but Richard does not waste the opening. The poisonous Scorpion warriors surge in from the front while the Axe of the Dead advance as executioners. Control alone causes no wounds. It gives overwhelming strength time to work. Against a rare-level enemy, soul execution is far from guaranteed. The Axe of the Dead do not need to gamble on it. Their raw strength is enough to force the immobilized predators down and bring their weapons to bear before the wargs can recover. Scorpion warriors are more frightening still. Now rare 3 stars and level 6, they drive their immense pincers through the pack like paired cleavers. Each metallic snap sends another warg's head tumbling into the sand. The pack began with 3 teams. Richard answers with 2 teams of Scorpion warriors and roughly 1.5 formations of Axe of the Dead, almost 1 attacker for every warg with a few soldiers to spare. Once Gray steals the enemy's movement, the numerical balance becomes a slaughter. Rare beasts keep wrenching themselves partway upright whenever a curse loosens. Gray answers every recovery. On his 4th Cursed Words cast, the final warg locks in place. An Axe of the Dead steps in, swings once, and sends the last head into the sand. Silence settles over the battlefield. Apart from the first 2 wargs that lost control and crashed into the Scorpion warriors, Twilight City's troops have taken no damage at all. Rare-level predators never had the chance to display the speed and attack power that made them dangerous. Richard opens Gray's panel again. Elite Hero increases casting effects by 15%. Curse Mage raises curse power by 70%. Their Curse Fetter adds another 50% to curse magic and effects. 3 separate reinforcements are stacked behind every command Gray speaks. Together, those attributes stretch Cursed Words to 5 full seconds. The warg's rare-level strength lets them fight partway upright before the effect ends. Anything weaker would scarcely move. Richard has not recruited a damage dealer. He has recruited the power to deny an enemy its entire turn. Richard's delight carries a note of relief. Without the mummy's heart supplied by Where's Your F*** seeking Italian cannon, Gray would never have joined Twilight City. What looked like a costly reward has already produced an A-rank hero capable of making rare troops helpless. Dead Pack is more than proof of strength. It is inventory. Twilight City's warehouse is running low on food, so Richard marks 2 wargs for the territory's stores. The rest can become resources. With that division made, he opens the trading market to learn what the harvest is truly worth. Food prices have softened over the last few days, but the numbers remain excellent. Warg meat can command 20 resource units per unit of food, and 1 carcass weighs roughly 600 to 700 units. Even after feeding Twilight City, the pack represents a formidable return. Richard checks a second possibility. Undead lords can summon skeletons, so corpses should be useful to them. The demand exists, but the price is miserable, less than 1/10 of the food value. Richard dismisses the entire channel. Buyers that poor do not deserve his rare wargs. Richard deliberately posts the rare desert wargs where every player can see them. The effect is immediate. In less than 10 minutes, the trading market erupts. Kinkyu, the lord absent from the recent territory ranking, is suddenly displaying rare-level prey as merchandise. Disbelief pours in first. Players call Kinkyu a monster for selling rare beasts less than half a month after arrival. One has only just obtained an elite troop. Others insist no ordinary player could advance this quickly. Kinkyu must be an internal tester or even the mastermind behind Shining Era. And Kinkyu's supporters answer, if the doubters believe rare troops are easy, they can go defeat some themselves. The listing makes the mockery from 2 days earlier look absurd. Richard did not need a place on the territory leaderboard to prove his strength. The carcasses do it for him. Spectacle reaches Italian cannon and Night Rain flower falls. Night Rain draws the practical conclusion at once. He should contact Kinkyu more often. Another powerful friend can only help. More urgently, Cannon must grow stronger so they can enter the 2-star dungeon as early as possible. Cannon argues that there is no need to rush. If they wait, they will eventually be strong enough. Night Rain refuses that comfortable answer. 2 months of delay would surrender their lead, and treasure that is precious today may be commonplace by then. Timing is part of the reward. Real deadline is much closer. The dungeon opens in half a month, and Night Rain demands that Cannon qualify among the 1,000,000 players allowed to enter. There can be no mistake. The event will bring Shining Era's top lords into direct competition, with rewards valuable enough to provoke envy everywhere. Cannon refuses to sound intimidated. 1,000,000 players? To him, that is a piece of cake. He promises not only to enter, but to kill as many enemies as he wants once the dungeon begins. Night Rain's warning remains unanswered beneath the bravado. While other players are still arguing over Kinkyu's market listing, Richard finishes the real work at the battlefield. The system marks 3 poison wargs as inedible, so he sells them. The 2 usable carcasses remain with his army, carried by the axe of the dead for Twilight City's depleted stores. Night has transformed the wilderness. The day's crushing heat has faded, moisture touches the air, and moonlight softens the vast desert into a hazy beauty. Richard leads the column home through that cool silver emptiness, with Twilight City still more than 2 hours away. Beauty does not make the wilderness safe. Over the next 2 hours, more than a dozen groups of wild attackers try to stop the column. None are as dangerous as the desert wargs, but the repeated assaults turn the journey into a relentless field test for Richard's newest hero. Again and again, Gray's curses seize control before an enemy can build momentum. Gray has no direct damage skill, yet that hardly matters. Once every target is helpless, the Axe of the Dead and the Scorpion Warriors supply overwhelming force. Richard realizes how outrageous this combination truly is. At 9 that night, Richard finally reaches his territory. The Axe of the Dead carries more than 20 pieces of prey after the armies sweep through the wilderness. Even the fallen undead attackers are sold through the market. Their price is poor, but Richard accepts every extra unit of income. Richard expects the residents to be asleep. Instead, a few half-burned torches glow over the open ground. People are sitting there in a crowd, many having dozed off where they waited. Unease still marks their faces, and even in sleep they keep turning toward the wilderness. Sight of Richard safe at the head of his returning army breaks the crowd's tension. Sleepy, worried faces brighten into sincere smiles. Their relief is not for the night's harvest or the market profit. They stayed awake because their lord had gone into the dangerous wilderness. Something in Richard finally settles. Looking at those smiles, he feels closer to this world than ever before. The last sense that he is a stranger here disappears. Twilight City is no longer merely a system territory to develop. Its people have made it his home. Richard takes a deep breath, then refuses to let the moment become solemn. He tells the crowd he thinks they only wanted an excuse to sleep late tomorrow. Soft laughter passes through the gathering. With one joke, fear loosens its grip, but his next words restore discipline. Richard calls out Deke by name. Deke has earned Twilight City's bronze medal, so Richard tells him to set an example. Beginning tomorrow, Deke will supervise the territory's daily routine and prevent another all-night vigil. Recognition becomes responsibility in front of the entire city. Richard calls several more names, then orders those residents and the soldiers to lead everyone home. Twilight City is still here, he reminds them. As long as its people remain, he will be fine. He sends the crowd away, has the prey stacked beside the well, and returns to the Lord's mansion. No one moves until Richard disappears. Then the crowd erupts. The decorated residents are nearly in tears. Their lord remembered their names. Others envy the people who earned collective bronze medals and regret missing the mission. For commoners accustomed to being overlooked, this simple recognition feels like exceptional respect. Loyalty crosses a decisive threshold. Twilight City's resident morale reaches 90, and the territory feature upgrades again. Richard's policies have not merely made people grateful. They have created a civic bond strong enough for the system itself to recognize and reward. First reward is internal security. Enemy agents can no longer incite Twilight City's residents against their lord. If a suspicious outsider slips into the territory, the residents will report that infiltrator immediately. The same trust that kept them awake tonight has become a defense no wall could provide. Second reward reaches beyond the settlement. Twilight City's appeal to refugees rises by 50%, and its charm greatly increases. High-level talents and even intermediate heroes are now more likely to seek Richard out on their own. Respect has become security, population growth, and a path towards stronger recruits. Richard studies Twilight City's 90-point morale and lets the surprise settle. The reward is not another weapon, but he understands its scale. Easier management and a stronger territorial foundation will compound as the city grows. His policy toward the residents has paid him back in something more durable than loot. His satisfaction soon turns playful. If 90 points can do this, what waits at 100, instant flight, or becoming a god on the spot? The absurd thought leaves him so delighted that he eats 2 extra bowls before surrendering to a deep, well-earned sleep. Next morning, Richard wakes to find Karu already waiting, visibly excited. The old administrator delivers the news at once. The desert bees have divided their hives. Richard needs no persuasion. He rises and heads for the Russian olive forest with Karu beside him. Russian olive forest is at its brightest flowering peak, its rainbow-colored blossoms startling against the desert. Countless bees move through the fragrance. 2 divided colonies have voluntarily entered the prepared hives, and pollen-laden workers already crawl across both entrances. When Richard approaches, the bees buzz and dance around him. Richard opens the new hive's attributes. It is a special-level desert bees lair led by an ordinary auxiliary queen. That queen cannot be upgraded independently, but its production feeds into the main hive. The divided colony is not a separate little enterprise. It is another branch of one growing system. The opportunity immediately collides with arithmetic. Richard needs 600,000 resource units to satisfy his desired upgrades. His income may stand near the top among 20 billion lords, yet his expenditures still leave him feeling poor. The battle axe wooden house alone needs 500,000, so that military upgrade will have to wait. He acts immediately. Richard spends 100,000 resource units to buy 200 troop lairs, 100 insect lairs, and 100 desert camp lairs. At the main honey hive, he commits all 100 insect lairs. Energy rolls through the structure as the accumulated investment begins rewriting its attributes. New panel reveals an advanced queen. The hive can now produce better quality desert honey with a special aroma. Its value goes beyond taste. Eating it greatly accelerates stamina recovery, injury recovery, and magic restoration. Richard has upgraded a food source into a recovery supply with military, civic, and commercial uses. The expansion is larger than Richard expected. The advanced main hive supports 2 elite sub-queens, and each elite queen can support 2 ordinary queens. Instead of merely gaining 2 daughter hives, Twilight City now has the framework for 1 main colony and 6 linked auxiliaries, a 7-colony production network. Current bee population is already rated medium. More importantly, the main hive guarantees at least 15 units of high-quality honey each week, and the first 15 are available now. Even the system calls the rare-level desert species extremely rare. Richard is looking at a small reserve with enormous strategic value. Richard removes 3 sealed portions of honeycomb, consuming the entire 15-unit reserve. Then he notices something remarkable. The harvest combs were built at a clear distance from the bees' old nests. The colonies prepared them there deliberately, separating what Twilight City could take from the homes that should remain untouched. Richard immediately turns the discovery into procedure. Today is May 12. Workers will harvest every week, taking only the side comb and never disturbing the old nests. On May 19, the next 2 hives can be harvested the same way. Prepared honeycombs must also be waiting before later colonies divide. With the orders given, Richard breaks off a piece and studies it beneath sunlight mottled by the leaves. Thin beeswax seals the comb. His bite draws out fine strands of golden honey, and a sweetness richer than ordinary honey bursts across his tongue. The system's promise survives its first, very personal test. Richard decides his invented reputation for Desert Crown honey was too modest. This tastes less like a clever brand and more like divine grace. It must take the highest route. If Onyx can open the right market, Desert Crown honey will become Twilight City's pearl, and the resource-starved lord can already imagine wealth flowing back through the desert. Harvested honeycomb can be dried or opened with special tools, but Richard does not linger over the processing. A lord cannot personally perform every useful task. His responsibility is to give clear orders, place resources in capable hands, and keep Twilight City moving toward his will. Rabbit Base has begun to look permanent. A 2-meter wooden fence surrounds a lush belt of irrigated wisteria and thorns, 1 meter high and 2 meters wide. 7 to 8 centimeter spikes threaten even armored warriors, bandaged mummies stand guard, and desert gnomes are already planting a second barrier outside. Richard appreciates the gnome's caution. If fire dragon rabbit fur production can expand, its returns may rival the honey. One temperature-regulating blanket has already proved Onyx's claim. In the ice and snow empire, products made from this fur are luxuries reserved for royalty and nobles. Green Tooth spots him and races over. The thin breeding-base manager greets his lord with such extravagant humility that Richard cannot decide whether to laugh or sigh. Gnome behavior remains bewildering. He cuts through the flattery with the question that matters: how are the fire dragon rabbits? The inspection reminds Richard of something his recent workload nearly buried: the food workshop blueprint. It is only normal level, but its function is broad. Once built, the workshop can research, produce, and process food. In a growing territory, that ordinary description conceals an enormous market. Numbers are manageable but specific: 5,000 gold, 10,000 wood, and 10,000 stone. The workshop occupies 10 spaces and normally requires 7 days. Labor is flexible. Too few workers lengthen the build, while additional hands shorten it. Richard has both the land and the resources to act now. Richard chooses the open ground beside Twilight City's well, southwest of the Lord's Mansion and next to the Western homes. The plot provides exactly 10 spaces. Better food touches every life, and if the workshop produces something delicious enough, 20 billion players and the Phoenixdale Flower Chamber of Commerce offer immense sales channels. Resident fetches Caro. The fully white-haired administrator arrives looking exceptionally energetic, and Richard explains the blueprint's requirements. Then comes the order: find 30 workers and begin immediately. Richard has a feeling this unassuming building may become particularly important to Twilight City. Its true value can be judged once it is complete. With the workshop set in motion, 3 days of hunting poor prey and resources toward Twilight City. The campaign is productive, but the desert does not surrender wealth without resistance. By May 15, the army's gains have grown large enough to fund Richard's next military step, and the danger has risen with them. At noon on May 15, rare field troops strike Gray's force. The encounter leaves the A-rank hero badly injured and wipes out an entire team of bandaged mummies. Only 4 teams remain. The harvest may be exceptional, but Richard's new wealth is being purchased with soldiers and blood. On the night of May 15, Richard returns with Gray and the survivors. Almost every bandaged mummy carries 1 or 2 prey animals. The pile lifts Richard's mood despite the day's cost. He reserves a huge share to fill the warehouse, then sells the remainder, converting the hunt into security and spendable resources. 3-day hunt leaves Richard with 200,000 gold, 150,000 wood, 150,000 stone, and 130,000 iron ore. At last, he can afford the Axe of the Dead lair upgrade. Better still, it is Monday, and the weekly troop refresh is almost here. Timing matters. The large-scale dungeon at the end of the month is drawing closer, and every additional soldier will increase Richard's confidence against the other lords. Twilight City's costly hunt has done more than replenish stores. It has bought the chance to expand his army before the real contest begins. At exactly 8 on Monday evening, the system speaks into Richard's ear. This week is Timber Resources Week. Every occupied logging field will produce an extra 1,000 units of timber per day. Then comes the notice he has truly been waiting for. Every troop lair has refreshed. Richard's excitement cools when he considers the timber bonus. Twilight City controls only one small logging field. If it held 120, 1 week would bring an extraordinary harvest. Here in the desert, however, the event mostly exposes how little there is to multiply. Orem reports have shown Richard the difference. Lords on plains can encounter resource points within minutes. After extensive searching around Twilight City, he has found only 5. The conclusion is merciless. If the city depends on outside gathering, it will stagnate. He must keep farming and build production from within. A refreshed roster begins with his elite lairs. 3 Guardians' land seats can recruit 30 Guardian mummies. 3 Great Pyramid seats offer 21 bandaged mummies. Even before the rarer branches appear, the week has opened an expensive amount of potential manpower. Next come the rare lairs: 7 poisonous scorpion warriors from the Scorpion's Nest, cursed pharaohs from the Cursed Pyramid, and 5 Axe of the Dead from the Battle Axe Wooden House. Richard's attention fixes on that final entry. This is the branch he spent days preparing to strengthen. Majestic energy erupts from the wooden house. The structure rises from 4 meters to 5, while thousands of tomahawks across its outer wall glow with faint golden light. Minutes later, the radiance recedes, leaving a taller, more exquisite armory whose polished axes no longer look ordinary. System confirms rare 3 stars. The lair can now produce 5 rare Axe of the Dead each week. Richard also sees the next wall ahead. Reaching brilliant 3 stars will require 10 rare-level Desert Camp troop lair cores. That future cost can wait. For now, the power in his hands has grown. And Richard reads the new price. Each recruit requires 4,000 gold, 4,000 stone, and 4,000 iron ore, 10 times the former cost. High-level soldiers are brutally expensive. The number hurts, but the promise of power feels just as good. He recruits all 5 without hesitation. Dark energy floods the wooden house. Gray light shudders, and 5 enormous undead soldiers march out one by one. Each stands 2.2 meters tall beneath mandala-patterned full armor and a horned helmet. As each clears the doorway, it takes a faintly golden tomahawk from the wall. Richard opens their attributes, and his excitement spikes. These are not low-level soldiers waiting to be trained. Every new axe of the dead begins at level 5, already benefiting from the elite soldier attribute bonus. The rare lair has given him 5 immediately battle-ready killing machines. The improvement goes beyond raw attributes. Their skills have risen and a new one appears, Tomahawk Smash. The axe of the dead, already oppressive against single targets, now possesses a group attack. Richard immediately grasps the change. Packed enemy formations are no longer a limitation, they are an opportunity. Greatest improvement is range. Tomahawk Throw can now reach 40 meters instead of 30, while Soul Execution still carries a 30% base chance to kill outright, reduced against stronger foes. 10 extra meters sound small. In battle, Richard knows it transforms positioning, pursuit, and focus fire. This is a true killing weapon. Fresh from recruiting 5 rare 3-star Acts of the Dead, Richard gives them Twilight City's indispensable blessing, Sand Transformation. The skill has saved his forces too many times to remain optional. Every soldier under his command must be able to dissolve into the desert and fight as part of the same system. And Richard checks the other 15 Acts of the Dead. The upgraded lair allows him to promote them too, but the panel wipes away his smile. Existing soldiers receive no discount. Raising all 15 costs 60,000 gold, 60,000 wood, and 60,000 iron, 180,000 resources. So poor, Richard sighs at the sky. Troop lairs are bottomless pits, and this is only one branch. He still has scorpion warriors and cursed pharaohs to cultivate. An army made entirely of the highest available tier will devour everything Twilight City earns. He needs a balanced mix of elite and rare troops and trade. Distant ceiling is worse. Reaching glorious level would require 10,000 unit lairs and 5 million resources. At Twilight City's present accumulation speed, that alone means more than a month, even before ordinary expenses. Richard accepts that this is not a problem brute force hunting can solve quickly. Long-term restraint does not mean refusing today's advantage. Richard totals the immediate bill, 80,000 resources to raise 61 bandaged mummies, 180,000 for the 15 Acts of the Dead, and 410,000 across the full round of promotions. It is brutal. He commits anyway. Great Pyramid prompt demands 10 elite desert camp lair cores for its rare 3-star rise. Richard confirms. More prompts follow, and the black gold system lights as each improvement succeeds. His reserves, accumulated through days of relentless work, plunge to the bottom. In exchange, power floods into every formation before him. Finished roster is formidable. 61 rare 3-star bandaged mummies, 27 poisonous scorpion warriors, 5 cursed pharaohs, and 20 Acts of the Dead. 113 soldiers stand in the mansion's front yard. In only a month and a half, Richard has forged a force more than 10 times stronger than his beginning. And another reward arrives. The system announces that the bandaged mummy basic attack research has succeeded and solidified into a territory characteristic. Twilight City's blacksmith shop can now apply the improvement freely. Richard's surprise lasts only a heartbeat before he laughs. Adele has done it. Richard brings a bandaged mummy to the shop, but Adele reaches the door first. A long copper hammer rests across her back. She looks exhausted from the work until she sees him. Her posture lifts, her eyes brighten, and she eagerly announces that she has discovered how to strengthen the mummy's attack. Dell's result survives direct comparison. When Richard measures the fortified attack against an ordinary mummy, the difference is unmistakable. The unstrengthened strike is plainly inferior, and its sharpness falls behind. This is not a decorative refinement or an optimistic report. Adele has produced real battlefield power. Delighted, Richard asks the question that determines whether this is one hero's masterpiece or a production method. Can anyone else perform it? Adele has already taught every apprentice in the shop. Each mummy takes between 20 minutes and half an hour, depending on the blacksmith's proficiency. The breakthrough can scale. Richard tells Adele to rest and assigns the night's work to the apprentices. She immediately resists. She is not tired, she claims. She can stay and supervise. Richard does not debate the obvious exhaustion. Adele, obey the order. One questioning sound from him finally breaks her protest. Reluctantly, she answers, yes, Lord. Deadline behind Richard's order is military. Every bandaged mummy must be strengthened tonight, because tomorrow he intends to conquer a powerful field troop gathering place. His resources may be empty, but the army and the blacksmith shop have opened a new route to growth. He refuses to waste a single night. Richard stays to watch. The apprentices melt pots of steel, cool each batch at carefully chosen moments, then mix in dark metal materials. This is no rough coding job. The timing and composition are meticulous, turning Adele's research into a repeatable production line while the silent mummies wait their turn. First bandaged mummy steps forward and lays both arms on the operating table. An apprentice raises the vessel. Red molten iron pours slowly over dry, wrapped limbs. It hits with a violent sizzle, and a foul smell rolls through the shop hard enough to turn Richard's stomach. No living soldier could endure this. A human would collapse from the pain. The mummy does not move. More astonishingly, the molten iron does not burn through it. Dead flesh, bandages, and metal begin accepting one another under the apprentice's careful work. The process is meticulous, fantastical, and completely beyond ordinary science. As the heat fades, the result emerges. The iron has fused into the bandaged mummy's arms, which now reflect a cold, metallic luster. Richard's nausea vanishes beneath wonder. Adele has not merely sharpened claws, she has created a method for turning dead limbs themselves into stronger weapons. Richard immediately checks the finished soldier. The panel confirms a level 5 bandaged mummy with rare 3-star potential, now carrying Adele's strengthened basic attack. Then his thoughts race ahead. If an A-rank hero can push this attack through elite, rare, advanced, and even special levels, what might she eventually do for every troop in Twilight City? This is only the beginning. Early on May 19th, the overnight work is complete. Every one of Richard's 6 mummy squads now carries strengthened, metal-fused arms. After briefing Karu and replenishing supplies, Richard marches out of Twilight City. He can take the field army without hesitation because 120 guardian mummies remain behind to defend his territory. 2 hours later, Richard stands before the 5-meter portal, its sparkling center rippling like water. He remembers the promise he made here, return only after gathering a squadron of rare soldiers. That force now waits behind him. One difficult goal has finally become reality. His eyes lift instinctively. Somewhere nearby, he once saw a level 15 dragon, and its ferocity has never left him. Richard does not mistake ambition for present strength, but he refuses to abandon the dream. First, the dungeon. One day, the dragon itself will become his mount. Then he turns to business and orders the mummies to scout the portal. 6 mummy teams vanish first. The scorpion warriors follow, then Gray takes the axe of the dead through. Richard waits another 5 minutes rather than gamble his own life on an unknown threshold. Only then does he enter with 5 cursed pharaohs. The surface feels soft as gauze, and 1 step later, desert glare becomes a forest blackened by fire. Dungeon immediately gives Richard a main mission: protect White Tower Town. The command is clear, but its most basic facts are missing. He does not know where the town lies or how far away it is. Before he can protect anything, he needs a map made from living scouts. Richard checks the black gold system again. Burning Village is a 1-star dungeon whose troops average rare strength. A heroic unit is present and the dungeon cannot be leveled up. More troubling is the faction list: demon, undead, church, and human. 2 camps appear righteous, 2 evil, but appearances alone do not tell him who controls White Tower Town. 1-star dungeon should not be overwhelming. Richard still refuses to trust that assumption. Shining Era is no longer a game whose rules must remain logical. In reality, anything can happen. He orders Gray to spread the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors into 7 mixed teams, search every direction, and report the instant they meet an enemy. More than half an hour later, Gray returns with a small mummy team. In his empty voice, he reports demons attacking a human village east of the forest. More than 3 squadrons are searching for a breakthrough, but they have not yet begun the assault. Humans and demons remain locked in a tense stalemate. Richard's interest sharpens. 2 of the 4 factions have already appeared. Largest part of the demon host is made of inferior demons, each roughly 1.7 meters tall. Scarred muscles bulge across hunched bodies. Long tails twitch behind them, curved horns frame bloody, fanged mouths, and each hand ends in 3 fingers sharp as daggers. Their very presence seems to exhale evil. Richard's panel identifies them as level 4 elite 2-star troops. Demon's body grants 30% more defense and immunity to plague and disease. Chaotic nature adds 50% strength in a frenzy, but makes them attack anything nearby. Sharp, long claws adds another 30% sharpness. They are crude creatures, not weak ones. Numbers make the inferior demons far worse. Their desire to kill grants 50% more strength in battle, while prolonged fighting pushes them toward chaos. Above 10, 30, and 50 demons, their group shackle raises both power and disorder by 20, 40, and 60%. With more than 50 present, the final stage is already active. Their army is strongest precisely when it is hardest to control. And Richard sees the fallen demons, and the second troop branch is worse to look at. They stand 1.8 meters tall, with small wings that cannot lift them. Each carries a long handle chained to a spike-covered metal ball. Metal grinds whenever the weapons move, beneath murmurs like countless vengeful spirits whispering into the ear. Crack, a flame whip lashes through the air, its burning tail bursting with heat. The source is a tall demon seated on a carriage, armored in black and more ferocious than every creature around him. Inferior and fallen demons alike tremble at the sound. Richard has found the heroic unit promised by the dungeon panel, the commander holding this chaotic army together. Richard focuses on the black-armored commander seated above the demon host and opens his panel. The heroic unit finally has a name: Barrosa Bloodthirsty, a flame demon whose unique aura marks him as the will holding this army together. Barrosa is level 5, gaining a 30% magic damage bonus as an elite hero. His potential is only D rank, but his demon commander class adds another 5% to spell effects. More important, his 200 mana regenerates at 2 points every second. Flame Whip explains the demon's unnatural discipline. Enslaved demons forcibly represses the chaotic troops beneath Barrosa. Soul Whip Tap makes the same weapon far worse at close range. A lash bypasses the body to strike the soul and inflict excruciating pain. His 2 buffs are almost designed for demons. Bloodlust raises their strength by 30% and removes pain. Petrified Skin hardens them like rock and raises defense by 30%. Each spell lasts 3 minutes, costs 50 mana, and needs 5 minutes before it can be cast again. Barrosa also strengthens every demon under his command by 20%, and his racial talent makes him stronger as the host grows. His command bond rewards larger formations, 20% order efficiency above 1 company, 40% above 3 squadrons, already active, and 60% above 5. Even that protection is not absolute. Heavy bolts tear through the front rank, stringing inferior demons together and spraying blood across the approach. Petrified Skin cannot stop the crossbows, yet the smell of blood only deepens the scarlet violence in the survivor's eyes. The inferior demons roar forward, and the human soldiers answer with a charge of their own. The battle becomes close, immediate, and bloody. Crossbows are dragged toward a second defensive line, while the archers loose everything they have to keep the creatures outside the village. Richard cannot see the deepest part of the tunnel, but he does not need to. Arrow fire is vanishing from the outer human line, proof of how much pressure the demons are applying. Beside him, Gray asks the question Richard has been waiting for: when do they attack? Before Richard can reply, the system triggers a side quest, a choice between good and evil. He may fight beside the humans, invade their village with the demons, or stand aside and leave. Free exploration allows any answer, hides the reward, and warns that this choice will alter his next encounter. Good or evil, Richard almost finds the choice amusing. He belongs to neither camp. What matters is that the side quest cannot be unrelated to his main mission of protecting White Tower Town. He orders Gray to prepare, then chooses patience. Once the demons commit their forces, Twilight City will strike at Barrosa. Richard has no intention of fighting fairly for either camp. He has waited for the demons to spend their strength against the human village, and now the opening appears. Furious at the resistance ahead, Barrosa sends his hammer-wielding fallen demons into the front. Only 5 inferior demon squads remain beside him. That is enough. Richard orders Gray to take the main force around the flank and kill the demon hero. He keeps only 1 small squad of bandaged mummies beside him. It is an aggressive commitment, but not a reckless one. 20 rare-level Axe of the Dead and Gray's control magic give the strike overwhelming force. Gray's roar begins Twilight City's first battle inside the dungeon. Fortified bandaged mummies surge ahead, their arms carrying the metallic luster fused into them only days before. Scorpion warriors follow. Gray advances with 5 cursed pharaohs, while the 2.2-meter Axe of the Dead loom behind the smaller front line, hiding the true killing weapon in plain sight. Barrosa spots the mass of undead driving into his rear. Rage overwhelms surprise. He bellows that lowly undead dare to provoke a great demon, then orders every remaining inferior demon away from the humans and toward Richard's army. With a sweep of his hand, scarlet light engulfs all 5 squads. Bloodlust strips away pain and sends their aggression soaring. Bloodlust-crazed inferior demon meets the first mummy head-on. Its dagger-like claws plunge into the mummy's chest while its fangs seize the bandages and pull. Against living flesh, that savagery would be crippling. Against a fortified undead body, it only becomes a trap. The mummy neither dodges nor recoils, and the demon cannot wrench its claws free. Mummy answers with 1 thrust. 5 metal-hardened fingers pass through the demon's abdomen as though through soft bean curd, erupting from its back in a spray of blood. The fingers spread inside, seize the spine, and pull until it breaks. Bloodlust may erase pain, but it cannot replace a ruined body. The fallen demon receives 1 final claw through the head. Barrosa refuses to accept the mismatch. Gray mana flashes from his body and spreads across his guards. Their skin hardens into a rock-like gray shell. Petrified Skin increases defense by 30%, a difference that could decide a battle between equals. These are not equals. Even layered with bloodlust and stone skin, the inferior demons are still being torn apart by rare 3-star mummies. Barrosa enters the fight himself. His long flame whip coils through the air and lashes down at a mummy locked against an inferior demon. There is no room to evade. At the instant of impact, the mummy triggers sand transformation. Its body bursts apart into a storm of yellow grains, allowing almost all physical force to pass harmlessly through. But Barros's whip does more than strike flesh. Its real terror reaches the soul. Sand transformation cannot block that damage. The mummy's soul is erased in an instant, and the scattered grains lose all power to reform. Barrosa has found the one weakness that matters, and Twilight City has suffered a permanent casualty. Kill exhilarates Barossa. His flame whip begins moving like a dragon's tail, searching for more undead souls, and he orders the war chariots to spread their charge across additional directions. For one brief moment, he believes personal power has reversed the battle. That confidence keeps his attention fixed outward and leaves his mind open to Gray. Before Barossa can claim another victim, a crushing force slams into his mind. Thought and movement separate. His hand releases the flame whip, then his arms and legs spread into an exposed cross against his will. Gray has used soul command, not merely confusing the demon hero, but taking control of the soul that directs his body. Soul command is A rank. It costs 100 mana and will hold an uncommanded target for no more than 5 seconds. Once spent, Gray cannot use it again for 30 minutes. Barossa bites his tongue, using the pain to clear his thoughts. His awareness sharpens, but his body still refuses him. 5 seconds are more than enough for the weapons already in motion. Storm of chained tomahawks fills Barossa's vision. The weapons tear through the air from the waiting axe of the dead, every trajectory converging on the Commander Gray has pinned in place. Barossa senses the fatal danger and understands exactly what Richard's flank was built to do. He can see the strike coming. He simply cannot move. Chained tomahawks hit. Barossa's black body armor shatters like glass thrown against stone, and blood erupts several meters into the air. The coordinated attack completes before Soul Command releases him. The demon hero who had ruled the battlefield through terror and enhancement falls dead, brought down by Richard's patience, Gray's control, and 20 rare undead striking as one. Barossa's death snaps the demon army's last thread of discipline. Some inferior demons fly into a frenzy and keep attacking. Others turn and run. Gray does not celebrate. In the same calm voice that carried the battle plan, he orders the Axe of the Dead to hunt every fleeing enemy. And the fallen demons finally arrive. They were supposed to rally with their hero, and several do not yet know he is dead. Their spike-covered weapons grind over the ground as they continue his last command and press toward the human village. Gray sends the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors straight into them. Spiked hammer caves in the mummy's chest and drives it backward. It steadies itself and attacks again. The demon swings harder, blasting away a large part of its head, but yellow sand sprays from the wound instead of flesh. The damage closes almost at once. Against sand transformation, overwhelming physical force is not enough. That mismatch spreads across the battlefield. The fallen demons can slow the undead, but their corrupting nature has little purchase on creatures already steeped in death. Mummies and scorpion warriors lock them in melee. Chained tomahawks strike from the rear, while Gray and 5 cursed pharaohs keep the chaos controlled. Richard's iron triangle is complete again. Demons still assaulting the village realize the truth too late. Bandaged mummies have already sealed the tunnel behind them. Human weapons wait ahead, Twilight City's undead close from the rear. Trapped under pressure from both sides, the demons lose what little order remains and charge wildly in both directions. Gray's troops devour them piece by piece. From behind their defenses, the humans cannot see salvation. The demons have not even disappeared, and now undead monsters fill the only escape route. To them, it feels as if the gods have abandoned the village. Archers in the buildings fire into the confusion, striking demon and undead alike. Gray answers the arrow storm with one decisive command: activate sand transformation. The human defenders possess no magical attack, and neither do the remaining demons. Arrows pass through bodies turning to sand. Once the last demons in the tunnel are gone, Gray carries out Richard's will and orders the village occupied. Deep in the tunnel stands the village's last defense, a gate-like structure less than 4 meters high. The commander calls for the 5 crossbows to fire. Again and again, 7 or 8 volleys, the infant-thick bolts hammer the undead. None can halt bodies that ignore almost all physical damage. The final gates break and despair becomes certainty. Richard steps into the silence and names himself, Lord of Twilight City, a human traveler from another plane. He came to deal with demons and undead that stole his treasures, not to slaughter humans, but his reassurance carries an edge. The weak have no choice. Trust him now, or he will demonstrate his sincerity by force. Dry, hoarse answer finally comes. They are willing to surrender. The dungeon recognizes more than a battlefield victory. Richard has annihilated the demon group and forced the humans to submit. He receives 3,000 experience points, completes the side quest The Choice Between Good and Evil, and advances the burning village dungeon by 10%. 3,000 experience points. Richard can hardly believe the reward, and the 10% increase in burning village's progress is just as striking. This dungeon truly is different. If progress reaches 100%, he wonders, will that finally open the way out? Still thinking, Richard lets Gray lead the troops farther into the dungeon. 10 minutes later, every surrendered villager has been gathered in an open space. Richard's main mission is to protect White Tower Town, but first he needs to understand this place and the people caught inside it. Man in his early 50s approaches between 2 scorpion warriors. This is Jill Blueleaf, commander of the village. He glances at the bandaged mummies watching his people, sighs and bows. Richard's troops saved Blueleaf village, so Jill offers sincere thanks, but fear still tightens every word. Richard introduces himself as Twilight City's lord, then asks the question Jill least expects. Who designed these buildings? Jill explains that a priest of the righteous sect in White Tower Town created them. The priest came from Blueleaf Village and became an important figure, so this small settlement has powerful backing after all. Richard does not hide his basic position. He and his forces came from another plane. Twilight City faces threats no less serious than Blueleaf Villages, and he paid heavily to enter this world in search of power. He knows too little about the region, so he asks Jill to help him understand it. Richard arranges the clues like pieces on a board. The dungeon is called Burning Village, and a settlement this week is probably only the starting point. White Tower Town's church, the human villagers, and the Demon's Valley account for 3 camps. The 4th should be the Undead, but they have not appeared. One possibility is that the fire draws White Tower Town here. Its people discover a demon massacre, call for help, gather strength, and attack Demon Valley, just as the Undead enter and turn the conflict into a 4-sided war. But Richard sees another route. White Tower Town may retreat behind its defenses instead. In the second path, White Tower Town discovers the demons but refuses to risk an attack. It holds its ground until demons and undead descend together for the decisive battle. Either way, Richard reaches the same conclusion. Blueleaf Village and its fire begin the chain. Now he needs a reward worth entering that chain himself. Richard assures Jill that he means the village no harm, but good intentions do not erase his costs. Twilight City needs treasures that can change its strength. Jill's answer is bitter. Blueleaf Village sends what it produces to White Tower Town every month for protection. What remains is only a meager stock of basic living supplies. Before Jill can offer anything better, a young man in the crowd shouts that he knows. His companions grab him and cover his mouth, but he refuses to be silenced. The disruption catches Richard immediately. One wave of his hand sends a bandaged mummy forward to bring the young man out. Jill's expression changes again and again before he finally sighs. The young man is Bari, his son, and the first person to discover traces of the devil. Richard does not let Jill redirect the moment. He looks straight at Bari and says he likes dealing with smart people. Now Bari can speak. Bari grits his teeth. He knows about a very powerful strategic treasure, the exact kind of reward Richard has been demanding. He will reveal everything, but only if Richard saves someone named Lucy. At that name, the village's fear becomes personal. At the promise of a strategic treasure, Richard's eyes light up. Richard follows Bari's offer with the only questions that matter. What kind of strategic treasure is it, and where can it be found? Bari answers at once. It is a magic ball containing special magic power, discovered with Lucy inside an ancient tomb. Demons near the tomb sensed the ball's aura and chased them. Lucy made the brutal choice herself. She sent Bari back to report, then carried the treasure away to draw the pursuit after her. Bari offers to lead Richard to the valley, but begs him to save Lucy. Richard asks who else knows Demon Valley's exact location. Bari's answer is absolute. No one. There is no map either. He alone can guide the army. Then he adds another temptation. The tomb contains a few sealed troop lairs they never had time to inspect. Notification sounds in Richard's ear. The secondary mission is called Lover's Pain, and its account confirms the essential chain. Bari and Lucy found demons while together, and Lucy used the tomb's treasure to protect him. Richard now has both a system-recognized objective and a strategic reward. Jill asks Lord Richard to take good care of Bari. Richard answers simply, of course. He has extracted everything useful from a village with little ordinary profit, and the strategic treasure is worth far more. Under Jill's complicated gaze, Richard lets Bari lead the army toward Demon Valley. Once Richard and Bari vanish from view, Jill seems to age 10 years. A villager asks whether a lord who commands undead will keep his promise. Jill can only trust Bari's choice and Richard's apparent honor. Then he forces himself upright and orders an immediate report to White Tower Town's priest. From noon until dusk, Bari guides the army through the scorched forest. Everything is deathly black and gray. Even birdsong feels like a luxury. 7 or 8 hours grind him down, but he never complains. For Lucy's sake, he grits his teeth and keeps moving quickly. As the sun touches the mountain, the scouts finally find demon traces. Richard's fatigue vanishes. 5 or 6 minutes later, Gray signals from a small hill, and Richard uses a dark tree trunk as cover. Below lies Demon Valley, active with inferior demons under a Flamewhip hero's control. Bari's desperation makes him dangerously eager for action. Richard glances at him and chooses to satisfy that urgency intelligently, not suicidally. With one wave, he orders the troops to withdraw from the valley's edge. The retreat is not surrender. It is the first move of an ambush. At a windward gap, Richard's trap takes shape. A scarred animal carcass hangs from a dead branch on a steep rock slope, freshly smeared with warm blood. The wind carries its scent straight into Demon Valley, while an undead detachment waits conspicuously beneath it. An inferior demon pauses over its work and sniffs wildly. Blood, food. It has eaten nothing after a full day of labor, and hunger spreads through the workers like madness. Heads turn, stomachs growl, and not even the demon hero's whip can restore their discipline. Furious at the loss of efficiency, the Flame Whip hero separates 5 squadrons and follows the scent for several hundred meters. At the steep slope it finds the carcass, and Richard's undead waiting below. Pride completes what hunger began. With a roar of "Kill them!" the hero unleashes the demons. Demons crash into the prepared defense and discover the trap too late. Poisonous scorpion warriors hold the slope like a living wall. Their iron pincers open and close like enormous blades, shattering demon bodies into limbs and blood. Charge after charge fails to move them. Demon hero roars and blood-red light flashes across its body. Bloodthirsty frenzy pours into the inferior demons. Their bodies turn scarlet, pain and restraint give way to violent speed. The scorpion warriors keep killing, but now enemies reach the line faster than the pincers can clear them. A tomahawk tears through the air and explodes among the packed demons. The weapon bursts like glass, spraying knife-like fragments through a 10-meter radius. 2 small squads of Axe of the Dead unleash the new rare-level tomahawk slash and erase nearly 2 enemy squadrons. Richard laughs. His investment has produced a true trump card. Slope has become a machine for killing demons. Richard's bandaged mummies, scorpion warriors, Axe of the Dead, and cursed pharaohs hold every layer, with Grey supporting them from behind. Every upward step costs the attackers' bodies, and fresh blood runs down the sunset-red rocks. Not even 10 minutes have passed. Of the 5 inferior demon squadrons that began the assault, fewer than 1 remains. Their hero glares at Richard with naked resentment, but anger cannot restore the dead. Recognizing disaster, it gives the order to retreat. Richard refuses to let the hero escape cleanly. He sends the scorpion warriors ahead, orders the bandaged mummies to shield the Axe of the Dead, and calls the cursed pharaohs into the attack. This is only a 1-star dungeon. Its demons cannot be limitless. Richard changes the plan. He will devour them all. The escaped hero's furious roar reaches the valley first. Demon Valley boils in answer. Inferior demons abandon the stones they were handling. Deeper growls roll through the scorched land, and fresh formations emerge. Fallen demons carrying hammerball weapons and swift goat-horned demons armed with long swords. The Axe of the Dead answer the massed formation with another storm of tomahawks. Energy blades burst through the packed inferior demons, and the round destroys at least 4 full squadrons. Some tomahawks break under the punishment. It hardly matters. The rare-level attack has already carved a vast wound through the army. Yet the demons seem endless. Fallen and inferior demons flood across the ruined ground without pausing for their dead. Richard's scorpion warriors charge straight into them. Iron pincers, tails, claws, and hammerball weapons meet in a single violent collision, scattering blood and broken limbs across the front. Goat-horned demons refuse that contest. Long swords in hand, they circle around both wings and avoid the scorpion warrior's killing edge. Richard catches the maneuver immediately. He orders the bandaged mummies to entangle the flankers while the cursed pharaohs move in to help destroy them. Matchup is ugly. A goat-horned demon thrusts like lightning, pierces a mummy's heart, then twists away before the answering claws can touch it. More blades carve scars into stiff undead bodies, but the mummies keep advancing. They guard only their heads and necks, using expendable flesh to pin down enemies they cannot catch. And the noise of a straining noose cuts through the battle. Richard looks toward it and sees 2 demon chariots advancing. Each is dragged by a towering 2-headed demon more than 2.5 meters tall. The new machines roll toward the melee like an answer prepared by the valley itself. Chariots are more than transport. Mounted crossbows cover their decks, each operated by 2 goat-horned demons. Above the crews stands a second flame demon hero, a full head taller than the one Richard drove back. Fire rages along the whip in its hand. Its name is Bloodthirsty. Richard reads the new enemy's profile. Bloodthirsty is a level 7 hero with C-rank potential. Its elite status raises magic damage by 30%, while its demon commander profession adds another 15% to casting effects. It holds 300 mana and recovers 3 points every second. Its first skills explain the disciplined host. Enslaved Demons lets Bloodthirsty suppress its own troops with the Flame Whip, forcing obedience and temporarily increasing the struck demon's strength by 30%. Soul Whip Tap is worse for Richard's Undead. Every hit from that weapon carries direct soul damage. Bloodlust can raise its subordinates' strength by 50%, erase their sense of pain, and drive them into slaughter for 3 minutes. Petrified Skin gives Bloodthirsty itself 50% greater defense for the same duration. Each spell costs 80 mana and returns after 5 minutes. The commander can cycle offense and survival. And comes Fireball. For 100 mana, Bloodthirsty can launch an explosive sphere that inflicts high-temperature damage across a 20-meter radius with a 5-minute cooldown. Against Richard's tightly layered formation, one accurate cast could engulf soldiers from several branches at once. The chariot is carrying mobile artillery. Final entries make the scale even worse. Bloodthirsty's presence raises every demon under its command by 30%. The more demons it leads, the stronger it becomes, and more than 5 squadrons activate a 60% command efficiency tie. Richard came to test the limits of a 1-star dungeon. Now its true commander has answered him. Richard does not hesitate after reading the enemy commander's abilities. He orders Gray to prepare a spell, sends the Scorpion warriors straight through the forward camp, and gives the Axe of the Dead one priority: hunt the enemy heroes. The counterattack begins as a coordinated decapitation strike. Before the charge can reach the line, orange red fire ignites in Bloodthirsty's hand. The heat is so violent that the light around it bends. When the commander throws, the sphere drags a flaming tail across the valley and grows as it travels, reaching 2 meters across after 100 meters. Richard's expression tightens. He orders everyone to activate sand transformation and does so himself, but he knows the limitation. The soldier's C-rank version cannot cancel magical damage. It can only help them recover. Gray therefore keeps chanting, forcing the demons ahead of the Scorpion warriors into a confused, rigid wall. Scorpion warriors lower their bodies, but the fireball detonates directly in front of them. Flame swallows the spearhead and every demon around it. Gray's controlled enemies take the full force first. The battlefield sizzles beneath rising fire, and the air fills with burned hair, blood, and scorched flesh. Chariots answer with 4 mounted crossbows. Goat-horned demon crews release bolts as thick as a baby's arm through the smoke. Then bloodlust and petrified skin reinforce the demon line. Both are C-rank enhancements, markedly stronger than the 30% gains of D-rank skills, and the enemy's aura surges. For the first time, Richard feels the battle pressing heavily against him, yet the danger does not cool him. Fresh blood sharpens his eagerness. He orders the Scorpion warriors to remain the spearhead, while the fortified bandaged mummies bind every defender they can. The rest of the field no longer matters. Bloodthirsty does. Tactic works, but only through brutal attrition. Twilight City's troops annihilate more than 5 squadrons of inferior, fallen, and goat-horned demons before reaching 50 meters from the chariot. Then orange fire begins gathering again. Exactly 5 minutes have passed. Bloodthirsty's most dangerous weapon is ready for a second shot. Richard spots the only opening. Bloodthirsty needs several breaths to finish condensing the spell. He tells Gray to hold soul command until his signal. The air-rank magic forcibly controls an enemy's soul, but an uncommanded target can escape after 5 seconds. It costs 100 mana and will not be available again for 30 minutes. Instant Bloodthirsty grins and starts to throw. Richard gives the order. Dark light flashes from Gray. The commander's arm locks in place, its soul seized at the worst possible moment. Richard supplies the forced movement, and Bloodthirsty's completed fireball turns back into the chariot position, consuming the command platform and the demons around it. Surviving demons around the chariot are burned into cripples. The Scorpion warriors seize the opening, tear the formation apart, and close to 30 meters. As the flames thin, they find Bloodthirsty half-kneeling in blackened armor. Most of its face has become dry bone, its chest still heaves, and somehow the commander remains alive. Bloodthirsty roars that it will crush their souls and orders the attackers killed. The answer arrives before it can act. Chained tomahawks fill its vision. Blows strike its chest, neck, arms, abdomen, and head. The last axe lands against its skull with soul-tearing force. Its sight goes black, and the commander collapses beside the burning chariot. Final chained tomahawk did more than knock Bloodthirsty unconscious. Soul execution triggers. The burned commander dies beside its ruined chariot, and the 20 Axe of the Dead finally prove why their killing skill terrifies stronger enemies. Richard is ready to exploit the rout when a whip cracks through the noise. The lesser D-rank hero steps forward, lashes its flame weapon, and forces the chaotic demons to look its way. Its command is blunt: kill them. Richard turns toward the hero without hesitation. The audacity only makes his gaze colder. Then he checks the soldiers beside him. Their sand enhancement has 3 minutes left. If he wants the last commander subdued, he must strike now. Richard gives Gray a precise order. The Scorpion warriors will crush the troops directly before the weakened hero. The bandaged mummies will turn and rip open its defensive line from another direction. Richard wants the commander removed, not merely pushed back. Dark power flashes from Gray, and Pharaoh's curse settles over a 10 by 10 meter section of the enemy. It costs 50 mana and lasts 5 minutes. More importantly, every affected attribute falls by 30%, strength, speed, resistance, all of it. Imbalance becomes brutal. Scorpion warriors crash into the weakened front with barbarous force, while bandaged mummies tear into the defense from the turn Richard ordered. Holes open across the demon line, and the lesser hero's attempt to restore order is swallowed by the converging assault. With the leadership threat gone, Richard refuses to let success dissolve into a reckless chase. He contracts the formation around himself. Scorpion warriors remain the spearhead, the other troops advance behind their protection, and the Axe of the Dead are released to hunt targets freely. Rest is a meat grinder with only one side being crushed. Inferior demons, profanity-spewing fallen demons, and agile goat-horned monsters throw themselves against Twilight City's advance. Without commanders, each charge breaks like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At last, Richard's view opens onto a valley with no demons left in sight. Twilight has vanished. A moon as large as a millstone pours silver over blood-red ground, heaps of corpses and mountains stripped of life by fire. In the sudden quiet, only his breathing remains. Bodies around him feel like medals earned by Twilight City's development. Gray's control, the axe of the dead's soul execution, the scorpion warrior's charge, and the bandaged mummy's tenacity all proved stronger than Richard expected. This victory belongs to the army he built, and to him. Bari's urgency redirects the victory toward its unfinished human cost. Lucy supplied the blood that drew the demons away, and she is still missing. Richard does not treat that as a detail to postpone. He gave his word to find her, and keeping it is his bottom line. Now Richard can collect the final fruits of victory. He orders Bari to follow and leads the blood-dyed troops into Demon Valley. Daylight's enemy camp has become an empty excavation. Rubble lies everywhere, and deep holes scar the mountainside where the demons had been digging. Richard asks whether the excavation is the ancient tomb and where the two troop lairs are hidden. Bari points toward the central cave. He says Richard will see them after entering, but every second of delay clearly weighs on him because Lucy may still be inside. Bari wants to rush ahead, but Richard will not enter an unknown tomb blind. He takes prepared torches from his system space and sends a small bandaged mummy team first. Only after they report safety does he order Gray to lead the main column inside. Gray leads the troops through a passage dozens of meters long. Richard waits for a second confirmation that no danger is hiding ahead, then follows. The restraint costs Bari precious moments, but it ensures the Lord and his army do not walk into a sealed tomb's trap. The passage opens into a damp chamber breathing rot. Corpses and white bones cover the floor, many have blackened and withered across an immense span of time. An empty altar and rotten coffin occupy the center. Beyond them, towering 5 meters high, stand the two statues Richard came to find. Before Richard's adventure continues, the story pauses for a direct note from the author. It is the 30th day, Chinese New Year is about to begin, and the first message is simple: Happy New Year to every reader. May all of them be merry. Book has been running for 2 months, and the author thanks everyone who supported and encouraged it. The gratitude comes with an uneasy confession. The author does not consider their skill high, the readership remains small, and hardly anyone outside that circle even knows the novel exists. The editor warns that the first day of New Year observance is arriving, when readers may have little free time. The author has even spent the day being ordered around by their mother, scolded for doing nothing, and mocked for being clumsy. Somehow, 5 chapters are revised anyway. His hope carries 3 years of frustration behind it. The author's earlier books received very few orders. I Became an Original Vampire reached only 110. Lord of the World. I Become the Lord of the Desert from the start did better at 600, but that number still marks the old ceiling. Now the author asks this small circle of friends to help break the record and reach 1,000 orders. The request comes with a forceful promise. 5 chapters will update in the early morning and another 5 will follow tomorrow. This time, the author insists the commitment will be kept. Before signing off, the author thanks every friend who sent tips, votes, messages, encouragement, or even teasing. Then come the wishes, success and desired results for students, a seat beside the person they like, and beyond school, successful careers and wealth. The sales appeal ends as a sincere New Year blessing. One final line asks everyone to keep reading so updates can continue quickly, followed by another thank you. Then the author note page closes, leaving Richard's interrupted discovery in the ancient tomb ready to resume. Back in the damp ancient tomb near Demon Valley, Richard stands before the immense gargoyle lair and opens its attribute panel. The seal is gone. Better still, the lair has already consumed enough reserves to recruit, and for 3 days each dark gargoyle will cost only 10 gemstone units. Bargain was probably meant to rebuild the Lick's army after its resurrection. Now Richard owns it. He selects every available recruit. The system asks for 400 gemstone units in exchange for 40 gargoyles. Richard confirms at once, and his balance drops from 750 to 350. With a crack, the statue's chest splits apart. A hideous head pushes through. Clawed hands brace against both sides while a heavy body drags itself slowly from the opening. The tail clears the stone last, and then the creature snaps its folded wings wide before Richard. It is a smaller living copy of the statue, yet still stands at least 3 meters tall. Steel-like muscles run in streamlined bands across its upright frame. Razor claws cap all 4 limbs. Thorn blades edge its bent wings, while barbs jut from its elbows, knees, and shoulders. Every part is built for slaughter. The profile confirms why the legendary-looking soldier feels so oppressive. Level 5, with the elite soldier 15% strength increase and rare 3-star potential. Its listed B-rank obsidian body matches what Richard sees, a brutally durable frame whose defining advantage includes immunity to magic. Raw toughness is only half the reward. These are flying units. Richard imagines an enemy formation braced against his undead front line, then sees the gargoyles soar over it and descend directly upon the vulnerable rear. That freedom of attack gives the new branch genuine strategic value, and he is thoroughly satisfied. Richard catches on a contradiction worth testing. If the gargoyles are immune to magic, will they reject sand transformation? He knows the answer is not obvious. Cast magic consumes magic power, but his lord talent draws on bloodline power. To him, they feel fundamentally different. Perhaps immunity will not matter. Richard summons the first two gargoyles. They step forward with mechanical stiffness and answer, "Lord," in muffled voices. He nods, extends his right hand, and releases a yellow, sand-like glow. In a few blinks, the light spreads from his palm and envelops both towering bodies. Magic-immune bodies do not reject the power. A moment later, the system confirms that both gargoyles have grasped part of the desert's power and gained C-rank sand transformation. Richard bursts into laughter. His judgment was right. The Desert Lord's bloodline blessing can pass where ordinary magic cannot. Combination is absurd. Dark gargoyles are already heavily built and immune to magic. Sand transformation can make them nearly untouchable when activated. Richard sees no reason to apologize for strength this unreasonable. He likes strong. Before him, 40 level 5 rare 3-star gargoyles stand organized into 4 small teams. That success points Richard toward another resource. The tomb still holds a mass of corpses, and he now has something he once lacked, a hero capable of turning corpses into troops. Gunter's recruitment ability means the dead need not remain waste. They can become mummies under Richard's command. Richard completes the plan. Let Gunter recruit the mummies, then bestow sand transformation on them as well. Even if their levels are unimpressive, that defensive gift will keep them useful. With 40 rare flying killers secured and another army waiting inside the corpses, he heads deeper into the tomb in high spirits. Richard enters the corpse-filled cave in high spirits. The Lick Lord had apparently stored these bodies, so its resurrection could begin with an army already waiting. Every link in that preparation now belongs to Richard instead. Gunter stands at the center of the dead, blood-colored energy flooding over his body. Obscure syllables leave his throat. Then the aura bursts outward, races across the chamber floor, and swallows every corpse at once. Dead weather as though millions of years pass in seconds. Richard notices wisps of energy leaving each ruined body and deepening Gunter's bloody aura. Corpses crack apart like glass until only 30 remain intact. Now the gathered energy pours into the survivors. Scattered rays flatten into strips of bloody cloth and bind each body as a mummy. The last glow fades. 30 stiff forms crawl upright with harsh, obstructed roars, and the system confirms 3 new teams. Result changes Richard's accounting. He had once dumped inedible prey onto undead buyers for cabbage-level prices. That was waste. From now on, corpses recovered after battle can be saved for recruitment and squeezed for their final scrap of value. With the tomb settled, Richard summons Bari and Lucy, both somewhat recovered. He tells them the main demon force is gone. White Tower Town can handle the escapees. For now, their next destination is home, Blueleaf Village. Richard still has 12 hours before the dungeon closes, enough time to press for one more opportunity. White Tower Town is the main mission location. It cannot be empty of benefits. After everything he has gained, his expectations only rise. Once Bari and Lucy step beyond Demon Valley, they stop. Still holding hands, they look back with lingering fear, then turn to each other and smile. Their restraint breaks. They embrace fiercely, savoring the simple wonder of being alive together. The moon is high when Richard's party finally reaches Blueleaf Village. Only 2 days and 1 night have passed, yet his strength has changed beyond recognition. New heroes, rare flying gargoyles, and now 30 more mummies march under his command. Inside Blueleaf Village's spacious hall, an old, long-bearded pastor occupies the head of a 7 to 8 meter table. 2 church knights in white armor stand behind him. More than 10 villagers watch nervously, convinced this agent of divine light has come to save them. John repeats the claim as if hearing it aloud might expose the flaw. A lord from another plane, commanding mummies, defeated several demon squadrons. He frowns across the table at Jill, Bari's father and the village chief, unable to accept the scale of it. Danger is no rumor. The evil forces have already invaded more than 10 villages. If their raids continue unchecked, even White Tower Town may eventually be threatened. The warning sobers John, but it does not make him believe Richard won. John reaches a grim conclusion. By attacking the lair, the Desert Lord must have provoked a full backlash and probably cannot return. He will go back to White Tower Town immediately and assemble troops himself. Across the table, Jill's heart tightens with despair. John reminds Jill of the battle 10 years ago. Search parties are only a fraction of a demon army. The lairs hold the true troops and powerful heroes. Against forces 10 or 20 times larger, Richard's single squadron should be crushed. Surviving even 1/10 would be a miracle. John does not know Bari is Jill's son, and outside, that miracle is walking home. John has barely finished declaring Richard's survival a miracle when a shout tears through the village hall. Bari and Lucy are back. Jill shoots to his feet, and the despair on his face breaks into startled hope. John quickly decides the Desert Lord must merely have escaped. One knight is less charitable. Already angry at the trouble Richard has caused, he promises to teach the foreign lord a lesson. In White Tower Town, every lord obeys their rules. Outside, Jill sees Bari holding Lucy's hand among the residents. Relief floods through him. Bari's eyes redden as he brings Lucy forward and tells his father he brought her back. Jill's lips tremble. He can only grip Bari's shoulder and repeat that it is good they returned. Then the group looks up. Dozens of indistinct shapes are flying through the darkness. John hurriedly casts a detection spell and turns cold. They are rare-level gargoyles, more than 10 of them. If they attack, his own strength cannot hold them. John shouts for battle preparations and the residents scatter toward the village. Bari tries to stop the panic. Those are Lord Richard's troops. A church knight answers by ordering Bari tied up, certain that a demon has bewitched him. Before anyone can seize Bari, footsteps sound from the black road ahead. Richard walks toward the village at an unhurried pace, a troop of mummies following him. The fleeing residents stop. Their supposed demon commander is the very Lord Bari named. Wings thunder overhead. The dark gargoyles drop to the ground around Richard with impacts that shake the earth. 3 meters tall, pitch black and gleaming like metal, their ferocious bodies crush every remaining voice into silence. Jill finally exhales. This is Richard, not a demon. He hurries forward, bows, and greets him with an apologetic smile. Bari says Richard eliminated the demons, Jill declares, and the army before them is enough to terrify any enemy. Richard notices an old pastor in a pure white robe, holding a white wooden staff, while a church knight turns away in embarrassment. Curious, Richard opens the pastor's panel, level 7 with C-rank hero potential. So this is the church camp's leader, and he is weaker than Richard expected. Jill bows once more. Richard has not merely rescued 2 young people. He is the benefactor of all 300 residents of Blueleaf Village. The declaration carries through the frightened crowd, publicly replacing the image of an invading undead lord with that of their protector. Jill introduces Pastor John of White Tower Town's God of Justice and the 2 church knights who protect justice. Their embarrassment has not vanished, but their faces are under control again. The hostile strangers from the hall must now meet Richard as Blueleaf Village's victorious benefactor. John smiles and claims Richard's extraordinary reputation preceded him. Behind him, the knights can barely contain their disbelief. That is not what he said inside. Richard lets the hypocrisy pass. The desert camp is neutral, not the church's enemy. Instead, he reports that some demons escaped and asks White Tower Town to send troops before innocent people die. Pastor John provisionally accepts Richard's warning, then presses the returning party for the truth of Demon Valley. Bari needs no encouragement. Delighted to have an audience, he launches into the battle from the beginning. Bari describes the lure, the hillside ambush, the direct clash, and the death of the flame demon commander. With every turn, Richard's force grows more superhuman. The blood pool, immortal corpses, and gargoyle statues draw cries of amazement from the villagers. Richard privately decides Bari has carried the praise too far. John, however, asks precise follow-up questions. Every answer matches what he knows. His last doubt disappears, his voice becomes respectful, and Richard sees the old rule confirmed again. Strength opens every gate. One church knight suggests sending the White Eagle to investigate. John agrees. The knight gives a sharp whistle, and after a dozen breaths, a white shape dives from the night sky, beating the air as it settles on his armored arm. John murmurs to the bird, taps its head with the holy staff, and commands it to find the way. The eagle circles Bari and Lucy to take their trail, then climbs into the darkness. Richard watches it go with undisguised excitement. It is a remarkably handsome bird. John answers Richard's interest with a pastor's favorite solution. Join the embrace of his God, and divine power can change everything. For many people, Richard admits, that is an excellent bargain. Belief offers a powerful patron and a rapid path to real strength. But a pastor's strength belongs to the God who grants it. The believer must obey that God's will, and the power can be withdrawn at any moment. Richard has no intention of surrendering his freedom to any deity in the Shining Era. He changes the subject. Before Richard can finish asking about the strategic treasure, John raises the white staff in his hand. This is it. It can clear evil from an area, but only a pastor who believes in John's God can cast through it. Richard opens the item panel. 1-star holy staff exposes evil creatures within 100 meters and raises light damage by 30% at a cost of 20 mana every second. Useful if its owner serves the God of Justice. Richard does not. Unless he sells it, the treasure is scarcely better than a fire stick. John notices the disappointment and offers a different payoff. White Tower Town has maintained a demon bounty since a battle 10 years ago. Anyone who finds the demons and stops their rampage earns a handsome reward. The town is not rich, John says, but it honors its rules. Reward offers 3 development paths. One blueprint creates an ordinary residence for civilians. Another creates a stable for horses and camels. 500 units each of wood, stone, and steel, 5 days, 30 workers, 8 spaces, and room for 30 horses. Third plan is a winery. It needs 2,000 gold coins plus wood, stone, and steel, 30 workers, 7 days, and 10 spaces. Even then, it produces nothing without a wine recipe. The limitation is real, but the plan itself can be used permanently. And the crucial word lands: permanent. Richard's food workshop blueprints from the metal gods could each build only once. Another workshop would require another plan. These 3 can be reused. Choosing only one now means allowing 2 far more valuable plans to disappear with the dungeon. With magnificent righteousness, Richard gathers the 3 plans. His territory lacks all of them, so he offers to exchange his remaining rewards for the other 2 and spare John further payment. John stares at him, full of questions. Remaining rewards? This was the final reward. What an unscrupulous young man. Story turns back from Richard's later bargaining in Blueleaf Village to the underground discovery behind his newest gains. Beneath the ancient tomb near Demon Valley, Richard stares at a sealed troop lair, checks its rank again, and almost cannot believe what he sees. It is not merely one rare lair. There are 2. Each can recruit 20 rare 3-star dark gargoyles immediately and produce 10 more every week. Together, the pair can field 4 squads at once, a force Richard had spent enormous effort trying to build by other means. Recruitment is expensive but concrete: 4,000 gold, 4,000 wood, 4,000 stone, and 10 gemstones for each lair's batch. Richard takes several breaths and reins in his excitement. A cost like that is still blood money for 40 rare soldiers. Dark gargoyles are ancient magical constructs, reminiscent of mechanical troops, and rare rank is only their decayed state. They were once glorious. Richard immediately checks the black gold system. 10 rare construct-type lair cores can restore a lair to glorious 3 stars, but the present seal blocks any upgrade. Seal has a key: a large quantity of blood. That answer draws Richard toward the nearby pool, where scarlet liquid lies motionless beneath weak torchlight. Twisted black runes stain the basin, half visible through the gloom, and the whole chamber feels colder around it. "Lucy, I'm here to save you," Bari's voice echoes alone among the corpses. He advances with a torch, forcing himself to inspect one pale face after another. Every step is reluctant. He wants to find his lover, yet he is terrified that the next body will be hers. Richard studies the order of events. Bari and Lucy left to investigate attacks on other villages before the demons ever found this tomb. Therefore, the blood pool came first. If it had existed only to unseal the lairs, the demons would have built it beside them. This pool has another purpose. After his mummies confirm a safe route through the bodies, Richard approaches the edge. The pool is perfectly calm and seems impossibly deep. Even his ordinary status panel reveals nothing. He points to one bandaged mummy. "Go in, find out what's underneath." The soldier obeys immediately. The disturbed ritual gives back the person Bari dreaded finding. Lucy appears pale, limp, and corpse-like. Bari's strength vanishes. He collapses as if struck by lightning, eyes red and fixed upon her, his mouth trembling without enough voice even to call her name again. Richard did not expect this ending, but he does not surrender to it. Under the protection of his mummies, he examines Lucy closely and catches a faint pulse in her chest. She is not dead. His panel identifies a human and gives one ominous result: transformation failed. The black gold system exposes the pool's purpose. A high-level demon gathers blood here to fortify a sacrifice into a mighty hero. Once complete, that hero becomes eternally loyal to the demon. More importantly, the greater the power in the consumed blood, the greater the transformed hero's potential. And comes the impossible note. The mummy's entry interrupted Lucy's fortification and replaced her as the sacrifice. Richard can now feed corpses and blood into the pool to increase that soldier's potential. Incubation will take 1 day. His cautious probe has accidentally begun creating a hero of his own. Richard can only stare at the result. He meant to search an unknown pool. Instead, he saved Lucy from the ritual and placed his own perfectly loyal soldier on the path to becoming a hero. His eagerness finally bursts into laughter. Does this work too? Richard's laughter lasts only a moment. The new hero can still be interrupted. He immediately has Lucy lifted from the blood pool, orders the surrounding corpses dragged away, and forms a protective cordon around the mummy still incubating beneath the scarlet surface. And Lucy coughs. Bari forces his way to her side, staring as if his own soul has returned. Tears pour down his face. "Lucy, you're not dead, I'm here." Her eyes open, find him, and flood with recognition. Lucy throws both arms around Bari and holds him with all her remaining strength. For a moment, nothing else exists. Then she notices the silent mummy troop around them and tenses. Bari hurriedly explains that these are Richard's soldiers, not the demon's servants. After Lucy has rested, Bari supports her to Richard. Together they bow deeply and call him their savior. Richard accepts the gratitude without ceremony. The demons throughout the valley have been wiped out, he tells them. They are safe now. Richard redirects the conversation to the prize that brought him here. He searched almost the entire valley without finding the ancient tomb's magic ball. Lucy answers weakly. The demon put it inside the blood pool. Richard's eyes narrow. A demonic ritual would not consume strategic equipment without a reason. Richard studies the black gold system information again. Fresh blood and corpses can both raise a hero's potential. Gray's sacrifice coffin needed different materials, but the underlying logic was similar. Different races, Richard realizes, must use different sacrificial methods and nourishment. Richard calls Gray over. Throw every demon corpse outside the valley into the blood pool, leave none behind. Gray moves at once, leading the troop out to gather them. Richard keeps a small mummy team at the pool, unwilling to let one careless interruption waste a hero. Outside, Richard finds Lucy and Bari exhausted, filthy, and inseparable. He shares cooked food from his system space, then changes into clean clothes. With Gray controlling the operation, Richard spreads his fire dragon rabbit hair blanket, stations 2 mummies beside him, and sleeps. Richard wakes comfortably the next morning to find Gray and a mummy team still on watch. Gray reports that every corpse was moved late in the night. The sacrifice needs a full day, and more than 10 hours remain. There is no reason to hover beside the pool. Richard explains the grim work to Lucy and Bari. The demons built this pool to strengthen their own subordinates. Now he can use it for his. Their corpses are the best nourishment. The couple who hate the demons utterly are relieved. Even the bodies will leave nothing behind. Lucy remembers something else. When she and Bari separated while fleeing, they accidentally opened a hidden mechanism in the ancient tomb. Inside was a corpse that seemed to belong to the tomb's owner. If Richard needs nourishment, she suggests, perhaps he can use that too. Richard shakes his head. The visible coffin has rotted away, so its owner should be weathered beyond use. Any treasure inside would matter more. Lucy urgently corrects him. The corpse has not decayed at all. It looks freshly dead, and through the magic ball she sensed energy countless times stronger than the demons. A corpse that still looks newly dead after its coffin has rotted should be impossible. Richard's interest ignites. Is this another side mission, or the trail of the undead faction that has never appeared? Either answer could be valuable. He gives Lucy one immediate order. Take me to see. Lucy leads Richard back through the ancient tomb and stops beside an unremarkable stone. One press makes a secret door grind into view. The burial site everyone could see was only camouflage, she explains. Its owner hid the true tomb behind the decoy. Richard does not let curiosity override caution. 2 mummy teams enter first and search the passage. Only when they find no danger does Gray lead the party inside. Richard takes the rear, and they advance several dozen meters toward the tomb's center. At the chamber's center lies a black-robed corpse atop a dazzling heap of gemstones. Lucy was right. It looks no different from a living person. Yet the pressure rolling from that motionless body is immense. Whatever died here was extraordinary, and the treasure beneath it is worth a fortune. Richard opens the stats panel. The answer is worse than an ordinary undead corpse. This is the special body of a lich lord. Powerful liches refine spare bodies and soul phylacteries, hide them in secret places, and use them to return after death. One thought locks everything together. Could the magic ball submerged in the blood pool be this lich's soul phylactery? Richard's expression turns strange. The demons may have stolen the very crystal their undead rival needed. He orders mummies to carry the body out carefully, claiming both it and gemstones worth several mineral veins. When Gray asks what should be done with the body, Richard refuses to leave resurrection even the smallest opening. Chop it up, feed the pieces into the blood pool in batches. If the lich plans to return, it can try doing so from minced flesh. Mummies begin the work, and Richard orders Gray to supervise personally. System chime confirms Richard's caution was decisive. Destroying the prepared body left the soul phylactery nowhere to hide. The blood pool melted it, and the lich lord is completely dead. Exterminate the undead is complete. The reward adds 30%, pushing dungeon progress to 40. Notices continue. Lover's pain contributes another 10%. Then the system exposes what Richard interrupted. Lucy had been destined to become a demon hero. Rescuing her awards a second 10%, raising the total from 40 to 60. Richard's preemptive assault earns the largest jump. He destroyed the demons before they could finish creating their mighty hero, exceeding annihilate the demon and gaining 30%. Progress surges to 90. That crosses the exit threshold. He may leave at any time, but the dungeon will permit him to remain for only one more day. Richard can only stare at the result. That was it. He had barely begun enjoying the dungeon, yet it is already 90% complete. The truth is almost absurd. The body he just had minced was the boss of the missing undead faction. A supposedly enormous enemy died before Richard ever had to fight it. Victory did more than erase the undead threat. Feeding the lich lord into the ritual has mutated the bandaged mummy's sacrifice. The black gold system's notification suggests the harvest will be exceptional, and anticipation rises in Richard's chest. Now all he has to do is make certain nothing interrupts it. Gray positions the troops around the underground chamber, sealing every approach. Richard waits without disturbing the pool. Hours pass under the silent guard until 10 in the evening, with the scarlet surface remaining unnaturally calm. At 10, the pool erupts in countless bubbles. Its surface plunges as though something enormous below is drinking every drop. Blood splashes, and a bandaged head rises. The mummy crawls out dripping, but its wrappings absorb the blood and dry. They are no longer ordinary bandages. They have turned the color of blood. Now Richard can see the change clearly. Flesh fills the parts of the face left uncovered by bandages, replacing the old skeletal look. Blood-red eyes stare with cold, heartless focus, and the savage aura resembles a beast starved for days. Yet before Richard, that terrifying figure kneels. "My lord, Gunter Fresh Blood offers his highest respect. Thank you for giving me new life." Richard nods in satisfaction. A recruited soldier's loyalty is absolute, even if it later becomes a god, and this newly promoted hero already feels immensely powerful. Now Richard wants to see exactly what Gunter has become. Still kneeling before Richard, Gunter waits while his new attributes unfold. Level 6. Soul-type hero. Elite Fresh Blood Lick. 600 mana, rapid recovery, and bonuses to both magic damage and casting. Then Richard reaches the line that matters most, a rank potential. Soul Phylactery is Gunter's first A-rank skill. He can store his soul in a container and after death, revive without losing strength. His current container is a soul ball, which also raises his magic damage by another 50%. The second A-rank skill is Body of Blood. Poison, plague, curses, and instant death cannot touch him. Defense and magic resistance both rise by 70%, and if he is wounded, devouring blood can restore his life at frightening speed. Then comes Offense. Ball of Corruption compresses magic into a violently corrosive sphere and devastates everything within 30 meters. It costs 100 mana and needs 3 minutes between casts. Condensing it from blood drives its damage even higher. Even the dead become ammunition. Corpse Explosion can detonate one body or bodies across a 20-meter diameter from 100 meters away. It has no cooldown and costs only 50 mana. Corpse Transformation goes further, turning stronger corpses into stronger bandaged mummies, up to 3 teams every day. Remaining entries fit Richard's army almost too perfectly. Gunter has C-rank Sand Transformation. Mummies under his command gain 30% strength and defense. Desert Battles accelerate his mana recovery by half, while casting with blood raises his magic damage by 60%. Richard can no longer contain his cheer. Notification sounds before Richard can savor it. Destroying the blood pool has added the final 10%. Dungeon progress is now 100%, and every mission is complete. He may remain for 12 more hours. After that, this time fragment returns to the River of Time. Now Richard understands what an ordinary clear would have caused. Had he simply reported to White Tower Town, the demons would have found the Lick Lord and returned it to the blood pool. With its phylactery restored, the Lick would resurrect, unleash an undead disaster, and join the demons in besieging the town. Lucy had another destiny waiting inside that disaster. Nurtured into a mighty hero by the demons, she might have fought the Lick over the magic ball and then collided with the human side. But Richard killed the demons and destroyed both the Lick's body and phylactery first. That grand heroine's path simply vanished. Staying obediently inside the mission's framework might have earned him a few resources from White Tower Town and forced him to face demons and undead together. By stepping outside it, Richard prevented the disaster and claimed rewards the prescribed route never offered. The lesson is now undeniable. A mission is guidance, not a cage. And Gunter demonstrates the difference directly. At his command, the blood remaining in the ruined pool lifts into the air and follows him toward the ancient tomb. Richard watches the effortless, arrogant spectacle and makes another decision. When he changes careers, he wants magic, not the blunt strength of a warrior. Inside the tomb, Gunter divides the floating blood into 2 streams and wraps one around each gargoyle statue. The stone begins to drink. Thick bubbles churn across the blood as it vanishes into both layers, and their formerly dark, lifeless surfaces slowly take on a polished shine. When the last blood disappears, both gargoyles snap open scarlet eyes. The system chimes again. The dark gargoyle layer has been unsealed. Then the true scale of the reward appears, 2 rare-level troop layers permanently obtained. Richard's perfect dungeon clear has yielded one final military treasure. With the gargoyle layers secured, Richard claims another prize before the dungeon disappears, 3 permanent building blueprints. Old Pastor John stares at the plans and nearly weeps. They belong to the mayor. Richard only laughs, perfectly pleased with himself. Richard argues that the mayor should be delighted. His forces killed the demon, so surely 3 blueprints are a small concern. John holds his forehead. He had only meant to make a show of objecting, and Richard's dozens of gargoyles make pressing the matter impossible. John finally reasons that ending the demon threat for only 3 blueprints is a good deal. He tells Richard to rest, then announces that he must return to White Tower Town. Escaped demons are still dangerous, and they need to be handled quickly. Once the village is behind them, John's restraint breaks. He mourns his building blueprints, then threatens to deduct a knight's salary for failing to stop the insult. When the knights remind him that he spoke first, John doubles the punishment to 2 years. Both men fall speechless. Richard is overjoyed. The dungeon will soon collapse back into the river of time, taking everything left inside with it. These permanent plans are more than 1,000 years old. In his mind, he has not stolen them at all. He has rescued a treasure from oblivion. The following morning, Richard has no time for the friendly visit to White Tower Town he would have liked. He turns instead to the expedition's gains. The dungeon alone contributed more than 40,000 experience points. In excellent spirits, he surveys his troops and gives the order, return to the territory. Outside, the sky is not even fully dark. 3 days passed for Richard inside the dungeon, but time there ran 10 times faster. The date is still May 18th, so Twilight City's schedule has lost nothing. Without pausing, Richard drives the force across the desert toward home. Karu is astonished to see Richard back. That morning, his lord warned that the expedition might take a long time. Now he has returned within half a day. Then Karu notices the dark gargoyles beside him. The wrinkles on the old administrator's face come alive as surprise turns into a broad smile. Richard gives Karu a brief account, then finally eats, bathes, and washes away the expedition's fatigue. Once comfortable, he takes stock. The greatest reward is Gunter Fresh Blood, an A-rank hero with destructive magic who can turn corpses into new mummies. That ability alone is nearly priceless. Gunter by himself would have justified the expedition. More importantly, Richard now commands 2 battle-type A-rank heroes. Gray can control and support the army. Gunter can strike with overwhelming blood magic. Their specialties cover each other's weaknesses. In Richard's judgment, the pair is a perfect match. Next reward is nearly as valuable: 4 teams of dark gargoyles and 2 rare-level troop lairs. The gargoyles provide immediate flying strength, but the lairs matter even more over time. They can produce soldiers continuously. Along with the 3 permanent blueprints, Richard has brought home both military power and foundations for expansion. Karu reports the territory's progress in detail. The Russian olive forest has finished flowering and begun to bear fruit. Its once-a-month ripening cycle is real. At the beginning of next month, Twilight City should harvest roughly 70 to 80,000 units, a substantial new reserve arriving on a predictable schedule. Fire Dragon Rabbit project is also thriving. The young rabbits are growing quickly and should shed their first fur at the end of the month. By next month, they can enter heat and begin a second reproductive round. If that pace holds, large-scale fur production is no longer a distant ambition. Not every report is positive. Because the Russian olive flowers have withered, the desert crown bees must fly farther to find blossoms. Karu expects the next batch of honey to shrink. The orchard's shift from flowering to fruiting has created food for Twilight City, but reduced forage for another valuable industry. Karu leads Richard to the completed food workshop. The 3-story earthen and stone building looks imposing, yet it can manage only simple production. Twilight City has no high-level chefs, so meaningful food research cannot begin. Richard frowns at the empty potential. Once again, the missing resource is not a building, it is talent. Other lords complain about too many refugees. Richard has the opposite problem. More than half a month has passed, yet only Adele's group has arrived in Twilight City. In the vast desert, people are even scarcer than resources. For now, he orders the workshop to recruit any resident capable of making a special food. Karu's report brings the distant oasis back to Richard's mind. It lies a full day and night from Twilight City, which is why he kept postponing the journey. Now the calculation changes. Hundreds of refugees could unlock the population growth his territory urgently needs. Richard decides the oasis is worth the trip. Twilight City urgently needs people, so Richard and his trusted administrator, Karu, continue weighing when to make the day and night journey to the refugee oasis. Hundreds may be waiting there. Before fixing the expedition, however, Richard turns to another problem created by the city's rapid growth. Richard hands Karu all 3 blueprints recovered from the dungeon. Twilight City can no longer be managed by a few people improvising from day to day. Karu must select talented residents immediately and form a planning department capable of designing the settlement's future. Richard's instructions are precise. Classify buildings by purpose and position, leave room for later expansion, and choose suitable sites for every blueprint. The stables and winery can wait. Residential buildings cannot. Karu accepts firmly and promises to bring Richard a complete set of planning bylaws for approval. Their discussion is interrupted by Adele Thorin, Twilight City's prized hero blacksmith. She rushes over with a long-handled copper hammer on her back, greets Richard formally, and can barely contain her excitement. She wants permission to continue researching military technology. Richard has every reason to listen. Adele's previous reinforcement dramatically increased the bandaged mummy's combat power, making her one of Twilight City's greatest treasures. Instead of hesitating over another experiment, he follows her toward the blacksmith shop to hear the proposal through. New project is expensive, 30,000 units of resources. Its ordinary success rate is only 70%. Adele's hero feature adds another 30%, however, turning the attempt into a certainty. Richard leaves the full amount with her and prepares to watch how his hero blacksmith conducts her research. Before Richard can observe the work, a blacksmith apprentice reports that a resident is waiting to see him. Richard can only rue the fact that a lord's work never ends. He leaves Adele to begin and walks out of the shop with Karu. Outside waits Aunt Mary, the manager of the Russian olive forest, with a broad face Richard remembers as half a red apple. The olives are safe, she assures him. The real problem is the poisonous wasps. They keep hunting the desert crown bees that produce Twilight City's precious honey. Forest workers cannot bear watching those bees be eaten. They want to find the wasp nest and burn it. Richard understands their anger, but these are no ordinary insects. Each is level 5 with rare 3-star potential. Until now, their speed and danger have kept the lair beyond his reach. Yesterday, the workers finally devised a way to follow them. They treat rabbit jerky with the juice of a plant whose scent lingers for an extraordinary length of time. A wasp takes the bait, carries that odor away, and leaves the residents a trail leading toward its home. That still leaves one question: who could possibly follow such a scent? Aunt Mary proudly reveals their answer. One forest worker sneezes uncontrollably whenever he smells that particular plant. The residents have tested him repeatedly. Richard realizes the man's miraculous nose is simply an allergy and almost laughs at how useful it may become. Absurd or not, the method may work, and if it leads Richard to the lair, he does not have to settle for burning it. A nest may contain thousands of rare-level poisonous wasps. He imagines that swarm engulfing an enemy, and the irritation in his eyes becomes unmistakable interest. Richard is no longer thinking about killing a few pests. A single lair may hold thousands of level 5 rare 3-star poisonous wasps. If he can claim that swarm and move it into the Russian olive forest, it could protect the desert crown bees, and perhaps the whole territory. That prize is too valuable to postpone. Richard ends the discussion, gathers his troops, and moves straight for the forest. The dark gargoyles lead the formation. Their speed and aerial vision make them the perfect force for following one small target across the desert. At the forest, everything is ready. Richard first visits the young worker whose miraculous nose is really an allergy. He offers the man a few encouraging words. Right on cue, the tracker sneezes and then looks proudly at everyone watching. Helping his lord is an honor. The residents bring out rabbit jerky soaked in the plant's juice. It has swollen and stretched during the long soaking. Richard inspects it, then orders the strips hung in exactly the same place as before. The trap is simple. Now they need a wasp to cooperate. There is no schedule for a wild wasp. Richard and the others can only wait. Half an hour drags by beneath the trees. Then the quiet breaks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The improvised lure has given them the moving trail they need. Lead gargoyle vanishes beyond the hills. Farther on, Richard finds another hovering in place, one claw indicating the next direction. As soon as he passes, it folds back into formation. Scout by scout, the gargoyles become living signposts across the desert. Route bends around one wild military encampment after another. On another day, Richard might have marked them for conquest. Today, he refuses every distraction. The poisonous wasp lair is the only prize he wants, and the gargoyles keep his force clear of needless battles. 1 hour becomes 2. The returning gargoyles are sent out again, and the chase stretches to 6 exhausting hours. Just as Richard begins to feel the strain, a scout flies back carrying the young tracker, who waves both arms before he is even close enough to land. Between excited sneezes, the young man points ahead. The poisonous wasp entered that field of broken stone. Richard has the gargoyle set him down and studies the place. Boulders cover the ground, yet not one wasp is visible above them. The trail has ended somewhere beneath the rubble. Richard tells the tracker to keep guiding them, but holds the main force back. Gray goes first to scout among the rocks. Meanwhile, the dark gargoyles spread across the sky as sentries. Unknown ground rewards caution, and Richard intends to understand the field before risking his army. Gray has barely gone ahead when the ground convulses. Rocks jump, the horizon lurches, and a deep rumble rolls beneath the expedition. It feels less like an ordinary earthquake than some terrifying life force tearing open the earth. Richard's expression changes instantly. Richard does not gamble against a disaster he cannot read. He orders everyone to retreat at once. The dark gargoyles dive through the rising dust, lifting Gunter and the vulnerable tracker away from the breaking ground while the rest of the force pulls back. Gunter is safe, but there is still no sign of Gray. Losing ordinary soldiers would cost Richard resources. Losing an A-rank hero cannot be repaired with any amount of stone, iron, or gold. With sand stinging his face and visibility collapsing, he sends the gargoyles searching. Fortunately, Gray had not gone far. Richard spots the other gargoyles, then finds the hero standing on a rock with sand transformation active. The cracking continues around him, but only a few troops have been lost. From above comes another enormous sneeze, briefly puncturing the terror. Richard's relief lasts only a second. Something enormous sways behind the thinning curtain of dust, a body more than 10 meters tall, accompanied by deliberate splintering impacts. It looks like an abyssal creature climbing into the world. Then the sand clears enough for its outline to become a tree. 15 meters of the ancient tree stand above the ground, and no one can tell how much remains buried. A twisted face contorts within its wrinkled bark. 7 or 8 enormous branches hammer the boulders, pinning it down. Each blow shatters more stone. The aftershocks are its escape attempt. Crown is dense, yet completely leafless. And then Richard sees what the bare branches carry. The poisonous wasps he followed across the desert are gathered on the living tree itself. His coveted lair is not merely beside this monster. The swarm and the human-faced giant are part of the same nightmare. Poisonous wasps growing on a tree. Even after everything this world has shown him, Richard needs a breath to accept that sight. The swarm he crossed the desert to find is not nesting near the ancient giant. It is gathered directly across its leafless branches. The monster is still busy smashing the boulders around its trunk. Each impact rolls through the rubble like another earthquake. Richard does not waste the advantage. One gesture sends his gargoyle gliding lower, hiding the expedition beneath the dust instead of offering the tree a target. Gray steps forward the moment Richard lands. The mummy hero is still held in sand transformation, his body protected by the desert power Richard bestowed. Richard's first question is not about the treasure or the monster. He asks how many soldiers were lost. Gray reports that sand transformation absorbed most of the rupture's danger. The expedition has not escaped entirely untouched, but the disaster has not crippled it. With that immediate concern settled, Richard asks the question that matters now. Did the human-faced tree cause the earthquake? Gray shakes his head. The ground split first, only then did the ancient tree emerge. Richard studies yellow sand exposed between slabs of shattered earth. Something had been buried far below, but the violent collapse has destroyed whatever clues might have explained it. Gray's soul fire jumps as 7 or 8 enormous branches batter the rocks again. His usually empty voice turns solemn. He can sense a fatal aura pouring from the tree. Richard already sees its impossible scale. Now one of his strongest heroes is warning him that proximity alone feels lethal. The panel supplies a name, God's Ancient Tree. It is not a wild troop waiting to be subdued, but a boss unit. Level 10. A rank potential. Worse, its advanced boss classification doubles both its magic damage and its defense. Its bloodline is the Tree of Hatred, strengthening every spell it casts by another 50%. Then Richard reaches the trait that ends any thought of testing it casually. Resentment carries a 20% mortality effect. Even a strong unit might simply die when that power takes hold. Only the giant desert dragon near the one-way portal had ever hidden more of its power from Richard. Among enemies whose attributes he could actually read, this tree is the strongest. Wild bosses are exceedingly rare because they outperform heroes of the same level, not ordinary soldiers' heroes. Richard had planned to seize the wasp's lair and move it to the Russian olive forest. There, the predators could protect Twilight City's desert bees. It was an elegant solution, until the lair proved to be a colossal boss surrounded by giant branches and a dense, armor-piercing swarm. There is no clever formation that fixes this disparity. The wasps alone could exhaust his army, and the tree's mortality power makes a full assault suicidal. Richard refuses to confuse courage with waste. Before the dust has fully settled, he gives the order, leave. Outside the rubble field, Gunter asks whether they found the wasp nest. Gray explains what waits inside. Richard then turns retreat into preparation. Gunter will leave 2 teams of blood-colored mummies nearby to watch the tree. They cannot take it today. They will return when they are stronger. Richard has now tasted effortless flight, and walking no longer appeals to him. He recruits 2 dark gargoyles as personal mounts. One carries him on its broad shoulders, the other flies directly below, ready to catch him if the first mount fails. Constructs are stiff enough to make a long ride painful, but they never wobble beneath a passenger. Richard gives Gray and Gunter a small gargoyle team apiece to scout ahead. With 2 more teams under his own command, the expedition begins sweeping the surrounding map from the air. Scouts find targets faster than Richard's old ground patrols ever could. Then the level 5 rare 3-star gargoyles show what they do after discovery. They fold into steep dives, rip enemies apart with razor claws, and survive being surrounded without losing their momentum. By the time Richard turns home, every branch of the army carries prey. The gargoyles' reconnaissance has multiplied the day's harvest several times over. What began as a failed attempt to capture a wasp lair has become Twilight City's most efficient hunting sweep yet. It is already late when the force enters Twilight City. Gunter has wasted none of the fallen bodies. His blood-colored mummy force now totals 4 squads, even after posting watchers near the tree. The prey is stacked beside the well, and 2 mummy squads remain there as guards. Richard expects the night to end when he enters the Lord's mansion. Instead, Karu is still waiting. With him are 3 adult men bound tightly under guard. The danger in the rubble field has been postponed, but another threat has already crossed Twilight City's walls. Still standing before the 3 intruders found in his mansion, Richard asks whether the interrogation produced anything. Karu shakes his head. Richard returned before he could truly begin. The bound men watch their young captor with open fear as Richard calmly takes control. Richard gives them one rule: he will ask, and they will answer. His indifferent voice is unnerving enough. The dark gargoyles stationed in the corner make resistance feel suicidal. Already weak-willed, all three men break at once and promise to tell him anything. Richard begins with the essential question: who sent them? The answer is Xena Krina, ruler of Oasis City and a member of the Krina tribe. The name catches Karu's attention immediately. This is not an ordinary desert leader or an ordinary bloodline. Karu knows the stories. The Krina are called the Roses of Death in the desert. They are few, but their strength is adamant. Legend claims they gain power by sacrificing the person they love most, sometimes killing a husband with their own hands. Every Krina member is a hero unit. Richard asks why Xena sent them. Their assignment was to uncover the truth about Twilight City and, if possible, persuade its residents to join Oasis City. Richard presses them on their confidence. The three men hesitate, embarrassed now that their supposedly easy infiltration has ended in ropes. More than 10 days earlier, the agents had spoken with one of Richard's search and rescue soldiers and indirectly concluded that Twilight City was weak. Their reasoning would have been sound for a normal territory. Even 2 months should not produce this much power. But Richard's rare 3-star troops and repeated troop layer growth had made their intelligence obsolete. Richard demands numbers. Oasis City has 1 squadron of rare troops called the Wana Guards, recruited by Xena. Its restricted area contains 2 troop layers. As for heroes, the captives know only Xena herself. On paper, that is respectable strength, but Twilight City has grown enough to take it. And Richard asks how many people live there. More than 600, the captives answer, and Oasis City is still gathering refugees from nearby areas. That number hits harder than the troop report. Twilight City does not merely face a neighbor. It has found a vast reserve of people it desperately lacks. 600 people could transform Twilight City. A level 2 small city requires 500 residents, and later upgrades will demand even more. The unbuilt brewery needs talent. So does the completed food workshop. Among that many people, Richard reasons, some must possess skills his territory urgently needs. The spies have delivered him a prize. Richard orders Gray to continue the interrogation and extract every remaining detail. The mummy hero obeys and takes the 3 frightened men away. Richard then warns Karu, the stronger Twilight City becomes, the more hostile powers it will encounter. From now on, they must stay alert enough to prevent a single accident. Karu agrees, then carefully offers his judgment. Oasis City is not strong enough to deter them, so Twilight City should seize it now. Delay only gives Xena time to prepare. She has already sent spies. Next time she may send troops. Richard nods. An unstable neighbor, 600 needed residents, and 2 troop layers all point toward the same answer. Richard does not treat the march casually. Counting the guardian mummies, his available protection is close to 2 squadrons. That strength means an enemy surprise attack is no longer something Twilight City must fear. With the risk contained, the decision can become immediate action. Richard leaves the territory on the night of May 18th. Wandering soldiers appear in the darkness, but this expedition has a destination. Unless a creature can serve as edible prey, he refuses to waste time on it. Before the sun sinks into the yellow sand on May 19th, he reaches the mysterious oasis, likely rich in resources and treasures, and now the target of conquest.